Volume 3, Chapter 104, 21st level. Is it that many? They haven't trampled on worlds for long, but they're acting very passionately. 12 years, the time it took for 258 stars to fall. This meant that even as he was born and grew up on Earth, the worlds were disappearing one by one. Taesan scrunched his face. Why is that? I don't know either. Those who have been defeated are pathetically struggling. What reason would I have to guess why? Lucifer scoffed. Her face showed disdain for the beings called high gods. They clearly despised each other. But there are parts that I can guess. What is it? The fact that they hate us. Taesan didn't understand for a moment. It was hard to think that hating the gods was a reason to trample a world. Moreover, Earth was a world where no particular god was visible. Lucifer answered his question. They hate us, and we settled in the labyrinth, and the adventurers come into the labyrinth from each world. So, they want to trample the worlds that have the potential to enter the labyrinth. Don't you think it's a plausible story? Lucifer shrugged her shoulders. I'm just speculating too, unless you ask directly. You can't know if it's really like that. But the possibility is high, right? Taesan remained silent. The fact that his world, the Earth, was collapsing because of a power struggle among the gods. In the silence, Lucifer opened her mouth. Do you resent us? The scale is too large to resent, rather. There were no emotions. Gods were beings that crushed even stars in their hands. It was similar to the feeling that a meteorite falling to Earth was dropped from the stars, colliding with each other. If there was a difference, it's that there was intelligence in the meteorite. Even if emotions were held in a meteorite, there was no thought of resenting the collided stars. Lucifer spoke quietly. That's fortunate, but I have more questions. Not all the questions were answered yet, but Lucifer raised her hand to stop Taesan's question. That's all, I can't tell you anymore. Why? Because you're not yet qualified. It's enough service to tell you this much. I can talk about the rest after you've gone down further. There seemed to be a limit to what could be discussed depending on the floor. Taesan was still on the 20th floor. It was close to the starting floors if you were to put it into perspective. Well, thank you. Are you leaving? Because I have to go down. The business with Lucifer was over. Taesan looked at Lucifer. His gaze conveyed a request to return him to the labyrinth. But Lucifer looked at Taesan blankly. Lucifer, you are strong. Lucifer began to speak out of the blue. But that's also a story from the lower floors. The more you go down, the stronger the enemies you encounter. And the trials of the gods are the same. Gods who don't care if you die will give you harsh trials. Well, that's even Lee Tion almost died on nearly every floor after passing the 50th. Even without undergoing the divine trials, it was that dangerous, so it was likely to be hazardous for Taesan as well. Still, I'll try. You've seen me, haven't you? Lucifer tapped her cheek. She opened and closed her mouth repeatedly after a dull moment. Lucifer finally spoke. There is a way to make it easier. Pardon, a surefire way to become stronger. She stopped there and looked at Taesan with a grim expression at her strange gaze. Taesan realized, are you suggesting the Apostles' contract by any chance? Lucifer didn't speak. Taesan was flustered. That was because Lucifer told him that she wouldn't give him the Apostles' contract. She had said she had no intention of giving the Apostles' position to someone who was not hers. I appreciate your suggestion. But who said it's an Apostles' contract? As Taesan tried to express his refusal, Lucifer yelled, then what is it? Lucifer shut her mouth. She waved her hand nervously. The space split and the path leading to the labyrinth opened. Go, if you say anything more, I'll burst your head. Yes, Taesan headed towards the open space. Lucifer, who had been chirping, looked at the back of Taesan's head and opened her mouth. And a final favor, you can use my name when you encounter a small fry in the labyrinth. Thank you. Taesan entered the space. The world started to turn around. I suppose it'll be okay once he gets the hang of it. He knows what a favor is. So he wouldn't dare to refuse. With an incomprehensible murmur, Taesan arrived in the labyrinth. What are you talking about? She was a god whose words were incomprehensible until the end. Taesan looked around. It was the familiar sight of the labyrinth, which he had missed. Phew. Taesan sat down on the ground. He was in the labyrinth after a long time. It felt as comfortable as returning home. Having been with Anetcha, he had built up a bit of fatigue. So he took a rest for about 2 hours. It was then that the ghost managed to recover from the shock, since it murmured with a trembling voice. Are the gods so strong? Didn't you know? I knew they were strong, but I never imagined they could squish stars. The ghost gave a bitter laugh. Well, my past self feels shameful. I also felt a little suffocated. Taesan had set the goal to become as strong as the gods. However, their real power was at the level of crushing stars. They didn't even exert much power. So it was hard to estimate to catch up with that. At least for now, it was an infinitely remote goal. But that's a story for later, just as Lucifer had said. He was still a player of the lower layers. There was no reason to give up already. He had received numerous rewards for clearing Lucifer's quest. Taesan slowly began to verify them. Special always-on skill, anti-theology proficiency 2%, the will to resist towards the gods, when facing entities directly related to gods. All stats increase, willpower is not easily broken. a skill gained from dealing with Harmon's angel. It was fittingly a stat increase when facing entities related to gods. He didn't know to what extent. A stat increase was always welcome. The skill would be useful as the number of god-related entities would not decrease in the future. The skill he gained from defeating the angel was not just anti-theology. Divine power proficiency 0%, the power of God. It is the grace bestowed when someone believes and follows. It doesn't seem to mean anything yet. What could this be? Who knows? The ghost also showed an ambiguous expression. Divine power is the power bestowed by God in the end. It's a power that someone has to give. So what would it do by possessing it? I don't know. He would keep it for now. A day would come when he could make use of it, and the purpose of accepting Lucifer's quest, black magic. Black magic, proficiency 1%. You can use the magic of demons. Use magic power to utilize black magic. The power and range vary depending on the magic power consumed. It seems that only basic power can be drawn for now. The description was a bit different from magic. The most different point was that the power and range varied according to the consumed magic power. Taesan checked the black magic he had acquired by defeating Jagan. Elementary black magic, Marabas's false flame, mana consumption 13, basic magic power consumption 5, proficiency 1%, Marabas the demon. It summons an entity in the form of the flames that Marabas uses. The temperature, which can melt the sun, is quite furious, likely cooling ice and the like. Unlike normal magic, it was written as basic magic power consumption. It meant that if he wanted, he could consume more magic power. Is it more free to utilize? While magic could be changed by magic explosion and magic acceleration, no influence could be given to the magic itself. Frost arrow was frost arrow. No matter what he did, black magic seemed a little different. Taesan continued to check the acquired skills. Special always-on skill, pillage of darkness, proficiency 1%. The energy of darkness is engraved in you every time you kill an enemy. You steal the darkness they possess. Lucifer had said that it was similar to the proof of victory from Balthazar. The fact that magic power naturally increased without him paying attention to it was a good thing. Title, the one who receives the demon god's favor, a kind of proof given only to those they cherish. You can use and learn black magic. It is the first time a human who is not a demon has received this. Magic power +5, the title was ordinary. It seemed to be a kind of proof that allowed him to learn black magic from now on. And lastly, the 2 black magics that Lucifer gave as a service. Elementary black magic, Decarabia's distorted life, mana consumption 12, basic magic power consumption 6, proficiency 1%, a demon Decarabia. Summons a distorted life. It seems that only pieces of roots that swallowed stars can be summoned. This was the black magic that Jagan had used. In the darkness, countless tree roots sprang out, restricting movement. Basic black magic, realms emotional manipulation, mana consumption 7, basic magic power consumption 3, proficiency 1%, a demon. Realm's emotional interference is used. It shows a dreadful illusion to the person who has been used. It seems to only show illusions within the range of human imagination for now. Is this the end? This was all he had obtained for now. Taesan, who was organizing, realized something belatedly. I had this too. The golden dragon Balbinaires had given him his own claw. Its color was also gold. Golden dragon's claw, it is a part of the one who guards the world. It seems that only an exceptional person can handle it. There was one blacksmith he knew. Taesan went up the labyrinth. The shop owner looked surprised when he saw Taesan. Did you meet with the demon god? Do you know? I can feel the power. It's rare for the demon god to acknowledge someone other than a demon. The surprised shop owner's gaze went to the back of Taesan's hand. There. The demon god's emblem was drawn. The shop owner nodded as if he understood. They did a branding. I didn't expect even the demon god to do that. Huh, it's not bad news for you. The shop owner waved his hand, apprehensively. Taesan went down and met the blacksmith. What is it? I was wondering if this could be refined. Taesan held out the golden dragon's claw. Hafren's pupils, which had been calmly gazing at him, grew larger. Where did you get this? Not from the labyrinth, but from elsewhere. I got it while clearing a quest. Is it possible to refine? Hafren groaned. He fumbled with the claw with a face full of admiration. There is something like this. It's interesting if you're asking if it's possible. It's possible. Is there a condition attached? Hafren nodded his head. The law is that if the core ingredient is a dragon's claw, then similar levels are required for other things. You might be able to barely get one if you go down about 10 more floors. It couldn't be used right away. He accepted it calmly because he had expected this. Lee Tion also used several pieces of equipment related to dragons, most of which were part of her equipment when she came out of the labyrinth. It meant that it was equipment that could be obtained when clearing the solo mode. Then keep it. I'll bring it when I find the ingredients. I should be the one thanking you. Hafren looked at the claw with joyful eyes, with a blank look in his eyes. Taesan did not interfere any further and came down. Finally, it was the 21st floor, according to Lee Tion's words. Different monsters appeared on the 21st floor. Spirits. Those were the monsters from the 21st to the 30th floor. Chapter 105, 21st level Mad Spirit, Part 1, as he descended. Taesan opened the community. It had been quite a long time since he had entered into Vecveta. It was enough time for some changes to have happened for the other solo mode players. Kang Taesan solo, are you alive? Lee Taeyeon solo, huh? Kang Junhyuk solo, what? I thought you had gone away since you hadn't said anything. Kang Taesan solo, I was somewhere for a while, so what's up? As Taesan had predicted. Kang Junhyuk and Lee Taeyeon were descending quickly. Kang Taesan solo, did you reach the 6th floor? Lee Taeyeon solo, yes, I'm currently dealing with lizard men, the swamp is annoying. But it's somewhat manageable. Lee Taeyeon posted calmly, she seemed more mature. Perhaps because she had passed the trials of Balthazar. Kang Taesan solo, come down quickly, I have something to tell you on the 8th floor. On the 8th floor was the god of trials. Oman, his trial was very safe as one could voluntarily give up. It was a trial worth discussing with them. Lee Taeyeon solo, okay, thank you Mr. Taesan. After that, they chatted about various things. Lee Taeyeon and Kang Junhyuk asked Taesan about this and that, as they had a lot of questions for him. As someone who had gone deeper than them, they seemed curious about the information on the lower floors. Taesan answered these questions, naturally. Stories about other players came up as well. Kang Taesan solo, now there are several people who have cleared the 2nd floor. Lee Taeyeon solo, yes, although there are also many who have died. Clearing the 2nd floor, it was a very fast and large number compared to before, but it was still far from clearing the labyrinth, no matter how hard one tried. The 20th floor would be the limit. It was virtually impossible for most of them to descend to the end of the labyrinth, unless a special method came out. One could not return to Earth except at the time of forced return. Kang Taesan solo, then take care. Taesan closed the community and arrived at the 20th floor, in the safe zone. There was Lily's, huh, you're alive, I thought you were dead when I didn't see you for a while. I had somewhere to go, phew, that's a relief, you can't die yet, there's still a lot to do. Lily's waved her hand with a bright smile. See you next time, ignoring her farewell. Taesan headed for the boss room on the 20th floor. In there was the guide of Sin, Gagorat, whom he had saved. You have arrived. Yeah, Taesan nodded. Gagorat swallowed his saliva. Now, are you going to go down? I have to. The reason he came into the labyrinth was for conquest. Gagorat smirked and said, then I have something to tell you. About the guides of Sin on the 21st floor. Yes, Taesan had detained the guides of Sin and received their agreement to not pass on Taesan's information further below. But that was only an agreement he received from adventurers up to the 20th floor. The 2nd-tier adventurers. The place he was going to next was the 21st floor where the 3rd-tier adventurers were. 3rd-tier adventurers will think you are strong. But they believe you are dead, so it will be troublesome when you meet them. The one thought to be dead had appeared alive. If the 3rd-tier adventurers realized that the 2nd-tier adventurers had lied, they would immediately inform the headquarters. Then it would be the end. There was no way for Taesan to defeat the core members of the headquarters that had gone down to the depths. So, Gagorat intended to suggest a way for Taesan to avoid the adventurers. I don't care. However, Taesan did not listen to Gagorat's words, surprised. Gagorat urgently tried to explain. Do you plan to kill them all? That's not good if the guides of Sin dies. The information is automatically relayed to the headquarters. They will come down then. They shouldn't be encountered. They shouldn't be killed either. Above all, even for you, Taesan. The adventurers of the 3rd tier are not weak. Jagan died at Taesan's hand. But it wasn't because he was weak. It was largely due to the fact that he underestimated Taesan and let his guard down. If many from the 3rd tier attacked, Taesan was in great danger as well. The correct answer is to avoid them. I know, but I have no plans to avoid them. Avoiding the adventurers, it was not impossible. Unlike the 2nd tier, they, who didn't need to look for new adventurers, were likely to gather in one place, so all he had to do was somehow pass through that place. However, passing through unnoticed was equivalent to giving up rewards. Taesan had no intention of suffering unnecessary losses. Desperate, Gagorat tried to stop him in any way he could. If Taesan rampaged, it would also be known that he had conveyed falsehoods. Then his life was over too, as Gagorat was trying to persuade him. Taesan spoke, I've prepared a way. A way, you say? Yeah, so stay put, don't try to interfere needlessly, with a warning. Taesan descended to the 21st floor. This is a place beyond the entrance to the labyrinth. There are things here that do not die when stabbed with a sword and do not fall when magic is cast. This is a space where darkness and light are mixed. Starting 21st floor quest. Defeat the boss of the 21st floor and pass. Reward Spirit Stone. Secret reward, the 21st floor, a place the adventurers referred to as the 3rd tier. This was a level that could now be said to be separate from the starting floors. And Taesan knew what appeared here. Taesan penetrated the labyrinth upon opening the door. He felt a surge of heat. A low-ranking fire spirit of the labyrinth has appeared. There was a wavering sphere of flame in the air. Taesan drew his sword, spirits. Lee Taeyeon had mentioned their appearance. She said that if he went further, things like spirit kings would come out, but that was a story for later. While Taesan was recalling the things she had said, the spirit detected Taesan. The body of the spirit swelled, And then balls of flame were shot out like a shotgun. Taesan kicked the ground and flew into the air. He charged at the spirit through an aerial leap and struck it with his sword, but no damage window appeared. The split spirit recombined once again, as expected. It was as Lee Taeyeon had told him. Taesan didn't panic and distanced himself. Lee Taeyeon had said that physical attacks did not work on spirits. She had tried all sorts of methods. But they did not work, so she had said that he should find another way to handle it. Taesan swung his sword a few more times after that, but it didn't work. It was the same even when he used a skill. As Lee Taeyeon said, physical attacks didn't seem to work. Then how about this? A blue light rose from Taesan's sword, the power gained from Vekveta, with the sword filled with aura. He split the spirit in half. Fizz, the form of the spirit distorted for a moment but soon returned to its original state. It's not working either. Taesan distanced himself and activated Frost Arrow and Blazing Orb. Both fire and ice pierced the fire spirit again. It did not work. The spirit was floating as it had been at the start, just as she explained. When entering the 21st floor, it was noted that enemies here did not fall even when magic was used. He had tried it simply because it was easier to understand when verified directly. There was a separate way to deal with spirits, and Taesan knew that method. He was thinking of using what he had before that. I don't know how to use holy power. So how about this? You activated the false flames of Marbas, with no particular expectation. Taesan activated the dark magic. There was no reason why dark magic should work when magic didn't. A flame-shaped substance was poured onto the spirit. 106 damage to the low-ranking fire spirit of the labyrinth. Woo. Woo-woo, the spirit quivered as if in pain. Taesan was surprised at the damage window. Damage is applied, it's simple. The ghost answered Taesan's question. Spirits are life forms from nature, therefore. Attacks derived from nature do not work. Even aura doesn't work because it is ultimately something that gods bestowed upon the world, but black magic originates from demons. So because it's not natural, the damage is applied. It's a bit more complicated. But the basic concept is that's why I heard that demons descend past the third tier a bit more comfortably. The conclusion was that black magic could take down spirits. Taesan invoked his black magic again, this time. He used all the magic power he possessed. You have activated the false flames of Marbas. Flames erupted. The spirit tried to avoid it, but the fake flames that swept the entire room couldn't be avoided. Woo 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 woo. Woo 302 damage to the low-ranking fire spirit of the labyrinth. You have won against the low-ranking fire spirit of the labyrinth. You've obtained the spirit's core. It worked. It was an unexpected victory. Taesan quickly began to assess the situation. Still, it's not at the level to be useful. His current magic power was too low. He had just barely taken one down by using all his magic power. So he couldn't descend into the labyrinth with this. I'll have to move as per Taeyeon's information. Taesan broke through the rooms of the labyrinth. Fire spirits appeared from time to time. But he ignored them all and broke through. Due to the basic difference in stats, he could pass without any problems. Soon, Taesan was able to reach the peripheral room. You know well, I don't even need to tell you. The strategy for the 21st floor is just this, whether he was now familiar with it. The ghost was not surprised. Spirits were immune to both physical and magical powers. Taesan could defeat them because he had black magic. But it was closer to a workaround, so there was another way. Taesan opened the door to the outskirts. A mad laughter came. Hee ha ha hee hee. A white spirit was spinning in the middle of the room, with a design like a simplified character. It could be called cute, but in contrast, the mad laughter that came out of it was eerie. Hee hee, a guest, hello. You have encountered the crazed spirit. Hello, nice to meet you, the white spirit shouted with a laugh of madness. Taesan calmly opened his mouth. I want to descend into the labyrinth. Go down. The spirit tilted its head. It was a face that didn't fully understand Taesan's words. I want to take down the spirits to do that. Spirits, take down. A deep hatred flashed across the spirit's eyes for a moment. Take them down, take down the ones who abandoned me, kill and take from those who said I'm not normal. The white spirit shouted out furiously. He cried out with a face full of madness and hatred. This one never changes. The ghost clicked his tongue. He seemed to have encountered the white spirit before as well. The crazed white spirit waved his hand. Straight ahead 5. Third on the left, there's a hidden room there. There's a golem made by the king who abandoned me. Avoid it and bring the hidden core, then I'll give you power. Subquest start. The crazed spirit hates everything that made him this way. The spirit wants you to bring back the fountain of nature that the golem is guarding. Reward skill to attack spirits. Chapter 106, 21st level, the crazed spirit, part 2. Take care, I'll be waiting. Taesan left the room. Bidding the spirit farewell. Is it just like that? It was completely different from any other NPC he had seen. Lee Taeyeon also said that the spirit she had seen was just mad. And the ghost seemed to think the same based on its past encounters. It was the same when I was there. It's simply a mad being. Its role is to teach how to deal with the spirits on the 21st floor. That's it. Once the quest is over, you'll never have to see it again. Lee Taeyeon had the same experience. She never saw the crazed spirit again after learning how to counteract spirits from it. But is that really true? NPCs were beings that made a trade with the Archwizard. That spirit must have come here wanting something. Whatever that was still unknown, following the spirit's instructions. Taesan moved straight into the fifth room. He then moved to the left 3 more times. The room was empty. On the wall, there was a single brick that didn't have moss. From the 21st floor onwards, it seemed like nature had taken over. With all the walls covered in green plants, that must be the room the spirit was talking about. Click upon pressing the brick. A passage opened. Taesan began descending the stairs, rumbling, the floor echoed. Taesan activated his invisibility and silenced his footsteps. A secret room appeared at the end of the stairs. And inside was a massive golem made of stone. The Flame Spirit King's Ember Golem has appeared. Woon. Behind the golem was a small, greenish spring. With its red eyes, the golem seemed to guard the spring. Its gaze moving to and fro, it's powerful. Taesan could feel an immense power emanating from the golem, a force that felt like it could burn everything in its path. It was probably the power given to it by the Spirit King, though it may only possess that single ability. Its strength was undeniable. The golem was well beyond the level any player on the 21st floor could handle. Taesan went up the stairs and asked the ghost, "How did you manage it?" "Me, I simply ignored it and moved on. The golem stops functioning for exactly 1 minute a day if you fetch water from the spring during that time. You're done." It was a sure solution. Lee Tion probably did the same to fetch water from the spring. It was like a predefined answer, however. Taesan had no intention of taking that route. Is it even possible? It's not impossible, but it could be quite risky. Then that's the right way to do it. The reward from the labyrinth diminished significantly the moment you descended to the next level, even if you became stronger and returned. You wouldn't get the full reward. Taesan deactivated his invisibility and descended the stairs. The golem's eyes lit up upon spotting him. Wuong, its massive arm swung. Taesan dodged the descending arm with a leap, thrusting his sword towards it. Kagang, 0 damage dealt to the Ember Golem created by the Flame Spirit King. I keep running into enemies that my attacks don't work on lately, Taesan muttered in frustration. Distancing himself, for golems, their core was their vulnerability, and piercing through that was the orthodox approach. Since the spirit created this golem, is its core also made of spirit? Probably so, without the skill to confront spirits obtained from the quest to acquire such skills. The enemy was unbeatable. Do you think I just passed by for nothing? There was no way to confront it at all. You might be a bit different though. A blue aura formed around Taesan's sword. The aura struck the golem's arm, leaving a small mark. 47 damage dealt to the Ember Golem created by the Flame Spirit King. As expected, the aura had a defense penetration effect. Taesan slowly began to wear down the golem. The golem retracted its arm and swung it with a sound like air bursting. The arm brutally swept across the room. Your first attack absolute nullification has been activated. Taesan clearly dodged the golem's attack. The shockwave alone from the attack caused damage, indicating how powerful the golem's attack was. If I were hit directly, I'd surely be done for. The golem retracted its arm and swung again. Its trajectory was very much the same as before. While the golem was undoubtedly strong and tough, it was essentially a chunk of rock. Its movements weren't fluid, so its attack patterns were somewhat predictable. Taesan dodged a few times, recognizing all of the golem's attack patterns, and then charged directly. Kagek, the sword clashed, sending stone fragments from the golem flying. The golem raised its arm high. When it made that movement, it would strike downwards. Taesan, having discerned this from past encounters, swiftly moved to the side and struck its flank. This time, the golem pulled back its arm for a direct thrust. Taesan swiftly ducked. Observing the movements and predicting the subsequent attacks, he acted accordingly. The watching ghost was awestruck. Know the strategy, understand the countermeasures, and then repeat. It sounded easy, but executing it in reality was another story. Those who believed they knew everything often died due to a tiny, unexpected variable. After all, strategy involved repetition, and repetition would wear down one's spirit. During the laborious repetition that spans hundreds, thousands, or perhaps even days, one's mental strength could easily crumble. In fact, those who knew more often faltered. It wasn't unusual to see someone do well on their first try when they knew nothing, only to falter on their second attempt when they had gained some knowledge. However, Taesan moved and attacked like a machine without any hesitation or error in his movements. It's like watching someone from the machine race. An admiring murmur came from the ghost. But Taesan didn't hear it. He was too focused on devising a strategy against the golem. 2 hours passed this way, and without allowing even a single effective hit against him. Taesan defeated the golem. Your level has increased. Your level has increased. Your level has increased. Your soul ascension has activated. Your strength permanently increased by 34, agility by 22, and health by 102. You obtained 1861G, you obtained a fragment of the Spirit King, you obtained the ore that protects the core. Through consistent repetitive tasks without faltering, you've achieved results multiple times, you've obtained the continuous activation skill, tenacity. The proficiency of Insight has reached 100%. Insight has evolved into the special activation skill, reconnaissance. A smile crept onto Taesan's lips, at last. He acquired tenacity also. Insight evolved into reconnaissance. Both were skills absolutely necessary for Taesan's plan. Continuous activation special skill, tenacity. Proficiency 1%. Efficiency improves in repetitive tasks, such as straightforward. Simple description. The effect was simple too. Literally, when performing repetitive tasks, one would receive bonuses for various things. If one were to repeatedly swing a sword, they'd experience an acceleration in proficiency. If one were to mine ore repeatedly, the speed of mining would increase. Up to this point, it didn't seem all that remarkable, just a decent skill to have on hand. However, for Taesan, this skill was absolutely necessary. I finally have everything I need. Main skills, attack nullification, endurance, force duel, and so on. Skills that, even if you only had one, could overpower opponents of the same stats. Among them, there was a skill called addition that literally doubled the damage. The term double was meant in the most direct sense. Increased power from a counter, from continuous attacks, and from a critical strike. All that power was doubled. The add-on skill used by hardcore players added half of the basic attack power, though it was far inferior compared to addition, considering the few who possessed even add-on. Addition was an incomparable skill, and to acquire addition one absolutely needed tenacity. Now he had everything he needed, of course. It wasn't something he could obtain immediately. A specific situation was required to acquire addition. However, it wouldn't take that long, happily. Taesan checked his other skills. Special activation skill, reconnaissance. Proficiency 1%, an evolved form of insight, allows one to know strategic information about the target. Taesan immediately looked at the ghost. You have activated reconnaissance. The ghost information was displayed. Buried 1, status, ghost, the one entrusted with dreams. Beneath the ghost, an unfamiliar phrase appeared. The biggest change as insight evolved into reconnaissance was the ability to adjust its activation. When activating reconnaissance towards an opponent or within a room, the information of the opponent would be revealed, and one could understand the hidden elements within the room. It was a valuable skill, as one could detect things like traps in advance. Using it on an opponent would reveal general information, as well as strengths and weaknesses, making it easier to strategize. I also only managed to acquire reconnaissance after passing the 50th floor. You're really fast. The ghost expressed admiration, being one who had ventured deep into the labyrinth. The ghost was well aware of the value of reconnaissance in this place. Tenacity, that's the first time I've seen it. In contrast, the ghost didn't show much reaction toward tenacity. It wasn't exactly an impressive skill. All it did was increase efficiency in repetitive tasks. It wasn't that significant. The reaction would likely change once the ghost realized the ability to acquire addition. Taesan checked his rewards. Ore guarding the core. A special ore that guarded the golem's core. It can be refined. This seemed like something that should be handed over to the blacksmith. And there was one more thing. Fragment of the Spirit King. Contains a portion of the power the Spirit King held. All spirits would desire it. Spirits desired it. The crazed spirit would probably be no different. Taesan took a small sample of the spring water. He then returned to the deranged spirit to complete his quest. You have activated reconnaissance. Deranged white spirit. Status unstable. A child longing for completeness and desiring revenge. Information about the spirit appeared. The spirit greeted him with a smile. You're here, how did it go? Here, Taesan handed over the sample. Upon receiving the sample, the spirit beamed, opening its arms wide. It's done with this. I can regain a bit of my completeness. The white spirit touched the spring water. It was then absorbed into the spirit's body. Taesan felt the energy within the spirit rise, but it was truly minuscule. It seemed like it would take hundreds of years to completely fill up. The spirit, smiling, reached out to Taesan. Good, I'll give it to you. You have cleared the spirit's quest. You have acquired the passive skill Spirit Strike. A passive skill Spirit Strike. The effect wasn't very significant. It simply meant that he could now attack spirits. Thank you, take care. The spirit waved its hand as it was bidding farewell. Taesan opened his inventory, and I also got this fragment of the Spirit King. As Taesan took out the fragment, the spirit froze for the first time. The continuous smile on its face disappeared. You defeated the golem. Taesan nodded, the spirit with a trembling face. Reached out, let me see it for a moment. Taesan handed it over obediently. Lost in thoughts touching the fragment, the spirit suddenly let out a soft chuckle. He. A mad laughter echoed, but unlike before. It now had a clear radiance. I like you. The spirit leaned closer to Taesan's face. You're different from the other visitors. You're incredible. You can help me. The spirit began to dance. Taesan watched with a wary gaze. Will you help me? Impressive guest, who, at the spirit's words, the ghost's demeanor changed. Showing interest, it became certain. The deranged spirit wasn't just a non-playable character NPC that granted a skill to deal with spirits. There was another quest. The requirement was hunting the golem. Taesan nodded. All right. Then gather cores for me, cores that can make me a complete spirit with that. I'll become magnificent, along with its madness. The quest window popped up. Sub-quest initiated. The deranged spirit wishes to alleviate its instability and yearns to be grander. It entrusts you with this task. Reward everything that the deranged spirit can offer. Chapter 107, 21st Level, The Crazed Spirit, Part 3, Will you accept it? Taesan nodded his head. There was no reason to decline the quest, especially when it was a quest that no one else had received. A quest that a typical adventurer couldn't receive implied that the reward might be very promising. Hee hee, good, the white spirit burst out laughing. I'll become powerful, I will kill them and absorb them. Becoming complete, so how should we proceed? Start by explaining. There are many steps involved, the spirit said, laughing merrily. I am very unstable, so first I need to be made safe, after that I must be made complete. And then I need to gather power, the spirit excitedly raised its arms. So first things first. Defeat the master of the 21st floor, kill it and bring to me its core. Understood. The first quest was one that would naturally be completed once Taesan progressed through the labyrinth. Taesan immediately left the room. Behind him, the spirit continued to laugh maniacally. I will take my revenge. Leaving behind the voice filled with madness and hatred, Taesan stepped outside. The ghost murmured in surprise. Was defeating the golem a condition for an additional quest? It was a quest that can't typically be acquired. Why did they create such a thing? The golem's core belonged to the spirit. It was impenetrable because of its durability and speed. It was impossible to defeat without surpassing the average stats of adventurers from the 21st to the 30th floor. For Taesan, this was an exception, objectively. It was a quest that couldn't be accepted from the beginning. Perhaps they desired someone of that caliber. Because adventurers wished for a level like Taesan's, it was possible that the gods had chosen this place. At that comment, the ghost fell silent. That's a terrifying thought. It's an impossibility from the start. The ghost, who was highly regarded within the labyrinth, couldn't hide its admiration for Taesan. For most, to reach Taesan's level was nearly impossible. A spirit appeared before Taesan. Taesan swung his sword with a trail of afterimages. The spirit was torn to shreds. The reason he couldn't defeat the spirit before wasn't because his attacks were ineffective or his stats were insufficient. After breezing through without a moment's hesitation, he found an empty room with nothing inside. You've activated reconnaissance. From Taesan's perspective, one brick seemed to stand out when Taesan pressed the brick. A secret room opened. It's truly convenient to have reconnaissance. Having the ability to activate intuition made it unnecessary for him to tediously search for secret rooms. Taesan entered the secret room, disarmed the traps, and obtained his reward. You've obtained the Staff of Lightning. Staff of Lightning, a staff used by intermediate magicians, can use the beginner magic lightning strike. It had been a while since he obtained a staff, however. Unlike the Staff of Flames from before, this wasn't basic magic but beginner magic. He immediately activated magic extraction and acquired it. You've learned the beginner magic lightning strike. Beginner magic lightning strike. Mana consumption 6, proficiency 1%, a lightning strikes from above the target's head. This attack is unavoidable unless the target moves faster than the lightning. It inflicts greater damage on enemies without immunity, tries to afflict the target with the status ailment electrocution. Guides of Sin, it was the magic that Jospi had used on him. It had no effect due to the presence of attack nullification, but its instantaneous nature made it quite tricky. Wanting to test it out, he moved to another room and cast it on a spirit. You have activated lightning strike. 75 damage to the intermediate flame spirit of the maze. The damage is a bit low, being instantaneous. It indeed dealt less damage compared to blazing orb or frost arrow. However, its merit lay in being an undodgeable magic while in motion. Taesan headed towards the boss room on the 21st floor. An intermediate flame spirit of the maze appeared. It was not a low level, but an intermediate spirit. It was considerably larger, and the flame's color was much richer. The spirit scattered flickering embers towards Taesan. The embers fluttered around the room like snow. You have activated Frost Arrow. A surge of extreme cold was spread through the air, thanks to it. The embers somewhat lost their potency. Taesan charged directly at the intermediate spirit. Embers hit his entire body, but the damage was relatively less potent due to the Frost Arrow surrounding him. Taesan manifested his aura. 176 damage to the intermediate flame spirit of the maze. The intermediate spirit resisted, creating a barrier of flame to block the attack and tried to push Taesan away. Taesan continuously broke through its defenses, attacking the spirit, and in no time, he was able to bring it down. Your level has increased. Your soul ascension has been activated. Permanently increased strength by 15, agility by 11, intelligence by 5. And health by 55. Acquired flame ember, acquired the core of the labyrinth's intermediate flame spirit. Is the 21st floor only this challenging? It was simpler than he thought, he was already strong. And ever since he finished with Vekveta, both his aura and stats increased. It was expected, but the simplicity was still a bit disappointing. In the end, all he could look forward to were the trials of the gods named monsters. And the guides of sin. Feeling a bit regretful, he opened his stat window. Whenever he defeated an enemy or leveled up, magic power increased. He was curious about how much it had grown. Kang Taesan, level 49, shield 251/251, health 2850/2850, mana 551/551, magic 27/27, strength 984, intelligence 643, agility 821, attack power plus 93, defense plus 115. The subject is in optimal condition. His magic power had increased by 10, his level rose by 4. He cleared one room and even defeated a golem, resulting in an increase of 10. He couldn't discern if this was high or low. He would know once he encountered other demon races. Taesan checked the reward for clearing the 21st floor. Spirit gem, a bead infused with the spirit's energy. It seems it would be useful if taken to the blacksmith. Flame ember, an ember of flame if you bring it to the blacksmith and make a request. He can imbue a weapon with a fire attribute, since he had met the blacksmith on a previous floor. The rewards related to forging and refining seemed to gradually appear more often. Core of the labyrinth's intermediate flame spirit. A core of the spirit. It seems that if someone unstable absorbs it, they might achieve stability. This seemed like an item for a spirit quest, and there was still a secret reward left. Was used. Acquired the skill level increase potion. Oh, it was the long-awaited skill level increase potion, a potion that increases one's skill proficiency by 5%, considering that Lily said she would even cut off her finger for a mere 1 or 2% increase. This was of incredible value. Having gathered everything, Taesan went back to the crazy spirit. Here you go, hee good, I like you. The spirit burst into laughter and bit into the spirit core, a wave of power. Almost like a scream emanated from the core. Heh, the white spirit gathered the emerging power with its laughter when the waves subsided. A significant amount of power had built up inside the white spirit. The first quest of the frenzied spirit has been completed. Thanks, now. The next is the 23rd floor. Go straight to the 4th spot and then turn right 5 times. There's a hidden room there. Defeat its master and come back. Having received the next quest, Taesan left the room. Heading back up to the 20th floor, he found the blacksmith Hafren. Hafren had said he would move every 5 floors. And he had kept his word. Can these be refined? Taesan handed over the ore containing the core, the flame ember. And the spirit gem. Hafren briefly glanced at the spirit gem and flame ember. You brought these. He wasn't particularly surprised by the spirit gem and flame ember, perhaps because they were standard clear rewards, however. Upon seeing the ore containing the core, his pupils dilated. What's this? It's something I obtained from a golem said to be made by the Spirit King. Can you craft it? A golem, the one guarding the green spring, you managed to defeat it. Hafren was impressed as Taesan nodded. I can craft it. Would you like an explanation? I'd appreciate that. The flame ember, as the name implies, can grant a weapon the fire attribute. It enhances the weapon's attack power and may cause burn effects on hits. There isn't really a downside. So it's like an enhancement plate of the rune of Marnius. Something like that, if you use the spirit gem as a material for equipment crafting. It can provide resistance and benefits against specific attributes. And this, Hafren looked at the ore containing the core with a vague expression. I'm not sure about this. It feels like I'd need to craft it firsthand to know. Then please craft it. Equipment crafting. That was what the blacksmith was for. Hafren stroked his chin. I should typically charge for materials, but since this is my first time handling something like this, I'll do it for free. Do you want me to use this too? As you wish, you can use it now or later, the spirit gem. It was a valuable material but not critically necessary. Taesan was aiming for the equipment the shop owner sold, so there was a high chance he'd discard it anyway. Then crafted in the form of armor, it should be an enjoyable experience. With a pleased expression, Hafren gathered the ore and spirit gem. Taesan patted Hafren's shoulder, which was reaching for the hammer. Before that, deal with this first. Ah, the flame ember, all right, give me your weapon, it'll be quick. Taesan handed over Carvert's relic, true to his word exactly 10 minutes later. Hafren returned with the sword. Oh, the ghost showed interest. A faint red aura circled the blade. Calvert's relic, sword containing the bloodline of the ancestors. A relic from a now-lost world, it has claimed the lives of numerous royals. Attack power plus 40, plus 15 attack power against all enemies. Infused with fire attribute. The attack power increased by 10 and was now infused with the fire attribute. It was a significant increase. Taesan, who had expected a change of maybe 2 or 3 points, was surprised. This much, perhaps it was crafted that way from the beginning. But it matched the sword perfectly. It achieved the highest efficiency. The swords in my world are magic swords. It was a magical blade from the start, but over the eons. The magic had faded. It seemed the flame ember had filled that void. Gratefully, Taesan accepted the weapons. Thank you. We help each other out. Come back later. And I'll give you an overview after some preparation. Hafren picked up his hammer and headed toward the anvil. Taesan turned away and descended back into the labyrinth. Now, he was on the 22nd floor. 22nd floor quest initiated. Defeat the boss of the 22nd floor to proceed. Reward Essence of Dark Stone. Hidden reward. Taesan began his journey through the labyrinth. The monsters on the 22nd floor were lesser ice spirits of the labyrinth. He didn't quite understand the major difference between fire and ice. But they were slightly more potent. The difference wasn't significant, so he dispatched them with ease. The quest regarding the deranged spirit was on the 23rd floor. So the 22nd didn't hold much interest. About halfway through, he stumbled upon a divine altar. You have discovered Pavsha's altar. Chapter 108, 22nd level, the god of self-proof. Pavsha, Part 1, Pavsha, he's the god of self-proof. The ghost began to explain. He's a god, prove yourself, show what you've accumulated. A god who bestows such trials. He used to be in a deeper layer. But now he's moved up here. What kind of trial is it? I never took it. It was an unexpected response. Given the ghost's high confidence in its abilities, Taesan assumed it had taken the trial and asked, is it difficult? It's not so much that it is difficult, if you look at the clear rate. It's actually a very easy trial, but it's kind of ambiguous, the ghost said in a slightly uncomfortable tone. Most of the adventurers I remember took Pavsha's trial, and all of them came out after clearing it. This was also unexpected, Taesan frowned. Everyone, even those who were not exceptional, those close to average, all succeeded. That's strange. It was practically impossible. Trials bestowed by supremely powerful beings for their own amusement didn't cater to ordinary adventurers, while a majority might clear a trial. It was not possible for everyone to do so. That was the nature of the divine trials Taesan had seen thus far. That's the peculiar part, and among those who cleared the trial, some of them changed slightly, their manner of speaking and behavior altered. Doppelgangers, the most common monster that was known for mimicking appearances. If someone changed after clearing a trial, that would be the natural assumption, but the ghost denied it. Doppelgangers mimic speech patterns, tone, and even actions perfectly. But those who emerged after breaking the trial gave themselves away, as if to insist that they were the real ones. We looked into these oddities, but we couldn't find anything unusual about them. So, they aren't doppelgangers. No, they're not doppelgangers, but we referred to these changed individuals as fakes, meaning they weren't seen as genuine. What happened to these fakes? It varied. Some went deeper into the labyrinth. Some died on their descent, and some became guides of sin and stayed within their ranks. Most of them met the end typical of ordinary adventurers. It was another puzzling story. If these fakes were imitating adventurers, they would do everything to survive. Descending into the labyrinth was the goal of the real adventurers they had replaced, not the fakes themselves. Yet these fakes, like real adventurers, died during their descent, so you didn't take the trial. It's unknowable. I can't measure it by the success and failure rates. And I can't trust the information from those who survived. I had no intention of risking myself. Taesan looked at Pavsha's altar. The aura emanating from it conveyed one meaning: prove yourself. What did the returnees say? Prove yourself, that's all there was to it. Taesan pondered. There was absolutely no information. It was an unknown trial. The ghost had its reasons for refusing it. It was akin to walking on a cliff with an unseen abyss beneath, but Taesan had one certainty. The gods of this place expect strength of my caliber, then. The trial set by the gods would likely be suitable for Taesan. Pavsha was not a god of death. It wasn't like Lakarada's, who would wish for Taesan's death. Taesan placed his hand on the altar. What now? I have no intention of backing out now. Well, I guess they won't give you a trial that can kill you. The ghost seemed to agree. Showing no particular emotion, Pavsha's altar, an altar made by those who serve Pavsha. It's a passage connected to the god. Through this, Pavsha can exert influence. Subquest start. Pavsha wants to test you. Who has come to its altar? If you accept, the trial will come to you. If you overcome it, a reward awaits. Reward, Pavsha will decide based on your performance. I accept, as he consented. Darkness enveloped Taesan. When his vision returned, he found himself in an empty space of darkness. It wasn't very large, equivalent to the size of 3 rooms in the labyrinth. He could reach its end in just a second if he moved purposefully. Darkness began to gather in the center of this space, forming arms and legs and eventually taking on the shape of a face. Taesan grimaced. Looks like something similar to a doppelganger. A being resembling Taesan appeared before him, simultaneously. The quest window showed up. Prove yourself. It wasn't an enhanced trial. It meant one thing. The trial was adapted according to the user, seeing his own avatar. Taesan calmly drew his weapon. Fighting and defeating a doppelganger wasn't a rare plot in Earth stories. Out of 10, you'd find it in 2 or 3. Taesan observed his avatar closely, the fluttering hair, A face almost devoid of expression, the ghost watching the scene was impressed. It's perfectly identical, like looking into a mirror. Huh, I can't really tell. It's always like that when you look at yourself. It's completely the same, the face, height, physique, and even the attire. To the eye, there was no difference among Taesan's equipment. Many were of good quality. The weapon he currently wielded was the only sword given by the ghost as a reward, and one of his rings was worth tens of thousands of gold. The avatar also possessed those items. Copying such things would be trivial for a trial set by the gods. What about skills? Would it possess all the skills he had, including the black magic bestowed by the devil and the magic granted by the god of magic? While Taesan was pondering this, the avatar stared at him expressionlessly. First, he needed to gauge its level. Taesan swung his sword and the avatar moved. The avatar activated a powerful strike. Clang, Taesan's sword was parried. He quickly tried to redirect his sword with the dance of the sword. At that moment, the avatar's sword also changed, starting to strike at Taesan like a storm. What? The first sword. Wolf's Fang, the avatar was executing the sword technique taught by the ghost. Oh ho, Taesan's eyes sparkled with interest. His sword began to move, executing the Wolf's Fang technique. Just like the avatar, clang, 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 the blades collided, creating afterimages and loud sounds. After the final clash, Taesan distanced himself. Does it possess skills as well? This is humiliating, a god's avatar using my sword technique. Don't take it too personally. The avatar bared its teeth. Raising its sword, I'll soon become the real one, the avatar charged, blocking every attack. Taesan slowly retreated. Feeling the upper hand, the avatar laughed uproariously. Die, your soul will be mine, the avatar shouted fiercely. Moving its sword, here and there, frost arrows targeted Taesan's entire body. Taesan deftly maneuvered his twin swords, parrying the avatar's blade and diverting the trajectory of the frost arrows. With just his swordsmanship, Taesan countered both the magic and sword attacks, realizing its miscalculation a little too late. The avatar hesitated. Taesan gazed down at the avatar with indifference. Your skill level is nothing special. It's just an average level 22 adventurer, even with identical skills and stats. There was a clear difference based on the user. If Taesan had possessed the stats and skills of someone like Lee Taeyeon, he could have used them more efficiently. The avatar before him may have his stats and skills, but the way it utilized them was incredibly clumsy. The ghost murmured with apparent interest. So killing it and taking its soul makes you the real one? Interesting. That explains the change in attitude, since the soul is real. There was no way to tell, quite a test. Should I have taken it too? In truth, it wasn't an easy trial. The term average level literally meant the average of the solo mode, in terms of skill alone. He might be stronger than Lee Taeyeon of the 22nd floor in his previous world. However, Taesan was far from the average line. The avatar hesitated and took steps back, instead of pursuing. Taesan stared into the fluctuating dark space. A divine trial had to meet the standard that pleased the god. At least, he felt that the current level wouldn't be to Pavsha's liking, as Taesan predicted. The avatar's body quivered for a moment. Pavsha's power manifests. In return, the area of Pavsha's interference diminishes. Pavsha proposes an intensified trial to you. It was a proposal in form. Unlike the Lakarada's incident, Taesan nodded. Pavsha is pleased. A separate soul inhabits the avatar's body. From the dark space, something spiritual descended onto the avatar. The avatar's body trembled. And then it took a deep breath. Who? The atmosphere shifted. It had Taesan's face but bore an entirely different expression. Taesan frowned. This feels unsettling. Someone was wearing his skin. It wasn't a comforting feeling. Even if it was an avatar. It's been a while since I last descended to the labyrinth. Nice to see you, adventurer, the avatar grinned, gripping its sword, a peculiar stance where the blade was held in a reverse grip. What the? The ghost seemed to recognize something and murmured. The soul that had descended onto the avatar introduced itself. I am the apostle of the great Pavsha, one who has treaded the deep layers. Call me Maelstrom. Seeing an adventurer who had accepted the role of a god's apostle was a first. If the gods offered the apostle position to those who far surpassed the average, it meant that this being had been significantly powerful in its lifetime. The ghost seemed to recognize him and exclaimed in surprise. Where did you go? So you became an apostle? Ho, Maelstrom. Realizing the presence of the ghost belatedly showed a surprised expression. The hero, are you here? Maelstrom, inspecting the ghost, soon recognized him. No, you're different. You're dead already, aren't you, if you couldn't conquer it? Then there's truly no one left to have expectations for. I didn't die descending the labyrinth. I was killed by other beings. The guides of sin, it was them. Maelstrom frowned. That's insane. If they killed you, they'd ensure they wouldn't be able to descend either. That's why I'm still complaining. It worked out well. The ghost chuckled. Taesan clicked his tongue. Don't just converse amongst yourselves. Explain, who is he? Sorry, he's someone from around my time. Another one who went down the labyrinth. He wasn't affiliated with the guides of sin. They weren't to my liking. They were weak. Mentally dead, Maelston laughed sarcastically. His words implied he was strong enough that the guides of sin wouldn't dare touch him. He's an adventurer who surpassed the 70th floor. Like you, he used twin swords. But one in a reverse grip, he relied more on swordsmanship than skills. Just a slave, albeit an apostle, but I have no regrets. Pavsha is surprisingly kind to her possessions, Maelston shrugged. Looking at Taesan, it seems like you're bound to, hero. Unexpected. I thought you would have chosen death. I would have under normal circumstances, but there was an annoying incident. I'm curious. But let's end our conversation here. Our protagonist seems to be getting bored. Maelston's eyes momentarily glazed over, looking into space as if checking a stats window. After a moment, he frowned. In which floor is this? 22nd floor. 22nd floor. Shock was evident on Maelston's face. The challenger's level surpasses the 30th floor. This bastard sure is odd. Oh. Indeed, Maelston looked at Taesan with astonishment. Taesan readied himself. He began to surmise what Pavsha's intensified trial might be, defeating his own apostle with his stats and skills. That seemed to be the content of the trial. Chapter 109, 22nd level, the God of Self-Proof. Pavsha, Part 2, what in the world? Maelston kept gazing into the void, unable to contain his amazement. Who are you? Taesan's avatar had all his stats and skills intact. Maelston had seen all of them. So it was no wonder he was surprised. How can one have these stats at such a low floor? Maelston, an adventurer who had delved deep into the labyrinth, knew the standard of adventurers at the lower levels, so he was naturally surprised. Taesan's stats far surpassed what one could typically achieve on the 22nd floor. As far as Maelston knew, there was no way to raise them this high. Did you accept multiple apostle contracts, even then? It's challenging, this is perplexing. But that wasn't the main point. While the stats were indeed impressive, they weren't unreachable. In other words, anyone could attain such stats by reaching the 30th floor, however. The skills were a different story. How did you learn black magic? Taesan was human, yet among his skills there was black magic. Maelston knew it was impossible. The demon god doesn't care about anything but her own. She wouldn't grant dark magic to humans. For Maelston, who didn't know how Taesan cleared the quest from the demon god, this was unbelievable. Moreover, black magic wasn't the end of Taesan's skills. You even learned normal magic. Taesan, with permission from the god of magic, was learning from lilies quite easily. But for the average adventurer, this was practically impossible. The god of magic was extremely discerning when evaluating adventurers. Even renowned geniuses in the world entered the labyrinth. But there were cases where the god didn't respond even once. That genius ultimately died in loneliness. Forgotten by all, even Maelston had forgotten his name. Only a very select few were granted permission to learn this skill, magic. Endurance, nullify, attack, what are these? Maelston eventually let out a dry laugh. Even he, who had ventured deep into the labyrinth, was unaware of these skills' existence. How did you learn the elemental skill and a hereditary skill like werewolf? One cannot learn it unless it's in their bloodline. How did you manage this? Each skill, every single one of them, was a mystery. While looking at them with a mix of admiration and confusion, Taesan realized a peculiar thing. He's surprised by the elemental skill and werewolf. Taesan had a soul skill. Soul ascension existed, from its description. It could take the power of opponents, so it could be roughly guessed that soul ascension might have stolen the skill. However, Maelston showed no signs of such awareness. It was as if soul ascension did not exist among the skills Maelston knew of. After visibly struggling to hide his surprise for a while, Maelston finally composed himself. This shouldn't be, it's quite disrespectful to Lord Pavsha. Maelston gripped his sword. It was the relic of Calvert. The same as Taesan's, he smirked. This will be a surprising and delightful experience. He stomped his foot, and an icicle formed behind him. Maelston activated Frost Arrow. Maelston activated Magic Acceleration. Seeing the incoming arrows, Taesan was now certain, indeed. Maelston was fighting him using the same stats and skills he possessed. Taesan stomped his foot to dodge the frost arrows. Maelston stomped the ground again. Maelston activated Acceleration. You activated Aerial Leap. He quickly jumped, avoiding Maelston, who was charging through the air. Following the leap, he launched a Frost Arrow, piercing through Maelston's back. Maelston's first attack, Absolute Nullification, has been activated. This is strange. It's an odd skill. I'm not used to it. Perhaps unsettled by the sensation of the nullification, Maelston, with a grimace on his face, charged at Taesan. Clang, their blades clashed. From Maelston's hand was shown the Stormscar sword, identical to Taesan's. Taesan, in turn, used his primary sword, the Wolf Fang, to aggressively counter. With a serious expression, Maelston maneuvered his hand. The sword, held inversely, brilliantly targeted Taesan's armpit. Swiftly, Taesan pulled his arm away. Maelston bent his waist to the side, spun, and, like a hurricane, began to barrage Taesan with blows. Clang, clang, with the sound of blades scraping, Taesan was pushed back. What was that? What are you doing? The ghost scolded. Seemingly annoyed. Why are you mixing someone else's swordsmanship with your own? Just because I have a new body doesn't mean the experiences etched in my soul disappear. I was intrigued by the hero's swordsmanship. So I tried combining it. Seems it doesn't work well. As Maelstrom spoke, he rushed forward once more. His moving blade left no gaps. Crash, Taesan was forced back. Maelstrom was undoubtedly powerful. The ghost had mentioned that he was an adventurer who primarily honed his swordsmanship. Despite Maelstrom using the Stormscar sword for the first time, he was wielding it more smoothly than Taesan. He's strong. He was on a different level from the adventurers he had encountered so far, but that was all. Swoosh, Taesan dived downwards immediately. Maelstrom swung his sword downward. You activated flow. The sword strike was evaded, however. Maelstrom was unfazed. He had been in the depths. There was no way he didn't know about flow. Maelstrom activated counter, a forced retaliation skill, even when the body's posture was off due to the direction of force. It adjusted the posture, a technique Taesan often used, and having used it frequently, Taesan knew its weaknesses. He distanced himself and activated a blazing orb, expecting Taesan to charge immediately. Maelstrom was momentarily surprised and deflected the blazing orb. In the process, the counter was nullified. Taesan again lunged and thrust his sword. Maelstrom activated flow. You activated thunder strike, concurrent with the evasion. The thunder strike countered flow. Trusting in his flow and charging forward, Maelstrom's chest was pierced by Taesan's sword. Although taken aback, Maelstrom immediately reacted, the moment he raised his sword to counterattack. Attack nullification was activated. Maelstrom's second attack, absolute nullification, has been activated. Taesan's form reverted to before the attack, immediately evading the counterblow. Unaware that attack nullification erased the attack, Maelstrom's strike cut through thin air. And Taesan didn't miss this opportunity. Maelstrom's third attack nullification was activated. Finally recognizing the mechanism of attack nullification, Maelstrom charged at Taesan. However, Taesan had already distanced himself. The thunder strike remained, inflicting damage on Maelstrom. A look of perplexity never left Maelstrom's face. Taesan planted his feet, activating acceleration to clash with Maelstrom's sword. Their stats were equal, neither giving ground to the other. You activated freedom of choice from the god of choice. As a reward from Maria, one could change their stat values. Taesan shifted agility to strength. For a brief moment, his strength gained the upper hand, pushing Maelstrom back. Maelstrom too realized and activated a skill. But it was already too late. You activated Marcosius's false flame. A flame-like substance engulfed Maelstrom, inflicting continuous damage on him. Taesan distanced himself and charged again. What followed was a repetition. Maelstrom tried to pin Taesan down with his swordsmanship and skills, but everything was countered and reversed by Taesan. Well, I guess it's come to this, the ghost muttered calmly. Flow, which completely evades an attack, and counter, which retaliates against an opponent's move, were both excellent skills. They were almost essential, heavily favored by the majority of adventurers who ventured deep and by hard-mode players. However, Taesan had multiple skills that overshadowed even those two. Each skill, on its own, could overpower an opponent of the same rank. Of course, having powerful skills and being able to use them effectively were two different things. Maelstrom was a case in point, having ventured deep. He effortlessly wielded the newly acquired skills. After all, if he couldn't, he would have died before descending. Such was the nature of the labyrinth. Yet, even such a Maelstrom could not offer any significant resistance against Taesan, even if he had perfectly grasped Taesan's skills before the battle. The outcome would have been similar. Such was the extent of Taesan's skill proficiency. Unless Maelstrom retrieved the power he once wielded in his lifetime, the skills he used, which he had mastered near perfection, he could not hope to gain the upper hand. The ghost let out a chuckle. It was a rather amusing thought. A 22nd floor adventurer mastering his power as perfectly as an adventurer from the depths who had honed his skills over decades. What if it were me, if he battled Taesan? What would be the outcome? Maelstrom was strong, but he was weaker than the ghost. The ghost was the only adventurer allowed the title of hero in this place. Widely believed to soon conquer the labyrinth before his untimely death, Taesan's proficiency with skills surpassed that, but the ghost had his swordsmanship. Suddenly, a forgotten competitive spirit ignited within the ghost but quickly subsided. It was impossible. He was already a deceased entity. The ghost silently watched their battle. The duel went on for quite a while. Taesan had high stamina. It would take over 10 direct hits just to affect him. Over time, Maelstrom grew more accustomed to Taesan's skills, being able to adeptly handle them by the time he lost half his stamina. However, the gap between him and Taesan was evident. Maelstrom's endurance activated, attacks leading to death are nullified, all damage becomes 0 for 1 second. Figures, Maelstrom sneered. This is the first time I've felt so powerless in defeat since I lost to the hero. Simply put, Taesan surpassed him, ironically. The 22nd floor adventurer before him had already achieved mastery in the concept of skills. His mastery came from his activities in the easy mode of his previous life and the prolonged battles on Earth. Still, to Maelstrom, who didn't know that, it was simply astonishing. I seem to have disappointed Pavsha. Suddenly, the dark space surrounding them trembled. Maelstrom smirked as if he had heard something. That's kind of you to say, thank you, oh. Deity. Maelstrom slowly rose to his feet. Though he could endure another hit using endurance, he seemed to have no will to fight any longer. If it were you, I assume Pavsha would offer you the same proposal as he did to me. Have you considered accepting it? Sorry, but I have no intention of doing so. The fate of an adventurer who accepted the apostle's contract after death. Maelstrom was the living proof, bound to the will of a deity after death, moving as the deity wished. Taesan had no intention of enduring such a fate, perhaps knowing that Maelstrom didn't press the offer further. It becomes comfortable once you get used to it. Pavsha is merciful once you become his. He takes care of you. Well, I can't really force you. Maelstrom laughed lightly. Taesan's appearance blurred and revealed the visage of a wise old man. It's been a while since I had such fun. Adventurer, your level has increased. Your soul ascension has activated. The proficiency of all skills excluding the soul ascension has increased. A system window with an unexpected message appeared before he could fully understand. A series of system notifications popped up. You have passed Pavsha's trial. Rewards will be given according to Pavsha's evaluation. Pavsha is very pleased with your performance. He wants to reward you accordingly. Pavsha's interference area has reduced. Pavsha rewards you. You have received the Dagger of the Proven. You have cleared an enhanced trial. Additional rewards are granted. You have obtained a special passive skill or a Strike of the Proven. Pavsha offers you the Apostle's Contract. Chapter 110, 23rd level, The Wind Spirit. Kashba Part 1, I decline. He was the first to refuse the Apostle's contract, and Pavsha promptly withdrew, given that he probably knew of Taesan's actions up till now. It wasn't surprising to see him not insisting too much. Pavsha looks forward to your next meeting. Kugagung. The darkness faded, revealing the labyrinth. He really just lets me go. Among all the gods he had met, this one was the most straightforward. Taesan quickly checked his rewards. I saw a strange system window earlier. A sentence claiming that the proficiency of all skills had increased seemed absurd. Taesan reopened the system window. Your soul ascension has activated. The proficiency of all skills, excluding the soul ascension, has increased. It's real. Taesan blankly stared at the message, then opened his skill window. The information in the system window was true. The proficiency of every skill he possessed had increased. Wow, it was inconceivable. Not just one but all skills, every magic spell, passive skill, activation skill, and even the black magic he barely used had increased proficiency. The increased proficiency was about 2-3% for each skill. Individually, this might seem minuscule, but collectively, it was an astounding boost. Currently, Taesan has around 80 skills. Simple math indicated that the total boost was close to 200%. This is peculiar. It wasn't that he couldn't understand. Soul Ascension was a skill that seized his opponent's strength. What he had defeated was the soul of Maelstrom, a strong warrior who had ventured deep in the labyrinth and a body no different from a clone of himself. Hence, if one considered he pilfered a little from everything Maelstrom had, it made some sense. However, even considering that, the increase was unbelievable. Indeed, because of this surge, he had several skills that hit 100%. Special constant activation skill, Composure, proficiency 100%. The psyche of this being has reached the brink of mortality. Composure, a skill he had from the very beginning, had finally achieved 100%, with reaching 100%. The lengthy description was shortened to a single line. Composure's proficiency has reached 100%. Composure has evolved into a special constantly activated skill named Mastery State. Special constant activation skill, Mastery State. Proficiency 1%, an unshakable heart, unchanging will. Evolution of Composure, Mastery State. It was a skill that impacted the psyche comprehensively. And at its peak, one wouldn't waver in any situation. While it didn't directly influence combat, it was an incredibly essential skill. Special constant activation skill, Death's Line, proficiency 100%. The ability to sense the brink of death activates in all crises. Death's Line 2 had been simplified, but it wasn't that fascinating. A great skill to detect mortal danger, but most of the trials Taesan faced were life-threatening, rendering the skill of little value to him. Although its proficiency had reached 100%, it had not evolved yet. Death's Line only evolved under specific conditions. His field of vision would soon reach 100%. The Arak martial arts skill, which had been frustratingly stagnant, had also increased by 2%. I'd like to receive it once more. Given this rate, he would have eagerly undertaken multiple trials, with a sense of regret. Taesan checked the remaining rewards. Proven One's Dagger, attack power plus 25. A reward bestowed by the God of Proof, an exceptionally distinguished piece of equipment. The attack power was a whopping 25. It was 10 points higher than the weapon he had been previously equipped with. There was no reason not to equip it, and then The skill special constant activation skill proven one's soul strike. You have triumphed over another version of yourself when faced with death. Your soul faces Pavsha's trial. This skill can only be used once. Him facing Pavsha's trial, it was a hard to understand description. Do you know what this is? A. The ghost, who had been zoned out, regained its focus. I don't know what the trial is, but I know the part about facing death. It's often a skill that extends one's lifespan. A second life, is that it? It's very likely yes. In that case, it was an excellent skill. Attack nullification, endurance, and on top of that, the proven one's soul strike. To kill Taesan, one would have to overcome numerous challenges. HMPH, he had confirmed everything. Taesan finished his sorting and looked at the altar. The power he felt was almost entirely gone, as if its purpose had been served. A god's apostle, a contract where the soul remains bound to a god even after death. The ghost spoke calmly. Clearing the labyrinth is near impossible. Even for those with talent, luck, and skill, some among those who lose hope give up, or fear death accept the offer of a god. Why? Their souls became bound to a god. Taesan didn't see any reason to accept this, the ghost replied, because one's power remains intact. Taesan realized, so they don't want to give up on what they've built up. When you die, you lose everything, but with the apostle's contract, you can retain your sense of self even if you're forever bound to a god. Which is more painful? I can't decide for you. Maelstrom chose the latter. The ghost shrugged its shoulder-like part. It's not a bad deal, but it's not a good one either, so take your time to think about it, at least. I see no need to accept it. I feel the same, at least for him. It wasn't a good deal. Taesan moved on. He defeated the spirits he encountered and arrived at a secret room. He deactivated the traps and received his reward. Black Rune Necklace, Defense +5, Magic +3, Strength +10, Intelligence +10. A magical necklace. The power of the rune contained within is decently useful, while it had lower attack power and no agility compared to the necklace he currently wore. All other stats were higher. It was worth switching, especially with the rare magic stat. He then headed towards the boss room. The boss was an intermediate ice spirit. It was stronger than the intermediate fire spirit, but not strong enough to stop Taesan. You have defeated the intermediate ice spirit of the labyrinth. Your level has increased. You have obtained an icy fragment. Soul Ascension has been activated. The icy fragment, like the spirit gem, was a refining item. He checked the reward for the 22nd floor. Ironrock Momentum, a book containing the essence of black magic. It sold expensively at the store. A black magic item. It was said that when you offer a related item to the demon god, you receive black magic in return. However, Taesan had no intentions of making an offer yet. I haven't even fully mastered the black magic I've learned so far. There's no need to learn more just yet. He knew the basic usage, but he didn't know detailed damage assessments, affinities, or how to combine various skills. If he tried to learn more here, it could just complicate things. He planned to sell it at the store if the price was right. Was used, bracelet made from dragon human skin, defense +30, attack +10, a bracelet made from the peeled skin of a dragon human. The tough and sharp leather will protect its owner. Its defense was high. Additionally, it had an attack power of 10. Clearly, the equipment quality had significantly improved past the 20th floor. Then, he proceeded to the 23rd floor, starting the 23rd floor quest. Defeat the boss of the 23rd floor and pass. Reward Snake Skin Belt, secret reward, at the entrance of the 23rd floor. Taesan showed the Ironrock scripture to the store owner. How much is this worth? 100,000 gold. The shop owner replied after taking a quick glance. As expected, it was priced quite high. So Taesan sold it. The shop owner received it with a slightly nervous look. You're not offering it to the demon god. There's no need to right now. There was still a lot to buy at the shop, with basic items ranging from tens of thousands to 100,000 gold. It was always good to have more funds. Taesan thought it was better to have the gold than the unpredictable black magic. If you look at it objectively, it's probably better this way. It doesn't really matter, even if her space is narrow. She's unlikely to be moved by such an item. The shop owner muttered as he bid Taesan farewell. Taesan arrived on the 23rd floor. The monster on the 23rd floor was a wind spirit. It moved without a tangible form, so one had to rely on senses to strike it. Although Lee Taeyeon had a tough time properly attacking it, Taesan could handle it directly with his highly refined sensory enhancement. He moved forward 4 times and to the right 5 times. He arrived in an ordinary empty room. This was the place the crazed spirit had mentioned. You have activated reconnaissance. A single brick caught Taesan's eye. He pressed it and headed towards the revealed passageway. The deeper he went into the corridor, the stronger the scent of mold became. It became almost unbearable to breathe halfway through. A human, a clear voice echoed. There was evident surprise in the resonating voice. In a room resembling a tropical rainforest, a blue deer appeared. A superior wind spirit of mold, Kashpa, has appeared. What business does a human have here? I received a request from the white spirit. Upon hearing Taesan's words, Kashpa fell silent. After a moment of rustling his horns, Kashpa spoke, "You must be talking about the deranged spirit. That pitiful thing asked you to kill me." A heavy sigh resonated. "It is broken, a distorted spirit that does not possess proper intelligence. If you follow its words, you will eventually face destruction." Kashpa raised his horns. "So go back, human, return and fulfill your mission. That's what you, a human, should do." "Sorry, but this is my mission." Taesan drew his sword. The flames emanating from Calvert's artifact began burning the surrounding mold. Anger surged in Kashpa's voice. "You." Kashpa activated the deer that walks the wind path. A sharp wind emanated from the deer, extinguishing the flames. "Contemptible human, even after I showed mercy, you dare set fire to my land for your petty purposes." "Mercy," Taesan chuckled. "That's for me to grant to you, not the other way around." "Human." With a rigid voice, a rush of wind came. Die! Wind blades rushed forth. Taesan swung his sword. With a sharp sound, the wind shattered and dispersed. Taesan began moving swiftly, and Kashpa directed blades of wind toward him. An invisible force struck the walls. "You have activated reconnaissance." Upon activating the skill, Taesan began to see the approaching wind blades one by one. He halted his movement and waved his hand, gracefully manipulating both hands to evade each blade. "Human." Kashpa gritted his teeth. The wind blades were an invisible natural attack. No matter how keen one's senses, they couldn't be completely blocked. But Taesan defended against them as if they were visible. "It seems you have the capability to defeat a golem created by the king, but if that's all you've got, you cannot defeat me." Suddenly, the wind condensed, and it fired at Taesan like a massive cannon. With absolutely no delay in the attack, Taesan wrapped his arms around his body. Boom! "Your first attack nullification has been activated." The wind exploded, causing Taesan's body to shake violently. Using his nullification, Taesan quickly charged at Kashpa. Seeing Taesan's charge seemingly unaffected by the attack, Kashpa, taken aback, slightly shook his horns. A wind barrier separated Taesan and Kashpa. Clang! Taesan swung his sword. The barrier violently swayed but didn't break. "It's sturdy. Impressive skills, but still a human's." With a sneer, the air burst forth. After activating his reconnaissance skill, Taesan saw thousands, if not tens of thousands, of wind needles aimed at him. Is this the spirit's technique? The skill activation window, apart from the first time he used it, didn't appear. For activated skills, a system window would pop up before activation, allowing one to respond in advance. But with the spirit's attacks, it was completely impossible. "I want to learn that too," Taesan grinned joyfully. Chapter 111, 23rd Level Wind Spirit Kashpa, Part 2. The wind became a blade and let out a blasting sound. Taesan swung his hand widely in response. Kong! The blade broke, and the air exploded. Taesan leaped into the void, avoiding the attack coming with a mid-air jump, and landed above Kashpa's head, striking down with his sword. The moment the sword almost touched Kashpa's horn, the wind exploded and pushed Taesan back. Taesan landed on the ground and moved his hand. The wind that was being shot like cannonballs disappeared as it collided with his fist. "This is tough." Taesan turned his hand. There was no significant damage as he had blocked everything with reconnaissance. Still, he also wasn't causing any particular harm to the spirit. Taesan had obtained a skill that could attack spirits from the crazed spirit, making it possible for him to attack spirits as well. However, if the attack didn't land, it was meaningless. "That is your limit, human." The spirit in the form of a deer spoke arrogantly. "I admit you are remarkable. Lower and middle spirits cannot stop you." Immunity to attacks, acceleration, and many other magics. The power and abilities shown by Taesan were of a level rarely seen even by Kashpa. It was too much power for an adventurer on the 23rd floor to possess. Honestly, while continuing the battle, he had secretly admired him. "But that's it, your power can't touch me. You can say the same." Kashpa also couldn't inflict any significant damage on Taesan. Kashpa seemed indifferent. "Your purpose is to kill me. I just have to drive you out of here. It's clear who has the upper hand." Taesan chuckled but didn't refute. In reality, that was the case. His attacks didn't reach Kashpa. Whenever he tried to approach Kashpa, the wind would explode, pushing Taesan back. He tried to stick to him using acceleration, strong blow, and flow, but most of the attempts failed. Magic was also not particularly useful. The frost arrow was blocked by the wind, killing its acceleration, and the blazing orb couldn't be manifested, possibly due to the flow of the wind. Only the lightning bolt was useful, but the mana usage was too high for the damage it dealt. It's more focused on defense than attack, at least with his current stats. It was a defense he couldn't break through. "Go back and reflect on your arrogance, human." "Don't want to." Kashpa chuckled at Taesan's manifestation of refusal. "Vulgarity is like a symbol of adventurers. Good, feel the powerlessness." The wind surrounding Kashpa intensified, even without invoking reconnaissance. A dense wall could be confirmed to have formed. Taesan shook the tip of his sword. Everything he had used and experienced up to now didn't work against this opponent. "I wanted to practice more, but I can't help it." Mumbling, Taesan planted his feet, seeing Taesan rushing towards him. Kashpa showed a scornful laugh, just like a moth. The wind swept in pieces around the room. The burnt grass was cut and flew around like petals. Taesan rushed towards Kashpa. The darkness expanded behind him. You have activated the distorted life of Decorabia. Dozens of giant tree roots sprouted from the darkness. Kashpa, who had been waiting leisurely, was startled. This, Kugugugung, the roots began to fill the room as they swayed. The pieces of flying wind were blocked by the roots and disappeared. You shouldn't be a demon, Kashpa. Along with a denial, released blades of wind. Instead of blocking them with his sword as Taesan had done before, he hid his body behind the roots. Kagagak blade marks appeared on the roots. They were quite deep but not enough to break the roots. Normally, with the power contained in the wind, they should have been chopped off. As expected, magic auras and skills couldn't damage the spirit, but only black magic could. From the 21st floor, he had a vague guess, and now he was certain. Black magic had a natural advantage over spirits. With this, the odds of winning shifted greatly. Taesan moved between the roots, avoiding the wind, and got closer to Kashpa. What a futile effort. The wind around Kashpa became stronger, the wind beginning to accelerate. Soon became a storm and unfolded in front of Taesan. Taesan touched the storm. You have activated the false flame of Marchojas. A substance in the shape of flames pours out, hitting the storm violently and releasing harsh heat. False flames are substances in the shape of flames. They give continuous damage. How far can you block them? Kai with a tearing sound. The storm shook violently. The false flames rose like living beings and swallowed the power of nature. How dare contaminating spirits with twisted power, along with an angry voice. Kashpa gathered his strength. The room shook violently due to the wind's power, seemingly ready to explode. You have activated the emotional disturbance of Raum. In the previous battle, when he activated a random mental attack, Kashpa had not been affected at all, even scoffing at it. But this time it was different. Kashpa visibly started to become confused. The explosive wind settled down, and the false flames continued to melt the storm. Finally, a small gap appeared in the storm. Taesan activated acceleration and ran quickly, inserting his sword through the gap. The storm was torn apart, revealing Kashpa defenseless. A blue flame appeared on Taesan's sword. Human, stop calling me. 210 damage to Kashpa. The sword moved and a damage window appeared smoothly. Kashpa roared, gathering the wind once more. How dare a human, a creature of nature, hurt a spirit? So noisy while pushing. Taesan activated the false flames of Marchojas again. The substance in the shape of flames swallowed and destroyed the concentrated wind. He knew the countermeasure. He also succeeded in approaching from here. It was one-sided. He used the sword to inflict damage and black magic to block the opponent's actions. Spirit skills didn't show system windows, but being this close, he could read the signs. Quagic, finally. The spirit fell. It didn't take long, as the spirit had lower health than expected. Ha. Ha ha ha, Kashpa let out a hollow laugh. To think a human, regret soon turned to anger. A voice filled with hatred resonated through the room. Human, our king will judge you. You will pay for daring to touch a spirit. Is there a spirit king here? 2. He resides in the deep. Deep strata to oppose us for such a crazed spirit. You will pay for your arrogance. You don't have to worry about it. We were going to be enemies anyway. Taesan delivered the finishing blow. Kashpa's body dispersed into the air, and the power within him flowed into Taesan. You have defeated the advanced wind spirit, Kashpa. Your level has increased. Your spirit ascension has been activated. Permanently increased strength by 32. Intelligence by 22. And mana by 60. Your spirit ascension has been activated. You have acquired the spirit skill, walking the wind path deer. You have acquired the core of an advanced spirit. You have acquired the unbound spirit energy. His level increased, and his stats also rose significantly due to the spirit ascension. However, what caught his eye first was the skill. Spirit skill, walking the wind path deer. Mana consumption 10, proficiency 1%, duration 30 minutes. Spirits born from the wind itself can move their cradles. They can influence the wind during the duration. The mana consumption was quite high, but there was a description about the duration. He understood why no system window appeared when Kashpa controlled the wind. Once activated, it became a sustained skill. Taesan tried to use it immediately. You have activated walking the wind path deer. For a moment, a strange sensation enveloped him. He could feel the flow of the air, which he had never cared about before. Through the skin of his entire body, he could know the direction and trajectory of the wind according to his movements. Taesan, recalling the method used by Kashpa, tried to create a curtain of wind. The wind condensed and formed a bluish curtain around him. However, it was very weak and unstable. Trembling as if it would break at any moment, Taesan clenched his fist. The wind that made up the curtain exploded and strongly hit the room. Is this all? It's still hard to use, Taesan mumbled. Feeling the strength of the wind, whether it was because he wasn't a spirit or due to lack of proficiency, it wasn't at the level to use for attack or defense. However, it wasn't completely unusable. The point that it was a sustained skill was significant. It was sufficient in assisting movement as he could use it freely for 30 minutes against weaker enemies. Just the spirit skill would be enough. It was a usable skill. Taesan, with such judgment, checked the items he had acquired. Core of an advanced spirit. A core of a spirit, pure and strong. If nature without ego possesses it, it will become a spirit. It seemed to be a quest item. He would have to take it to the frenzied spirit. Taesan also checked the other one. Unbound spirit energy. Spirits are not bound. Wind spirits especially have the attribute of flying in the sky without being bound, if used on certain equipment. It seems to gain a special power. This is also a refining item. It was around the time the refining of the materials he had entrusted to Hafren should be finished he had more reasons to visit, having finished checking. Taesan cleaned the room and left. While heading to the boss room, he asked the ghost, "Have you seen the Spirit King?" Kashpa had talked about their king. He said he resided in the Deep Stratum. And the ghost was also an adventurer who had descended to the Deep Stratum. "I have seen him, but I had no interest." "Why, he was a guide of sin," the ghost said indifferently. It was an unexpected statement. Was he an adventurer? Not a monster or NPC. Spirits are also race like demons or humans. There's no reason for him to enter the labyrinth as a monster. I don't know why he came. I had no interest in the weak. A faint anger was contained in the indifferent voice. Come to think of it. Did he also contribute to my death? Then I have a goal. I will tear him apart. Let's postpone that. Taesan arrived at the 23rd floor boss. The boss was an intermediate wind spirit, of course. He dealt with it easily. Having defeated an advanced spirit, an intermediate one was no match for him. Your level has increased. Your soul ascension has been activated. Permanently increased strength by 15. Agility by 18. You have acquired a snake skin belt. Your level has become 55. You have reached the beginning level of a magician using the labyrinth system. The magician who rejoices in your growth grants you a special privilege. Choose your reward. 1. Provision of special equipment. 2. Increase in proficiency of a specific skill. 3. Permanent increase in a specific stat. 4. Overall knowledge about the labyrinth. 5. Part of the hidden truth of the labyrinth. 6. One piece of information you want, however. There are conditions and restrictions. Chapter 112, 24th level. Guides of Sin, Part 1. Taesan gazed thoughtfully at the system window. This was the first time he had seen such a description. Not only him but normal and hard mode players had also never seen such information. Only Lee Tion had claimed to see this benefit window before. "Oh, are you receiving this already? I got it after going down quite a bit," the ghost muttered. It seemed to be a benefit received upon surpassing a certain level of growth. "What should I choose?" Taesan murmured. 6 options, all were attractive. "What did you choose?" "Me, I chose equipment. They give quite good equipment. It's not to the level of the weapon I gave or the ring you have. But it's equipment you would only get after going down another 10 floors from where you are." That certainly was good equipment. For the average player, choosing equipment might have been the right choice, if it's of a similar tier. A potion for proficiency should also raise about 3 or 4%. That also had its merits. Currently, Taesan has skills that are just shy of 100% proficiency. He could reach 100% just by using them, but neither was especially necessary. Proficiency would increase eventually as he descended the labyrinth. It might be frustratingly slow, but he wouldn't fail to get it. Of course, if there was an immediately necessary skill, it might be different, but there wasn't any such skill. So the priority was relatively low. Equipment was the same. There was no reason to change equipment since he could go down with his existing gear to the 30th floor without any problem. Stats were the same as well. They weren't worth giving up other rewards. Overall knowledge about the labyrinth also wasn't very attractive. He had the experiences from his previous life. And he remembered what Lee Tion had blabbered about. Having the ghost with him, he could know roughly all the information. So the choices narrowed down to the last 2. Truth and information. Truth could be related to gods, magicians, monsters, and NPCs. Knowing about them would be of no harm to Taesan, who would be clashing with them a lot. Information was also not bad. There are conditions and restrictions. But knowing what he wanted to know had its merits. Taesan, after contemplating, made a decision. The 6th one. He also wanted to know about the truth, but it wasn't so necessary. Moreover, having been involved a lot with gods, he had a high chance of getting to know them eventually. As Taesan made a decision, the floor of the labyrinth rose. Bricks assembled to form the shape of a gigantic apparatus. "I am the servant of the great magician, the observer of all things, Balbabamba." The apparatus opened its brick eyes. "O traveler of the magician's labyrinth, what do you wish to know, having called me?" "What, so this guy answers," the ghost muttered in a surprised tone, seeming to know about the entity referred to as Balbabamba. "Who is it?" "He serves as a kind of guide, giving basic strategies when you go down to the deep stratum. He occasionally appears and provides guidance or information about the labyrinth." Adventurers believed he knew the entire labyrinth as he answered all questions and provided solutions to all problems. Everything. The meaning contained within that word was not small. The ghost seemed to guess Taesan's thoughts. There were a few who tried to subdue him, but they vanished without leaving a trace. After that, no one touched him. I am the servant of the magician. This place is a labyrinth created by the magician. Absolute laws are in my hands. Balbabamba spoke calmly. The same goes for knowledge. Ask, I am the one who knows the labyrinth. I will give you the answer. About the acquisition conditions for skills, Taesan had learned several skills. Among them were skills that were, in reality, impossible to learn, bordering on irrational. Seeing the ghost's reaction, it appeared these were skills unknown even to adventurers who had ventured deep. So, Taesan became curious. Are the skills directly designed by the magician? Or are they created to match conditions? Did he learn already existing skills, or did Taesan gain the skills by achieving something? It was a question of what came first. The chicken or the egg? I have received the question. The bricks that formed Balbabamba clashed loudly against each other. They aligned like assembling a puzzle. And the clashing stopped. Balbabamba opened his eyes. I understand the reason for the question. The eyes made of bricks were radiating a strange energy. So such utilization was possible when he created it. He was ridiculed for wasting energy on meaningless actions, but it was a premature judgment. Never thought I would see the result right before my eyes. So, what is it? I will answer. Skills are not pre-made. They are created according to the achievements accomplished. I thought so. Humans, spirits, demons, and many other races. When they accomplish irrational achievements or perform repetitive actions, skills are born. Once a skill is created, it becomes standardized, allowing others to learn it too. That's the skill of the labyrinth. The grace of the magician. Assuming that all skills were anticipated and pre-made was hard, they kept being created. That was the mechanism of skill generation, depending on what Taesan did. He could gain countless skills he didn't get in his previous life. Taesan smiled. He had contemplated various things in his previous life, but there were experiments he couldn't perform due to the lack of time, space, and other conditions. Now, it was worth trying all those conditions. Balbabamba sent a strange gaze to the rejoicing Taesan. Was this the intended design? Interesting. Is your curiosity satisfied? Taesan nodded. Balbabamba continued speaking. Then there's a condition. There were conditions and restrictions for providing information. It had already been explained. Do not tell the information you learn to anyone if the information leaks. I will come to kill you. Okay, Taesan affirmed calmly. It was information he didn't need to share. And he had no intention to. Is the ghost okay? He is already a dead entity bound to the labyrinth. He isn't bound by the restrictions, but if he tries to speak, I will move. Is that a threat? Don't worry. I don't intend to either. Then it's settled. I have answered the question. I will now descend. Crushing, the bricks crumbled down. They began assembling again on the floor, and after a moment, they formed the gleaming floor of the labyrinth again. The magician who created the labyrinth, the ghost didn't know about him either. Seeing Lee Tion didn't say much either. It seemed safe to assume she didn't access the truth either. I am curious. It wasn't something he could know immediately. He planned to find out gradually. It's settled. It was time to check the reward for clearing the 23rd floor. Snake skin belt. Strength plus 10. Defense plus 15. A belt made from an unidentified snake that can crush trees. It had high defense and even added strength. It was not a bad piece of equipment. Used. Acquired the gauntlet used by the deity. The deity's used gauntlet. Attack plus 30. The gauntlet favored by the deity before he was known as a deity. His abilities and growth are imbued within it. It had high attack power. The powerful gauntlet he was currently wearing had the effect of giving 5 times the attack damage. But it had a limitation of being used only once a month. Considering this, it was worth the swap. I hope some magic items start appearing soon. He hadn't learned any new magic for quite a while. It was regrettable. Considering even beginner magic had value at this point, but wanting it didn't mean getting it. The items that appeared in the labyrinth were either random or predetermined. Taesan decided to wait patiently, having cleared the 23rd floor. Taesan went to find the spirit. You came. Here, Taesan handed over the high-level spirit core. The deranged spirit laughed maniacally. Finally, the deranged spirit swallowed the core greedily. Kwung, a small resonance vibrated within the spirit. The white body, which seemed about to burst a moment ago, slowly calmed down. The laughter gradually subsided. The unstable energy swirling around the deranged spirit almost disappeared. The spirit exhaled. The madness that was overflowing just a moment ago disappeared without a trace. Now, it's almost over, the spirit spoke with a gloomy voice. Now it's the last, the 29th floor. There's a hidden world there. You'll know when you use this in the boss room. The spirit waved its fingertips. A transparent energy settled into Taesan. You have learned the spirit skill Natural Harmony. The land of spirits, the paradise of the escapees. What's in there? The roots of the tree that maintain that land. Bring that to me if you have that. It's almost the end. Taesan left the room. The laughter continued to echo behind him. It's your fault. Yours, leaving the seemingly sobbing voice behind. Taesan exited. I wonder how it'll turn out. Why the deranged spirit hated spirits. He didn't know. Asking wouldn't get him an answer. Perhaps he would know when he reached the 29th floor. He went back to the 20th floor to find the blacksmith Hafren. You're here. Hafren handed over a shoe. Seemingly waiting. Take it. You already made it. Refining the ore itself was difficult, but using it in harmony with the spirit core made it easier to create. The shoe made of colorless ore was radiating a strange energy. It looked like the energy of the spirit stone. Shoe made of golem's ore and tempered with spirit. Attack plus 15, defense plus 40, agility plus 3, movement speed plus 15%, action speed plus 8%. Can hold the energy of spirits. Excellent items crafted by a renowned blacksmith. The shoes had an attack power of 15. Even though they were not weapons, they even had higher defense than the armor he was currently wearing. In addition to that, agility increased by 30. Until now, no equipment had such a figure, while Taesan was verifying with a smirk. A phrase caught his eye, can hold the energy of spirits. What does this part mean? Exactly what it says, it can be endowed just like your weapon. The ghost's weapon, Calvert's relic, could hold magic. So he put the flame seed inside. These shoes, although restricted to the energy of spirits, could also hold something. I'm not sure what to put in, but if you get it, bring it, I'll make it. There seems to be no need to wait. He had something. Taesan took out the unbound spirit energy and showed it to Hafren. Ho, seeing the swaying energy of the wind. Hafren's eyes lit up. This is interesting, wait a moment. Hafren took the shoes and fiddled with them in a corner after a short wait. He returned with a bright smile. So that's how it is, my curiosity is satisfied. Shoe made of golem's ore and tempered with spirit. Attack plus 15, defense plus 40, agility plus 3, movement speed plus 15%, action speed plus 8%, can release all things that restrain oneself. This skill can only be used once a day. Excellent items crafted by a renowned blacksmith. Oh ho, Taesan exclaimed in admiration. It had quite impressive abilities. It was a sort of status abnormality release technique. He didn't know to what extent all things applied. But given the description, it seemed to have a wide range. Being able to release them momentarily could be a great advantage in battle. The cooldown of once a day was relatively short, making it a very good skill. Hafren also seemed satisfied, wearing a pleased smile. It's been a while since I had such a fun project. I wish others would bring unique materials like you did. But they're usually useless. Hafren extended his hand. It's 3,000 gold handed over, given the capabilities of this equipment. 3,000 gold was relatively cheap. Taesan handed it over without fuss. Hafren happily pocketed the received gold. Then bring more if you find any, I'll make them cheap. Thanks for your hard work. Taesan left Hafren's room. He immediately went down and reached the 24th floor. 24th floor quest start. Defeat the 24th floor boss and pass through. Reward Staff of Baal. Secret reward now. He was entering the middle stages of the 20th floor. The monsters on the 24th floor were spirits of darkness. They were spirits who attempted to devour the flesh with tentacles of darkness and obscured vision. The type that would have been very tough if one's stats were similar to theirs. Taesan proceeded easily, dealing with them one by one. As he reached about midway, he felt a presence. Taesan halted his slaying of monsters and muttered, "It's about time they came. I can't ruin this interesting spectacle. I'll hide for a while." The ghost clung to the ceiling of the labyrinth. One couldn't notice him unless they concentrated. A door opened, and an adventurer walked in. He was taken aback when he saw Taesan. "Who are you?" a man with blonde hair asked, instead of answering. Taesan activated a skill. "You have activated reconnaissance." Horian Arbin. Level 65, health 3213, equipped weapon, sword, subjugated 1, information that wasn't visible before was now seen. Such was the power of reconnaissance. Our health is similar. There was a 10-level difference despite the level difference. The adventurer's health didn't increase much, but Taesan's was a bit higher. The ordeal Taesan went through until now was evident. Horian wrinkled his face at Taesan's silence. "Who are you? Are you from the second rank? How dare you crawl here? Decided to die. Have you?" The Guides of Sin's rule was absolute. The moment someone from the second rank stepped below the 20th floor, they were instantly executed. However, there were those who risked this danger. Those obsessed with strength risked their lives and reaped the rewards. Horian thought Taesan was one of those. He believed that he didn't recognize him because he wasn't interested in the second rank. Taesan shook his head. "I am not a guide of Sin. If not, who are you then? You couldn't have avoided the eyes of those below. Just die quietly." Horian, thinking Taesan was lying, spoke derisively and stamped his foot. The difference in strength between an adventurer on the 30th floor and one on the 24th floor was clear, and he had been on the 30th floor for a long time. Becoming stronger to his limits, he believed that Taesan couldn't block a single blow. Taesan made a move. The tip of the sword met with Horian's and the trajectory of power swayed immediately. What? Horian's arm was opened. It opened smoothly without any resistance, and Horian stood there dumbfounded. Unable to grasp the situation, Taesan's fist swayed. Horian's face was crushed. Chapter 113, 24th level. Guides to Sin, Part 2. What just happened? That was Horian's first thought as he was pinned to the ground, barely able to raise his head. A throbbing sensation was felt in his face. YOU Chinese letter. By the time Horian barely managed to stand up, Taesan was already rushing in. Horian, startled, Drew his sword, Taesan swung two swords. Clash. Contrary to Taesan's expectation to overwhelm his opponent, both of their stats were almost equal. The fact that Horian was not falling behind in strength and speed, even though the health boosted by leveling up was similar, meant the equipment he was wearing was filling the gap. He was an adventurer from the 30th floor. Naturally, he would have better materials and equipment from the shops. Clang, swords were repelled, both retreated to similar distances, and disbelief was in Horian's face. He wasn't just any ordinary adventurer of the 30th floor. As Taesan expected, like the guides of Sin on the 20th floor, he too was an adventurer who had stopped at the line of the 30th floor. So he had raised all the levels he could at the 30th floor, bought all the equipment available in the shop, and completed all the refinements using the blacksmith. He could easily suppress an ordinary adventurer on the 30th floor, even if they fought back fiercely. He had the skill to negate any advantage by exploiting openings. However, he was being pushed back against Taesan, who was on the 24th floor. Clang, the repelled sword cuts through Horian's thigh. Horian takes 225 damage. Why is the damage like this? Horian was baffled. The equipment difference between the 24th and 30th floors was absolute. Moreover, he was in a state where he had reached the limits of strength on the 30th floor. Essentially, he should not have taken any damage. However, the damage coming from Taesan was unbelievable. I'm a special case. Aura, a skill that penetrated physical defense, regardless of how superior Horian's equipment was. It was as good as non-existent against it, considering the ghost didn't even know of Aura's full extent. A guide of Sin of the 3rd rank couldn't have known about it. Horian gritted his teeth and charged. Eek, Horian has activated Counter. You have activated Lightning Strike. Counter was a skill that avoided a possible attack and retaliated. It was meaningless and was wasted against unavoidable skills. That was the weakness of Counter. Taesan thrust his sword into Horian's chest, since he believed in Counter and charged. His unprotected chest was pierced through. Horian takes 67 damage. Horian, clutching his chest, retreated. But Taesan did not stop his steps. You have activated acceleration. It was a one-sided battle. Horian, being of the 3rd rank, was considerably stronger than the 2nd rank, however. Taesan had already defeated those of the 3rd rank when he was on the lower floors. Additionally, he had become much stronger since descending the labyrinth. So there was no chance for Horian. Horian kept resisting and then tried to flee but was blocked by Taesan's black magic and magic. Soon. Horian was pinned to the ground. Taesan pressed the tip of his sword against his forehead. Got some questions, answer them. And I'll make your end quick. You. Horian gritted his teeth. Who are you? I've never heard of someone like you, a guide of the 2nd rank overpowering a 3rd rank. It was impossible to begin with if he was at that level. The executives would have granted him permission to go deeper. While poking Horian's forehead, Taesan answered. A friend of yours came up a while ago, remember, and died. Horian's pupils quivered. The 3rd rank guide. Jagan, he crossed Horian's mind. But I heard his opponent died with him. A blatant lie. Horian let out a sarcastic laugh, a man capable of defeating adventurers from the 20th to 30th floors and was even stronger after descending. Horian never had a chance of winning. His will broke. There was no need to oppress himself with self-evidence. In exchange for a peaceful death. Taesan asked, what are the executives doing now? Now there was no more hiding. The executives would be informed once the adventurers of the 3rd rank died. It was only a matter of time before they would act. To Taesan's question, Horian answered with a drained voice. They can't come up now. What? The executives have been stuck on a floor for a long time. I heard they left their positions for a long time to attempt to break through it. They won't show up for a while. The ghost seemed to have a guess. Do you know something? Not much when I was alive. They were also stuck and ranting. Could they still not have gotten past it? This is pathetic. They're stuck. The deeper you go, the more unreasonable floors appear. For example, like passing a planet in an hour. Facing 3 enemies of the same class simultaneously. Or catching a dragon with basic equipment. Those kinds of floors. That's unreasonable. Taesan had seen a dragon in Vekveta. He had witnessed its strength and level, catching that with nothing. Or even 1,000 armors and a rusty sword was laughable. Typical floors can be descended without defeating the boss, but in such places, if you don't clear the condition, you can't go down at all. They are probably stuck there. Li Tion also said similar things. There were occasionally absurdly unreasonable floors. It almost cost her life to break through them. Back then, he thought it was just the usual whining and ignored it, but it seemed there were really unreasonable floors. Horian, who recognized the warrior, belatedly moaned. Dragon, Lord. Hello, we've met before. Right, though I don't remember, the ghost chuckled. You were just a bystander. So I don't care, but let me ask you one thing. What do you want to know? Is Societ Garudensha still alive? Realizing the implication of the question, Horian nodded with a bitter smile. I haven't heard of her death, so I suppose she is alive. That's enough. I didn't think a minor character like you would know more, so I'm done. Then. I hope for a peaceful death. I have no intention of breaking my promise. Taesan's sword pierced through Horian's heart. Your level has increased. Your soul ascension has been activated. Permanently, strength has increased by 26. Agility by 24, intelligence by 22, health by 120, and mana by 22. The proficiency of counter has increased by 5%. He became stronger in an instant. This really pays off. Soul Ascension was an excellent skill against monsters, but it revealed its true value when facing other adventurers. It could rob everything, increase his stats by a large amount, and even obtain new skills or increased proficiency. Furthermore, it showed a high increase in health points, which couldn't be obtained from monsters. It was a literal overall increase. Status window, Kang Taesan, level 56, shield 292/292, health 3460/3460, mana 652/652, magic 41/41, strength 1145, intelligence 812, agility 984, attack plus 145, defense plus 172. The subject is in peak condition, truly ridiculous numbers. I'm still far behind, even now. Catching up to Lee Taeyeon was a distant goal. The ghost was astounded by Taesan's words. At level 56. Do you think these stats and this health value make sense? It'd be worth watching if you can go down the abyss without dying. The labyrinth had acceleration, and it would literally explode when you reached the abyss. Lee Taeyeon's ridiculous stats were mostly acquired after reaching the abyss. The true depths, let's go down first. It was still a far-off story, but at the same time, it was also a place that could be reached before long. Taesan cleaned up the corpse and broke through the labyrinth. The administrators overseeing the adventurers of each hierarchy had life stones given by the executives. Life stones were connected to the lives of the guides, allowing them to know immediately if they died or were seriously injured. That was how they knew Horian was dead. He's dead. What's this nonsense all of a sudden? You know Horian, who said he would go up for a while. Why him? A man sitting on a plush sofa snapped his chin. The guides, who could no longer descend, had arranged all sorts of luxury items. It was only natural since there was nowhere to spend money after becoming stronger to their limit. He's dead. A light in the jewel held by the handsome young man's hand was gone. The man lying on the sofa frowned. He's dead. Look, it's gone. Isn't it wrong? A jewel connected to life itself is wrong, rather. It's more likely that he's really dead. Okay, the man reluctantly stood up. First, call the others, then let's talk, soon. 8 guides of sin were gathered in one room. A woman with a languid face yawned. Why call busy people? What's so busy about just sleeping with nothing to do? Sleeping is busy, proper sleep is precious. Do you say that while sleeping 2 out of the 3 parts of the day, there was no passion or zeal seen among them as they exchanged mundane chatter, having been stuck on the 30th floor for a long time? They had used all means to become stronger, and they were the result of that end. Their strength faded and there was no one to contend with. If they did not occasionally confront each other, there would be no fighting at all. This was what the guides of sin had always been. Having lived for decades in this manner, everything had been broken down. It's almost as bad as being dead. The administrator of the 3rd hierarchy, who had called them, sneered bitterly. They too were once passionate about descending the labyrinth. However, they became guides due to a fear of death. And this was the result. I should have died back then, when they were still adventurers. They might have maintained their purity if they had died back when they still hoped to conquer the labyrinth and dreamed of conquest. However, that time had passed. They had made their choice and this was the result. The administrator, gathering his thoughts, spoke. Horian is dead. At those words, silence fell for a moment. A young boy with a flushed face spoke in confusion. Him? Did he try to go past the 31st floor and therefore the guides of the 4th hierarchy killed him? No, Horian died on the 24th floor. That's why I called you. The administrator spoke softly. If one of us dies, we are the most likely suspects. When an adventurer killed an adventurer, their level increased. It was the only way for them to become stronger, whose growth had been blocked, however. They scrunched their faces in discomfort. Who would do such a thing? The level difference would be immediately noticed, and if you try to go down, you'll get killed, even if you don't go down. We will tear you apart. Who would do such a foolish act that leads to death either way? I know. A guide who killed his comrade would be executed at that moment, since the level was only 1 or 2 higher. It was not significantly stronger, not to the point of resisting an execution. As they said, there was no reason to do it. But Horian is dead. An adventurer of the 2nd hierarchy absolutely couldn't have killed him, so I mentioned it. There was a difference in equipment. An adventurer of the 2nd hierarchy could rush and overwhelm Horian, but couldn't kill him. Even if they hit him, only minimal damage would be dealt, so he could somehow escape. The guides of the 2nd hierarchy were not equal to the 3rd hierarchy. After a long period of thinking, someone spoke. Isn't it him? Who? The guy who killed Jagan recently, the one who was said to be accompanied by the ghost of the hero. Oh, belatedly, they realized the existence of Taesan. Jagan really did die. Didn't he? He was unsightly but wasn't weak. They disliked Jagan. He possessed the arrogance of the demons and had a low-value view that the weak should be trampled upon, even in the third hierarchy. Jagan was one to be ostracized, but Jagan was not weak. The unique black magic of the demon race had a complicated destructive power. And he was middle tier within the third hierarchy, the administrator groaned. Right, he had gone up to the 20th floor and died, but he also died with him. Didn't he? The adventurer who had been accompanied by Jagan and the ghost of the hero was already eliminated. That was the information they knew. What if that's false? Would the adventurers of the second hierarchy lie? There's a possibility. They might have thought to resist the guy who took down Jagan. Knowing the outcome just to survive as long as possible, the possibility exists. The administrator's pupils sank, either way. This matter needed confirmation. Let's go up together. Do we all need to go just to catch one guy? He's the one who won against Jagan even while in the second hierarchy. He must have gotten stronger coming down this far. We cannot be careless. Do we all really need to go? They expressed reluctance with ambiguous faces. After all, he's just an adventurer from the 24th floor. He might have beaten Jagan and Horian, but that was one-on-one, right? If more than two go. Isn't it a sure win? True, 3 of us going should suffice, no more needed. Is that so? The administrator mumbled. Then 4 should go down if needed. Just run away immediately. There will be no need to run. We will settle this quickly and return. I need to get more proper sleep. 4 guides of sin ascended the labyrinth. The rest leisurely started to wait for them. Their past selves wouldn't have made such a decision. The strength of the enemy was unknown. And it was certain that he was stronger than each of them individually. It would have been the correct move for everyone to go down and suppress him, but they had been lingering around the 30th floor for decades. That time of powerlessness had made them sluggish. Their judgment had become clouded. And an excessive confidence also emerged to prevent their ego from being consumed by a sense of powerlessness. If the second hierarchy obtained arrogance and recklessness after a long period of stagnation, the third hierarchy obtained laziness and a sense of powerlessness. The guides of the second hierarchy paid the price. It was time for the third hierarchy to pay the price as well. Chapter 114, 24th level. Guides of Sin Part 3. The approaching presence caused Taesan to lift his head. Hello, he's younger than I thought. Appearances don't mean much, but he does look young, barely 20. Maybe the Guides of Sin assessed Taesan with a relaxed attitude. Taesan counted their number, after the 4. No one else was visible, just 4 of you. He thought all the guides of the third hierarchy would come. Considering that Taesan had defeated Jagan when he was on the second hierarchy and that Horian was also dead, it would have been the right decision for them all to come, but just 4, they've been stuck here for decades, maybe in the past, but now their strength has all faded. I thought everyone would come. Does it not matter whether there were many or few? It didn't matter to him. The woman awkwardly waved her hand. Hero, hello, pleasant, but we aren't supposed to greet, are we? Yeah, you're right. The eyes of the awkwardly smiling guide started to sink in an instant. The atmosphere became tense. Taesan drew his sword. You have activated reconnaissance. Haging Roya level 65 HP 3165 equipped weapon spear. The subjugated a man with brown hair and an Arabic appearance. Holding a trident was staring at Taesan. Babin Ruada level 65 HP 2995 equipped weapon dagger. The subjugated a man in black attire clinging to his whole body. Not holding any weapon, he looked like a rogue. Aranesia Clues HP 2350 equipped weapon staff. The subjugated the only woman among them, with her long blue hair and holding a staff. She looked like a mage. Kajin HP 2991 equipped weapon bow. The subjugated and lastly an archer. Roles were clearly distributed. Taesan shrugged his shoulders, activating his whole body's muscles and beginning the awakening of his mind. No need for lengthy talk, right? Of course, with the reply. Taesan stepped forward. You have activated walking the wind path of the deer. You have activated acceleration. It was an incredibly fast speed. They were startled by the approach that greatly exceeded their expectations, however. They were adventurers on the 30th floor. They quickly started responding. The maid shook her staff. Aranesia has activated madness. No judgment needed. What? The madness was repelled. Kajin shot his bow. It was a speed and power suitable for the 30th floor. Taesan didn't dodge but manipulated the wind. The gathered wind altered the trajectory of the arrow. The arrow didn't even graze him and passed by. Tusk, clang, Haging's spear and Taesan's sword collided. Haging was horrified by the force felt from across the spear. He's stronger than me. Taesan had superior stats. Haging had strengthened himself to the limit on the 30th floor, and naturally believed he would have the upper hand. But this belief created a gap in his movements. Blue flames rose on Taesan's sword. It slid past Haging's spear and pierced his chest. Haging received 226 damage. Hold on, what damage is this? The rest of them didn't just watch. The mage was chanting a spell. The archer was drawing his bow and the rogue was trying to stab Taesan in the back with a dagger. You have activated Decarabia's distorted life. And then, Root surged in, the guides hastily ceased their attacks and distanced themselves from the sweeping black energy of vegetation. A forbidden spell, he's not a demon, crack while they were adjusting. Taesan continued to pressure Haging. Haging wasn't just taking it. He activated his skills and tried to escape the crisis with his spear techniques, but all of it was blocked. The skills were neutralized by Taesan's slight movements, and the spear techniques were penetrated by the Stormscar sword. In an instant, over half of his energy was drained. Do something. Easier said than done. You have activated Frost Arrow. You have activated Blazing Orb. While pressing Haging, Taesan continued to pressure the other three with magic. Dark magic and elemental skills. Aranesia cried out in frustration as the attacks came flying at the exact time when they tried to do something. Does he have eyes on his back or what? Taesan's field of vision was nearly 100%, in fact. There was practically no blind spot. For them who only had 40–50% proficiency, it was a level of freedom that was hard to understand. Taesan swung his sword harshly, and the force violently shook Haging's spear. Taesan then thrust his sword. The spear flew into the sky. Taesan's sword pierced through Haging's chest. You have defeated Haging Roya. Darn it, Aranesia clenched her teeth and waved her hand. Her mana drained out rapidly, and a spell materialized. Aranesia has activated Storm Arrow. Clink, 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 the wind split, creating a massive arrow. Taesan, who deflected the arrow, maintained his posture. It's strong. It was one of the strongest magics he had ever seen. It looked powerful enough to drain hundreds of health points if it hit properly. Intermediate magic, it's usable if you're on the 30th floor. Aranesia glared sharply at Taesan as she waved her hand. The arrow was fired. It filled the room, leaving no place to dodge, and he had no intention to dodge either. You have activated Force Duel. For 10 seconds, no one except Baben Ruata can deal damage to you. The arrow, connecting with Taesan, exploded. It lost its magic and dispersed in every direction. What? Without understanding what had happened, Taesan charged towards them. The guides of Sin, they were not weak. If the strength of the four was combined properly, they could easily pressure Taesan. However, their coordination was very poor and they were not prepared. The rogue couldn't target Taesan's back and the archer couldn't pressure him at all, due to constant restrictions. The mage couldn't materialize any magic. Even the late materialized magic lost its meaning due to Force Duel. They probably never coordinated with each other. It was natural since there was no enemy to fight together. Even if their coordination was perfect, nothing would change. Forced duel that prevented anyone other than the target from intervening, as long as he had it. Outnumbering Taesan had no meaning, and this was the result. Cough, that was somewhat annoying. The chest of the last remaining guide was pierced. He tried to escape in every way possible but couldn't hide from Taesan's eyes. The light disappeared from the rogue's eyes. You have defeated Baben Ruata. Your level has increased. Your soul ascension has activated. Agility permanently increased by 36. Strength permanently increased by 21. Intelligence permanently increased by 19. Health permanently increased by 100. You have acquired the special activation skill Stealth, having defeated the four guides. His level increased by 4, his stats increased more, and he also acquired 2 skills. Status Window, Kang Taesan, level 62, Shield 329/329, Health 3830/3830, Mana 716/716, Magic 44/44, Strength 1246, Intelligence 915, Agility 1102, Attack Power plus 145, Defense plus 172. Subject is in the best condition. All stats had increased by about 100. He gained levels equivalent to passing through 2 floors by just defeating the 4 guides, and there were also skills. Special activation skill Stealth. Mana consumption 20, proficiency 1%. It hides the body, it conceals the presence, it's still very immature. It was the activation skill version of invisibility. Judging by the similar description, it seemed the effects weren't much different either. Perhaps it was a skill used by those who couldn't learn magic. It didn't mean much. But it wasn't bad either. Basic magic, wind explosion. Mana consumption 9, proficiency 1% causes an explosion of wind. A very simple description. The effect was as simple as the description. Taesan raised his finger. You have activated wind explosion. Boom, wind exploded right in front of Taesan. It harshly slapped his face and tried to push him back. The power itself wasn't very impressive. But like the lightning, it had no delay and wasn't confined to Taesan's surroundings. It was quite usable in restricting the opponent's actions or blocking projectiles. So when are they coming? These 4 weren't the end. If the ghost was right, there were about 5 more left. Well, I don't think they are coming, the ghost mumbled in an ambiguous tone. They are dead. In the silence, a man's voice echoed. The flames in all 4 jewels in front of him had extinguished. All 4 of them? Yes, with a voice like a groan. The manager spoke. All are dead, so quickly it hasn't even been 2 hours yet, someone denied it and shouted. Even if they couldn't win, they could have escaped, don't lie, I thought so. 2. That's why I sent them. The difference in equipment was absolute, however excellent the adventurer were. They were adventurers from the 24th floor. To break through those with equipment from the 30th floor would take a considerable amount of time. He believed they could escape without much difficulty, even if a problem arose. But they are all dead. Silence fell again. The manager hesitantly opened his mouth. Do we have to go down and fight too? That's not a tempting suggestion. He killed 4 in just 2 hours. I don't think it will be different with 6. A woman who had regained her composure mumbled. It wasn't a wrong judgment. But it wasn't the right one either. If that demon was here, the demon who had left the 3rd tier a while ago, the guide who had received permission from the executives to enter the deep levels, they were the guides permitted to places where others weren't, initially. They had felt jealousy and envy. They wanted to see with their own eyes what was different. However, they realized this in the short time spent together. That demon was monstrously strong, despite being on the same floor. They were completely no match for him. He could have been a match for the intruder, but the manager shook his head. He already went down, and he said he wouldn't come back. It's a pointless imagination. Then what should we do? They couldn't decide and were confused somehow. The manager came up with an idea and spoke. Let's wait for now. He's still on the 24th floor. Their location was the 30th floor. It would take time for him to come down. A man frowned. Give him time to get stronger. Our chances of winning are low anyway, so we should give time and communicate below. So we are waiting until the absent executives return. At the dismal decision, they all groaned. It sounded grand. But the conclusion was simple. They couldn't beat the adventurer of the 24th floor, so they hoped the executives would come back soon. If their prayer succeeded, they could survive. If it failed, they would die. Their abilities couldn't influence this choice at all, but we have no other means. The manager spoke as if making a final plea. The others also agreed in silence. So, the conclusion is rough. Let's communicate and then run. We endure somehow until the executives get better. This sucks, someone muttered grimly. They all gave bitter laughs. Taesan, who was resting against the wall, muttered, they are not coming. He waited about 2 hours. It was enough time for them to realize the anomaly and come down, but there was no sign of them. Your prediction was right. The guides are the ones with broken spirits, so they are cowards, and they procrastinate, still disappointing. The ghost muttered in a contemptuous tone. They probably decided to wait until the executives came back, whether it is wise or foolish. It doesn't matter either way. It didn't matter even if the executives came down. He was prepared for them, but it seems I need to give it a bit of time. Huh, why? A quest has appeared. Taesan looked into the void. The quest window stated another return to Earth. Chapter 115, 24th level. Boss special quest start in 1 week. You all will return to the abandoned lands, survive there and come back. Rewards will be decided based on your achievements. This quest cannot be refused. This was the second return quest. The ghost realized it belatedly. We're going back again? Yes. It feels like it hasn't been long. But they are calling us back quickly. He didn't know before, but now he knew that the gods were intervening. This call was also theirs. The gods kept returning them, the players. To Earth, I wonder why. How would we know the intentions of those madmen? This was something that couldn't be known immediately. Taesan opened the community. Bang ya yon easy. It's driving me crazy. Choi Jiam and normal. Where do they want us to go this time? Do they want us to destroy the monsters' nests? The community was in utter chaos, unlike the first return. There was no hope or anticipation, only despair and fear. They all knew very well the state of the Earth now, that it was occupied by monsters and they couldn't cope with their power yet. To them, returning was not a blessing but a curse. Kim na yon easy. No, I don't want to. I like it here. I don't want to go back. Especially the easy mode players felt this strongly. Easy mode was very easy, if you were careful and didn't embark on vain adventures. Most could clear it, hence the labyrinth wasn't a despairing place for them, rather it might feel like a cradle. So for easy players, Earth would feel like hell. Taesan knew it well, he also came from there, but it's still manageable for now. It was manageable up to the second return, if the easy players were careful and stayed beside others. The chances of survival were high. The problem was after clearing it, but there was no significant impediment to surviving for now. Taesan posted a message. Kang Taesan solo, how do you feel? Lee Taeyeon solo. Mr. Taesan, Kang Junhyuk solo. Bro, even the solo mode players were in despair. They were already having a tough time and now they had to return to Earth again, however. Lee Taeyeon and Kang Junhyuk were calmly comforting the others. Kang Taesan solo, you seem calmer than I thought. Lee Taeyeon solo, well, we expected this wasn't the end. But we didn't think it would come this soon. Kang Junhyuk solo, still, we are somewhat better off. Both were striving desperately. They had cleared the labyrinth and gained power superior to those in hard mode. Kang Taesan solo, you said you were breaking through the 7th floor. Right, Lee Taeyeon solo, yes, it's embarrassing to compare to Mr. Taesan, but we think we've come down well. The the 7th floor, where lizardmen swordsmen appeared. He thought it would be a tough one as they used proper sword skills. But it seemed manageable for these two. Lee Taeyeon solo, we have become stronger, we can't just let others die. Kang Junhyuk solo, I'm nervous, it's driving me crazy. Kang Taesan solo, we still have a week, try to get down to the 8th floor at least. There's a trial there worth receiving, it's by the god of trials. Oman, it'd be better to receive that too before coming. God of trials. Oman, in this trial you didn't need to risk your life. It was a test where one could realize their own limits and give up. A trial where one could become stronger without great risk. Lee Taeyeon solo, really, Kang Junhyuk solo, so there is such a thing, thanks bro, it will be tough. But we have to go down. Kang Taesan solo, but don't overdo it and die, see you in a week. There shouldn't be any major problem if it was the two of them. Taesan, after leaving his last message, shifted his attention towards those in hard mode. Kang Taesan solo, how about you guys? Jiam Yoongjun hard, I'm fine, but Nuna is having some problems. Kim Hweon hard, I feel like vomiting. Taesan could feel the pressure from beyond those words, causing him to chuckle. Kang Taesan solo, think lightly about it, isn't it better to make decisions yourself than entrusting your life to others? Kim Hweon hard, how can I think lightly when the lives of 30,000 people are in my hands? Kang Taesan solo, really? Taesan remembered that Kim Hweon managed over 100,000 people. Kang Taesan solo, you know you have to do it. Right, Kim Hweon hard, I'll do it, I know it's just a complaint. Ignoring her grumbles, Taesan asked. Kang Taesan solo, how's hard mode these days? Kim Hweon hard, it's okay, there are still deaths but the number has decreased. And we are slowly getting better. This wasn't bad news. Hard mode had the topmost players outside of solo mode, each one of them was valuable, after confirming. Taesan exchanged a few words before saying goodbye. Kang Taesan solo, then. See you in a week. Kim Hweon hard, I hate it, I wish I knew what to do when we go back. Jiam Yoongjun hard, unless you can foresee the future. You won't know, Kim Hweon hard. I know, just venting. Taesan closed the community window, he already experienced it once. So he knew what to do during the second return, but there was no certainty that it would be the same as before. I wonder how it will be this time. Something would definitely change, anyway. It was not for another week, he planned to get stronger by then. Taesan continued to descend the labyrinth. He defeated the boss of the 24th floor and checked the reward. Staff of Baal, black magic plus 10, a staff made by the demon Baal out of boredom. Lesser beings will go mad just by touching it. This can be dedicated to the demon god. Was used. Ring of spring water, attack plus 5, defense plus 5, strength plus 5, agility plus 5. A ring containing the essence of a natural spring, although small in quantity. It can summon clean water. Oho. The increase in stats was quite high, plus it had a special ability to summon water. He decided to try it as a test. And about 3 bottles of water flowed out. This amount wasn't too bad, considering what was to be done on Earth. Clean water was absolutely necessary. Well then, he now thought of learning a new black magic. Taesan held the staff of Baal with a doubtful expression. But how should I do this, even if he wanted to dedicate it so he could learn new black magic? He didn't know the method. The demon god also didn't give any explanation, so he had no choice but to try different things. First, like lilies did, he kneeled and began to pray, as he kept wishing. Dedicating offerings to the demon god, a force began to descend. The dimension of the labyrinth was distorted, and a great power could be felt from the other side. Darkness began to expand, and the demon god appeared. She was standing with her arms crossed, an annoyed expression on her face. Taesan was taken aback by her openly displayed displeasure. Why are you like this? No. It's nothing, I can't blame you for something I didn't tell you about. The demon god squinted her eyes. But next time offer things originating from me to me, understand? Ah yes, he didn't know why, but if she wished so. There was no reason to refuse. As Taesan immediately answered, the demon god, seemingly in a better mood, spoke in a higher tone. I know why you called me, you are preparing to leave. Aren't you? You know, I cannot not know about my own matters, they are really bothersome and low creatures, to go to all this troublesome length. Mirth and mockery were visible on the demon god's face. Understanding why Taesan would return to Earth. Perhaps, you know I cannot tell you, I need to go down more. If you can, reach at least the 50th floor. I might explain, strive hard to come down. The demon god waved her hand, the staff floating in Taesan's hand flew to her. This should suffice for basic black magic, I also want to annoy those creatures. So consider it a service, I'll give you what you need now. You have learned the basic black magic prayer to the demon god. What is this? Something you will definitely need when you leave. The demon god smirked. You'll probably find the black magic useful, you will be grateful to me. Won't you? Thank you. He expressed his thanks as it seemed like she took some care to provide it. The demon god clenched her fist in delight, the darkness began to fade. Don't forget, the god who cares the most about you is me, understood? I understand. Then. Come back without dying. It's going to be tough since those creatures won't stay still. Leave. As she turned around, the demon god scowled. Now, those who weren't interested might interfere. I'll have to declare beforehand. With incomprehensible words as her last, the demon god left. The ghost, who had been silent until now, mumbled as if he found it fascinating. This is really strange. What is? Nothing. I shouldn't have said it. It might look bad. What did you get? A kind of rechargeable skill. Basic black magic, prayer to the demon god. Proficiency 1%. You can draw the power bestowed by the demon god through prayer to her. Upon using the skill, you enter a meditative state, accelerating the recovery of magic power. In meditation, all stats and action speed are halved. It's a recovery skill. Unlike mana, magic power had no specific means of recovery, so it seemed like a considerate gift. Actually, once he returns to Earth, leveling up would be impossible, making the recovery of magic power itself challenging. All things considered, the skill was indeed useful. Just as the demon god had said, he expressed his gratitude to her and was sure. The demon god knows about Earth, about his return and his past as well, then. It was highly probable that the high gods also knew. Taesan moved to the next floor. The 25th floor, starting quest of the 25th floor, defeat the boss of the 25th floor and pass through. Reward Robe of Darkness, secret reward, have you arrived, at the beginning of the floor. The shopkeeper was waiting, instead of passing by as usual. Taesan asked, can you show me the equipment available for purchase now? Why all of a sudden, I'm going to be away for a while. The shopkeeper also realized. Leaving again, that's strange, wait a moment. The shopkeeper brought out several pieces of equipment, one by one. They were clearly of a higher grade than the ones Taesan had seen on the 11th floor. Treasure Gauntlet. A gauntlet adorned with treasures, despite its appearance. It's good for practical use, created by a blacksmith tired of the noble's fussiness. Attack plus 45, 50,000 G silence summoning flute, a flute favored by a bard who loved silence. On use prohibits the use of all magic within range for 10 minutes. This item can only be used once a day. 70,000 G. The grade had increased incomparably, surely. If he had bought other equipment, instead of the ring that increased his stats by a few percentage points at that time, he would have regretted it. Taesan had 40,000 gold now. He had earned quite a lot of money by hunting guides. While looking around, a wrist guard caught Taesan's eye. Crack. The wrist guard covered in whips seemed to be alive, snapping the tips of its whips as he held it. Wrist guard of killing intent. A wrist guard trying to kill everything except its owner, created by the whim of a witch. There still exist hidden elements. Attack plus 25, defense plus 1, 40,000 G. Why is this so cheap? That, seeing Taesan speak. The shopkeeper spoke as if it was obvious. Would you want to buy it? Yes. It gave an attack of 25 for a wrist guard. It compensated and even surpassed the lack of defense. The shopkeeper also realized that fact belatedly. Now that I think about it. You have the Arak weapon technique. It's not common, you know, think about it. The attack only applies when you hit with that equipment. There are various attack buff equipment, but most are accessories and are expensive. At least. That isn't it, from a regular adventurer's standpoint. There was no reason to use equipment that only ambiguously increased attack with no defense at all. He understood when it was explained that way, but it was different for Taesan. I'll take this. Well, it seems perfect for you. Do you have the money? Yes, Taesan paid the price and wore the wrist guard. The whips wrapped around it shook here and there and tapped on Taesan's arm. It seems to like it too, use it well. Does it have intelligence? Somehow. Yes, it's quirky, but the grade itself is high. If it had been proper equipment, you couldn't have bought it at this point. Crack. The whip gently wrapped around Taesan's arm. Chapter 116, 25th level. Special activation skill. Addition and multiply Lee Taeyeon solo. Kang Junhyuk solo. This, I really don't know. Is it correct? Kang Taesan solo. I'm saying it because it's correct. Lee Taeyeon solo. I don't know. I thought every time the skill acquisition conditions were mentioned. It seemed crazy, but this seems to go beyond that. The shop owner, watching Taesan, gave him a puzzled look. I'm surprised though, I thought you'd save up more money and buy it. I need to prepare a bit. If Taesan recalled correctly, his strength for the second return should be sufficient. He could handle it alone without any injuries and come back, but that was not possible, so he had to be prepared. Taesan went downstairs, touching the whip that wrapped around his arm. It was around here. There was something he wanted to get before leaving. Upon entering the 25th floor, a black spirit appeared. A dark spirit has appeared. What is this now? The spherical spirit charged at Taesan, the whip wrapping around his arm. Stood up abruptly and lashed at the spirit. Taesan was intrigued by the arm guard attacking on its own. This is good. For other players it might be a disadvantage. Only 25 damage lashing out on its own, but for Taesan, who had the Arak martial technique, it was very good. He had obtained a means of attacking automatically with an attack power of 175. It needed various tests. But it was definitely a good weapon for him. The spirit struck by the whip flew away. Splash, but no damage window popped up, instead. The spirit's body split apart. Taesan's pupils dilated. The spirit split and became two entities. A dark spirit has appeared. Dark spirit 2 has appeared. Split, a dark spirit, it's a spirit without a fixed form or mass. The ghost explained impassively. It doesn't take damage from the first attack and splits, and once it splits, there's a cooldown. You have to defeat it within that time. Typically it's an annoying enemy, but it's nothing to you, right? If it's split into two, and if not defeated within a certain time, it's split again. It was a troublesome monster. But with Taesan's current stats, it could be handled without any problem. However, Taesan smiled. Bingo. Lee Taeyeon told him many things, and among them was about the splitting spirit. He shrugged off most of what she said. But he remembered that information well. The reason was one, a particular skill was much easier to obtain with it. 1 week, is it possible? Taesan murmured and waited quietly. He avoided the attacks of the spirits without retaliating. How long is the cooldown? 3 minutes. Worth the wait, Taesan blocked. Dodged and waited after 3 minutes. He swung his sword, splash, 2 spirits separated, 4 spirits now occupied the room. He once again dodged the simultaneous attacks of the charging spirits, and 3 minutes passed. Taesan swung his arm, along with a sharp cracking sound. The whip struck the spirits, 8 spirits filled the room. He repeated the process. He dodged, and when the cooldown was over, he struck. 16 appeared. There were too many to dodge. So he used forced combat to buy time. That's a lot. Should be enough around now. Thus, over 100 spirits filled the room, closely packed, making it hard to find space to move. Why are you doing this? The ghost looked bewildered. You're doing this to create a skill, aren't you? You know well, it's about time you created one, having seen it multiple times. It seemed routine, the ghost asked with curiosity. But, what skill are you trying to create by doing this? The ghost had watched the process of acquiring forced duel and attack nullification in real time. Even such a ghost found the preparation process hard to understand. It exists. Taesan gripped a sword with both hands. He mumbled as he took a proper stance. The timing is right. Timing? Those who invade the earth are the gods of the past. Did they not notice my existence? The ghost replied after a moment of silence. That is very unlikely. Yes, they probably know about me, the gods of the labyrinth. Lucifer and Maria knew of Taesan's past, that he had traveled back in time. Transcendence meant that they were unaffected by the flow of time, and that applied to the old gods as well, even though he was defeated by the current gods. A mere human was a being who couldn't resist. It was evident from the strength of the monsters that appeared on the doomed earth. Would such beings not notice the distortion of time that he had gone back to the past? The possibility was low. In fact, Lucifer also said it would be hard to come back alive, so he had to become stronger. He needed enough power to break the interference of the old gods who would be waiting to kill him. This skill should make it possible. What skill is it? Don't make me curious. Just tell me, the ghost asked impatiently. Taesan answered while blocking the spirit's attack. Multiply, a skill that doubles the attack power. What, is it an enhanced version of add good skill? Isn't it? The ghost asked with an interested voice. So what's the condition? The ghost thought that add naturally had conditions, such as it could only add basic attack power or it couldn't be influenced by other skills. Considering its power, it was a natural penalty, and even considering that, it was still a good skill, Taesan responded. None. What? The ghost hesitated. There are no conditions. It literally doubles the damage inflicted, always doubles. Unconditionally. What kind of madness? The ghost was shocked. And rightly so. What is that skill? Add was a skill that added half of the basic attack power. It increased the attack power displayed on the stats screen by half. It didn't apply to all kinds of attack power buffs, strong blows, critical attacks, etc., but even such a skill, add, was a good attack power increase skill favored by hard mode players. However, multiply was double the damage inflicted. Critical attacks, strong blows, continuous attacks, and numerous other attack power buff skills and conditions were also affected. It doubled them all. A significant difference existed between add and multiply, and it was embarrassing to compare them. There are so many who beg for add. But unconditionally doubling, what kind of skill is that? The ghost spoke with an astounded tone. Simply looking at the numbers, it means you are twice as strong as before. Right, that's right. Oh, the ghost was horrified. All the skills until now were one thing, but multiply exceeded them. It was a skill one would scoff at and think of as nonsense if someone spoke of it. And naturally, a question arose. How do you learn such a skill? Skills had acquisition conditions. The most common condition was producing an effect similar to the skill's effect. Don't tell me you have to produce damage double the attack power. Isn't that impossible without using critical attacks or strong blows? It can't be that easy. Right? If you use an attack power increase skill, you can't learn multiply. If that was possible, everyone would be learning multiply. But no one except Lee Taeyeon and him had learned multiply. Then how do you learn it? Perseverance skill. Huh, don't you remember the skill I learned with reconnaissance? Ah, the skill that improves efficiency through repetitive actions. The ghost remembered it belatedly, even then. He only focused on reconnaissance and didn't value perseverance much. You can get multiply with that, I don't understand. You'll understand when you see. Taesan swung his sword, the spirit in front was halved. 243 damage to dark spirit 102, given it's a dividing monster. Its health itself seemed considerably low. When one spirit died, another thrust its torso forward. Taesan didn't dodge, he didn't back off or change his stance. He steadied his breath, used the muscles throughout his body, and slashed the sword in the same stance as before. 243 damage to Dark Spirit 102. The spirits rushed in, Taesan in the same manner. Didn't change his stance and only slashed down his sword. 245 damage to Dark Spirit 95. 247 damage to Dark Spirit 53. Huh, the ghost realized. The damage, it's increasing bit by bit. The effect of perseverance was simple. Efficiency increased with repetitive actions. Here. Efficiency also included damage. From what I think you have to extract double damage like this, right? Instead of answering. Taesan swung his sword, 249 damage to Dark Spirit 12. The ghost was convinced. That's right. Taesan continued to swing his sword each time. The damage increased slightly. A skill that could be obtained only if one had perseverance and hundreds of enemies were provided. That was multiply. The conditions themselves were not that hard. Perseverance could be learned without any special restrictions by performing mind-numbing repetitive actions. And in the numerous layers of the labyrinth, there were bound to be hundreds of enemies at least once. However, multiply was a skill that was difficult to learn even if the conditions were met. A spirit rushed toward Taesan. Taesan slashed his sword down as he had been doing, and before Taesan could regain his posture, another spirit rushed in. Taesan lifted his sword and slashed down again. There was a difference in speed from before. It was subtle but definite. 243 damage to Dark Spirit 44. The damage had returned to what it was when he first attacked. Taesan calmly attacked the spirits again, increasing their number to over 100, and again took his stance and slashed his sword down. 244 damage to Dark Spirit 86. He started again from the beginning, on the second attempt. On the 24th attack, his left foot moved a distance hard to discern with the naked eye when two spirits suddenly interfered, and the damage returned to the initial value. He started again. On the third attempt, on the 35th attack, a spirit rushed in even after being attacked. A little more strength went into his fingertips. The damage was reset. The fourth attempt began, the ghost realized. So, even a tiny deviation isn't allowed. The subtle movement of the muscles in the arm, the distance between the feet, the speed of moving the sword, the direction of the sword, the direction of the gaze, the location of the contact point, and the stopping position of the sword after completing a series of processes. Everything had to match perfectly for perseverance to activate, even the breathing after completing a series of processes. Taesan's damage was around 240. To obtain multiply, he had to reach 480. This is madness, the ghost, who had also performed the same action perfectly several times for the training of swordsmanship, knew its difficulty. It wasn't simple repetition, it was a perfect match. Lifting the hand, moving the sword. Every motion where the sword ends. He had to devote all his energy to each one of them. It was an indescribable agony, at least for the ghost. It was more comfortable to fight against a formidable enemy where victory could not be guaranteed. Moreover, for Taesan, there was the mark of struggle, where stats increased with every enemy defeated. Stats directly affected movement, meaning that the power and speed of each attack had to be reset. In the meantime, the fourth attempt also failed, because at the 40th slash, a spirit broke through his defense and interfered. Really, I think it's doable, Taesan spoke calmly, lifting his sword again and taking a stance. There was no threat of death, all he had to do was repeat. Considering all kinds of variables, it would take immeasurable time. But he would definitely obtain it someday. That was enough. Taesan swung his sword. Time passed. Several hours, then a day passed. 1 day turned into 2. And 2 days turned into 4. Taesan simply continued repeating during that time. Whoosh, how many times has it been? He lost count. At least 10,000 times, surely. Crazy man, the ghost muttered. Bored, there were several attempts in dozens of tries where he almost achieved it. Just 3 more times and it would have doubled, but that was ruined by a very subtle variable. Although it was enough to burst out in anger. Taesan only lifted his sword again expressionlessly. It felt like watching an emotionless machine. Don't you get angry? I do get angry, my emotions do waver, but I'm used to it. He had put in countless efforts to acquire skills. More than half of them were fruitless. And many times he invested several months, but it was all in vain. The effort of a few days was nothing. Rather, it's a gain, if he could obtain multiply just by suffering for a week. What else could be called a gain if this wasn't? That was what Taesan thought. Taesan continued to swing his sword, the ghost, either bored at some point or not wanting to interfere. Didn't say anything and just waited, and then 6 days passed, 485 damage to Dark Spirit. You have drawn out nearly double the damage without any special means. Activated special skill multiply, acquired. Taesan's sword stopped, 6 days of repetition. 132 hours of labor, 1,012 failures, and he was able to acquire multiply. Chapter 117, Second Return. Part 1, Special Activation Skill Multiply. Mana consumption 30 doubles the damage. A very succinct description window. There was no proficiency. There was no need for it with such a simple explanation that it doubles. Taesan swung his sword towards the remaining spirits. You have activated Multiply. 501 damage to Dark Spirit 12. It exceeded 500, a damage value he had never seen before in this life. Taesan swung his sword again. You have activated Strong Strike. You have activated Consecutive Attack. 912 damage to Dark Spirit 25. 498 damage to Dark Spirit 25. A total of 1,400 damage was inflicted. The doubling of damage is also applied to skills. It meant that the efficiency of Strong Strike was also doubled. This is really... The ghost couldn't even moan, only a sardonic laugh escaped. Taesan smiled satisfactorily. I acquired it faster than I thought. The conditions were too good. Dark spirits were just the right size to cut down with a sword, and their spherical form made variables less likely. The fact that every monster looked the same was also a significant advantage, facing hundreds of different monsters of various sizes. Reflecting on how long it took to acquire Multiply against them, 2 years would have easily passed when he did it the first time. 2 years spent doing nothing but investing time to acquire only Multiply. He reduced that to 6 days. It was a remarkable time reduction. This is how, the ghost murmured in a dumbfounded voice, and why does such a skill? I also found it curious. Multiply, using the persistence skill to double the damage. It was an unreasonable and almost impossible to learn skill, even after learning it. Taesan wondered why such a thing existed, but he was assured by Balbabamba's words. Skills were automatically created by the labyrinth system. They were designed according to the situation, in other words. Most of what he conceptualized in his mind could be created. Very good, Taesan smiled joyfully. He wanted to rejoice more, but there was no time, now. Less than 2 hours remain. Taesan swiftly broke through the labyrinth. After dealing with almost all of the 25th floor, his level increased. Your level has increased. You have reached your optimal state. All the health and mana expended to acquire Multiply were fully restored. Taesan immediately went back to the shopkeeper, buying health and mana recovery potions with the gold obtained from selling unnecessary equipment and materials. That was close. As he finished his preparations, space began to split in Taesan's vicinity. The split space expanded, engulfing Taesan. When his view changed, Taesan was back on Earth, the ash-gray sky. There a crack had opened. If it had been a long time, then it had been a long time. No, I want to go back, just like Taesan. The ones who returned screamed, sneaking a glance around. They could see the city hall where they had arrived before. Special quest start. Prepare for the next quest in the city hall within 24 hours. The quest window appeared. Taesan moved. Hello, firstly. Taesan calmly approached Lee Taeyeon and Kang Junhyuk, who were surveying their surroundings. You survived. Hyung, long time no see. Kang Junhyuk brightened up. Taesan, who tapped his running forehead, asked, how far did you go? Barely managed to get down to the 8th floor. But we couldn't receive the Trial of Valor. Time was too tight. It seemed like we would be summoned in the middle of receiving it. I had a similar experience. Really? You have activated Reconnaissance. Lee Taeyeon, level 14, health 412, equipped weapon, sword and shield, the fear-stricken. Kang Junhyuk, level 14, health 432, equipped weapon, sword and shield, bearer of courage and versatility, level 14. When Taesan entered the 8th floor, he was at level 20 with health in the 800s. Considering that, there was definitely a difference, but they weren't weak. At their current level, they could easily defeat a hard mode player. Let's talk about it later. Yes, Lee Taeyeon quickly began to move, taking people with her. No. Among the players, there were some showing will. However, most were just immersed in fear and terror. 24 hours within that time. They had to be comforted and prepared. Kim Hweon clasped her forehead. Her head felt like it was going to explode. The labyrinth seems easier compared to this. While others might be resting or collecting their thoughts during the 24 hours, she didn't have the luxury. Kim Hweon looked at her desk with a face of despair. When will I sort all this out? In front of her were countless documents, surviving easy mode players, normal mode players, and hard mode players, their number and approximate stats, and equipment as well as the will to fight. All of them needed to be sorted and placed according to their roles. This had to be done within 12 hours. As creating the documents took 12 hours, GM Yoongjun helped with the organization of the documents with a laugh. What can we do? You were the one who delegated this to me. Weren't you? There are others who could do this better than me. There aren't. Ah, Kim Hweon jumped out of her seat, startled by the voice coming from behind. After seeing the owner of the voice, she barely managed to collect herself. Why did you enter through the window? It's more convenient. I hate walking through the annoying corridors. Oh, I see. She sat down again, grumbling. But she was inwardly shocked. The floor she was assigned to was the highest floor in the city hall. Even her, who became stronger as she went down the labyrinth, couldn't reach such height without holding on to the wall. It meant he climbed up such a height with a single jump. Really? You're not human, you're realizing that now, Hyung, you're here. Yes, Taesan greeted and skimmed through the documents. A lot, yes, an annoying amount. Kim Hweon grumbled as she organized the documents. A slight strength entered her hands, holding the papers, but it's less than last time. At a glance, it was less than 30,000. It meant many had died while descending the labyrinth after the first return. Kim Hweon bit her lip. As an administrator, she couldn't simply be sad. She had to calculate the reduced number and readjust. Can't someone else do it besides me? I studied liberal arts. If you studied liberal arts, you must be good at persuasion. That's perfect. Isn't it? That's not what I mean. Hweon bit her lip with a pained expression. Taesan ignored Kim Hweon's grumbling. There's no one but you. Kim Hweon was the right person. This had already been concluded in his previous life. As I said before, I can't be the person to manage and command people. Lee Taeyeon and Kang Junhyuk are the same. It wasn't that he couldn't do it, but it was a matter of efficiency and effectiveness, in his case. Moving directly was more efficient than controlling people, and Lee Taeyeon was too passive. In the case of Kang Junhyuk, he was too young to be a center point. Taesan looked at Yoongjun. He is more of an assistant than a manager. That is my true calling. GM Yoongjun proudly shrugged his shoulders. Kim Hweon spoke painfully. Still, there might be. Over 20,000 people were here. Surely among them there were those who managed better than Kim Hweon. But a weak person can't be the center point, you know that. Right, that's true. Politicians and members of civilian organizations, they were weak. They didn't descend the labyrinth and didn't know the power that belonged to the strong. That's why they were making noises about punishing Taesan, even if they were not like that. Hard mode players wouldn't simply follow a weak person. It was natural for the voice of the powerful to become louder. Someone with enough capability to suppress that had to be the center point. At least a hard mode player is needed. You are the answer. During the third return, due to the incident caused by Choi Young-hyuk, only about 5,000 people remained, and a quest was given. They were told to break through the monsters and go to Seoul, with a number that was no more than 5,000. They had to head towards Seoul. This was at a time when even E-rank and D-rank monsters appeared, crushing and killing them. This was when Taesan was only at a strong level for easy mode. And Lee Taeyeon was hardly different from hard mode players, when most of the few hard mode players had died, and everyone had given up on life. Kim Hweon had managed to get over half of the players alive to Seoul. There were many who took the position of a leader until humanity perished, but to Taesan, Kim Hweon was the most outstanding. She made a difference enough to hold on a bit longer if she was there. Taesan muttered softly. Well, you'll find out in a few days. Pardon, the story of this side, what about the other hard mode players, those who are not here, players from other areas? Now that I think about it, there were those too. Kim Hweon realized what Taesan was talking about. During the first return, they all gathered at Anyang City Hall. Everyone gathered here were residents of Anyang, even in southern Gyeonggi alone. There were numerous cities like Seongnam, Gwasan, Gunpo, Uiwang, Suwon, Hwasong, Yongin, etc. considering the whole of Korea. It was hard to count the number. Hard mode players who were summoned in areas other than Anyang. He was asking what conversation they had with them in the labyrinth. But is there a need to meet? They had to leave Anyang and move to other areas to meet. And there was neither reason nor leisure for that. They were busy enough trying to live here. The reason Kim Hweon didn't care much was also due to that. They thought they could only meet in the labyrinth anyway. Taesan clicked his tongue. Just tell me what you know. Everyone was preparing something, but I didn't ask for details. I was busy preparing myself. That's enough then, Taesan spoke calmly. Work hard, there isn't much time left. Right, can you help? I have my own things to do. Taesan left through the window like the wind. Kim Hweon sulked at the piles of documents. This quest was a preparation quest for 24 hours. There were no specific restrictions on movement. Taesan left the city hall. He sprinted through the ruined city and moved as close as possible to the sky's fissure. A crack was spreading to the sky from the fissure. This fissure was gradually growing, eventually reaching a size that would allow even giant monsters to come out. It has definitely gotten bigger. The size of the fissure was bigger than during the second return in his previous life, and the energy is fluctuating. Perhaps because he had met the gods directly and felt their power. He could feel the energy beyond the fissure more distinctly. The energy inside the fissure was slowly expanding. It seemed as if something powerful was about to descend soon. It wasn't at the level of D rank, it was at least C rank or maybe B rank. Despicable beings, Taesan chuckled. He examined the fissure for a moment and returned again. The ghost that had been silent until now spoke. Why go through all this cumbersome process? The high gods. You mean, yes, they are powerful. I thought this was the limit, but after seeing the power of the demon god, I realized I was wrong. The demon god crushed a star by herself, and that was even with another god resisting. Such was the power of the gods. If they wish, they could crush this small world in an instant. So why bother creating such fissures, initiating returns, and giving quests? I don't know. He too wondered about this. Gods were powerful and ferocious beings. If it was revenge against those who expelled them, crushing the world, such tedious deeds would not be needed. They could have just crushed it thoroughly and moved on. But the high gods seemed to be showing mercy, waiting, in accordance with their power. They sent down monsters and gave them time. Over 12 years, it was said they destroyed 258 worlds, considering their power. It was quite a slow pace. The groaning ghost spoke with an ambiguous tone. Is it interference by the gods of the labyrinth? That seems the most likely. To hinder the revengeful high gods, numerous gods of the labyrinth were restraining them. It was the most logical and likely scenario, but something was off. They didn't seem to be entities who showed such favors. The pondering ghost gave up after a while. I don't know, we might find out while going down the labyrinth. Or we might find out soon. The fissure was shaking. It seemed like it could spew out what it held at any moment. This return seemed to be certainly different from the last. When Taesan returned to the city hall, everything was already sorted out. Then, once 24 hours had passed, special quest initiated. This quest is delivered to all players in southern Gyeonggi. Gather at Yongin City Hall. Time limit 1 week. Reward differential distribution depending on the success when returning to the labyrinth. Chapter 118, Second Return. Assembly Part 2. To Yongin, people realized that there were others not too far from them, at a place they could reach on foot. I have friends in the Yongin area. I had family there. People who couldn't meet their acquaintances in the labyrinth due to varying difficulties or circumstances were raising their voices. Hope was embracing them, but then, do we have to go to Yongin from here? At the same time, despair was also crushing them. They had seen numerous monsters on their way to Anyang City Hall. There were many who barely survived. Gathered at the brink of death, Kim Hweon desperately encouraged the people whose spirits were rapidly darkening. Don't worry, you've all become stronger by descending the labyrinth, she shouted with a forced bright face. And we will protect all of you. Once we arrive at Yongin City Hall, more people will gather, then we can combine our strengths, we can survive. Under her desperate shout, people composed themselves. Kim Hweon, who barely managed to raise some morale, quickly organized the people. Unnecessary baggage was discarded, food was put into the inventory, and lines were formed. They then set off, leaving the city hall and heading to Yongin. The map. We got it along with the quest. There's no problem with the route. It's quite considerate. They grumbled and moved carefully, next to Taesan. Yoongjun laughed bitterly. 1 week, it's actually ample time. Considering a cross-country journey took about 15 days, the distance from Anyang to Yongin was very short. There were tens of thousands of people, but their physical abilities were extraordinary. Even the weakest, those from easy mode, were gradually reaching the limits of humans. They would have arrived quite comfortably originally, but there were beings blocking them. Monster 441,623,321 has appeared. Monster 126,887,995 has appeared. Monsters swarmed them. People were desperately wielding their weapons. Everyone had worked hard to become stronger after the first return. Even the easy mode players could defeat monsters equivalent in strength to them, but their numbers were overwhelming. Monsters. Double the number of the survivors charged in. People resisted, but some were inevitably trampled. Save me! Kim Hweon swung her sword with a desperate face to the screams resonating from all directions. Swoosh! Several monsters fell instantly, but their places were taken by others. Yoongjun, I want to help too. They were no different from other hard mode players busy dealing with the rushing monsters, but among them there were noticeable ones as well. Kang Junhyuk, still with a youthful face, swung his sword. All of the monsters that rushed in quick enough to leave afterimages were sliced and tossed aside. Kang Junhyuk firmly plants his feet, crushing the monsters' heads underfoot. He leaped to 8 areas where the players had begun to retreat. Are you okay? Thank you. Lee Taeyeon was similar. She might wail, scream, and make faces in distress. But she knocked down monsters without breaking a sweat. Even compared to the hard mode players, their actions were remarkably noticeable. But despite their struggle, there were inevitably areas being pushed back, given the immense numbers. The number of hard mode and solo mode players was too few. Aarg and Jeonghi, who was at the perimeter of the group, screamed, a normal mode player. She believed in her stamina and blocked the monsters' attacks from the front lines, but having taken more hits than needed, her stamina was now in the single digits. No, in tears and floundering. She showed unnecessary movements in fear. She got stranded among monsters due to being pushed out of the group. The monster raised its massive arm, the woman with a pale face. tightly closed her eyes, then the wind blew. The sound of something crumbling resounded in the ears of the woman with her eyes closed. When she gently opened her eyes, her pupils dilated, all the monsters around her were crushed. It's been a while, seeing the man patting her head, her face brightened. Taesan Oppa, step back, ye. Yes, she hastily rejoined the group as Taesan faced forward. Monsters rushed at him. Countless violent attacks engulfed Taesan, they were isolated. And the other players were unable to help. The onlookers clenched their teeth, so annoyingly numerous. Taesan frowned, seemingly annoyed, and raised his fist. In an instant his fists collided. And an explosion occurred. The rushing monsters were crushed and vanished. Due to the blast, all the monsters within tens of meters in front were thrown into the sky. Huh, what? Ignoring the voices filled with astonishment. Taesan moved, the whip tied to his wrist came to life. It tore and killed all the approaching monsters. About 2 meters, and the speed is good too, as expected. It's useful, Taesan murmured as he swung his hand. Several ice arrows were formed, piercing through the monsters. Hundreds were swept away at once, and more than that number rushed in again. Taesan clicked his tongue. I want to have one area skill. He had something similar. Darkness expanded behind Taesan. You have activated Dekarabia's distorted life. Kugyukung Aarg, what? What is this? Gigantic roots rose and crushed the monsters. By the time people regained their senses, the roots had blocked the monsters' approach. You have activated frost arrows. Frost arrows conglomerated in the midair, they expanded in size, dispersing chill in every direction. Yeah, even the weak easy mode players could feel the gathering of such considerable power. Soon, a massive icy meteorite formed in the sky. Farewell, you have activated magic acceleration. The meteorite fell, dropping right in the midst of the monsters. With a loud boom, dust enveloped everyone. Wait, what happened? Yoongjun, who was organizing his area, rushed over hastily. Witnessing the devastation, he swallowed his breath. Hyunam, have you arrived? It's over here. Taesan dusted off his hands in front of him. A gigantic crater had formed. Taesan nodded faintly. Let's clean up fast and move. Taesan continued to move forward, crushing and killing the monsters. During this process, over 2,000 people witnessed Taesan's strength, and they understood what level of monster Taesan was. Everyone knew Taesan was strong, but most hadn't truly felt it. When he was fighting against Choi Younghyuk's group, they had been distracted by the reality of humans killing each other. When blocking the wave, it didn't resonate much, as they confirmed it after Taesan killed all the monsters. Now, they finally realized Taesan's strength. He handled monsters that 10 of them could barely suppress with a single blow. Monsters struggling against the flicks of his nimble fingers were blown away, and hundreds were swept away by his extraordinary skills. Awe and fear, various emotions were directed towards Taesan. Taesan indifferently handled the monsters. After handling all the monsters, they moved again and night fell. Everyone seems tired, let's rest. We need to find a place, let's get into some building. After searching here and there, they finally found a building big enough for 2,000 people. After assigning spots, Kim Hweon spoke with a tired face. Then we need to keep watch, arrange the turns amongst yourselves. No need for that. Taesan stepped outside the building and raised his hand. You have activated Dekarabia's distorted life. Kugyukung roots rose and enveloped the building. Taesan continued using magic without stopping. The roots kept growing non-stop, eventually completely enveloping the building. It's sufficient till tomorrow. Ordinary monsters can't break through, so rest assured and sleep. Yes, Kim Hweon nodded with a drained face. The fearful gaze towards Taesan became even stronger. Taesan, not minding, stepped outside. Almost all of his magic was used to wrap the building. It needed to be refilled. You have activated prayer to magic. For a moment, he felt heavy. He opened the status window. All his stats had been halved. If he stayed still for 3 minutes, 1 magic point recovered. It will be all recovered by tomorrow. Inside the building, people were finishing their meals and slowly falling asleep. Taesan was resting, leaning against the wall outside the building. Then, Kim Hweon approached him. Taesan, she hesitated and apologized. I'm sorry. What are you sorry for? You had to stay out here because of the people. The people who had witnessed Taesan's strength were startled every time he approached. When he summoned the roots that wrapped around the entire gigantic building, they looked at him as if they were seeing a horrifying monster. Being in the same place would make it seem like their breath would stop. So Taesan had no choice but to come out. You saved us. It doesn't matter, I'm used to it. It was no different in the previous world, despite being in easy mode. He surpassed hard mode players and was avoided and rejected for being different and strange. Sometimes he was even attacked, accused of being a spy for the monsters. Compared to then, it was quite mild now. But Kim Hweon bit her lip. Taesan was abnormally strong, but he used that strength to help them, even though he could have reached the destination alone. Abandoning everyone, she thought that they should be thankful to him, not alienate him, realizing this from her expression. Taesan faintly smiled. Don't worry about it, it's not like I hold grudges, time would naturally solve it. Rather. Go and bring Lee Taeyeon and Kang Junhyuk. Those two, okay. She obediently went into the building. After a while, she returned with the two. Why are you here? I couldn't sleep. And I was bored. I wanted to talk with Hyungnam. Yeonjun showed a naive smile. Taesan unsheathed his sword lazily. There is no time to talk, Kang Junhyuk. You're first, draw your weapon. Phew, Lee Taeyeon sighed in relief. Kang Junhyuk's eyes sparkled. Is it like last time? Is there any time to rest? Lee Taeyeon and Kang Junhyuk were solo mode players. There were no other players there, meaning there was no way to get stronger by dueling each other in the labyrinth. The only time was when they returned to Earth. They wouldn't waste such precious time. Kang Junhyuk energetically drew his weapon. All right, this time. I won't lose easily like last time. Duel request. This duel occurs under equal conditions for both parties. Duel established. Kang Junhyuk and Kang Taesan begin the duel. Kang Junhyuk was confident. He gained more skills as he descended the labyrinth. Not only stats but movement and practical aspects improved greatly after passing the divine trials. In this duel, the stats of Kang Taesan and Kang Junhyuk were exactly the same. With the will to create different results than before, Kang Junhyuk planted his feet firmly, and the result was obvious. Cock, in just 1 minute. Kang Junhyuk was thrown to the ground. Taesan, without a speck of dust on him, swung his sword. Is it over? Why, to catch up to me? You have a long way to go. I surpassed the point you are at a very long time ago. Even if the stats were equal, the result didn't change. You have improved since before. But you have a habit of neglecting defense when attacking. If you don't fix that, you'll get countered and die. Yes. Kang Junhyuk banged his head. Taesan pointed his sword towards Lee Taeyeon. She shivered. You're next. Come, heek. Lee Taeyeon screamed in fear. Chapter 119, Second Return. Assembly Part 3, that's it. Taesan sheathed his sword. Lee Taeyeon, who was struggling to keep up, lost her strength and collapsed. My arm won't rise, like Lee Taeyeon. Kang Junhyuk was also sprawled on the ground, groaning. Is it over? You can't even move, so it ends here, even if we continue. It seems like nothing will change. Using a recovery potion restores health but not mental strength. They had already been dueling for over 3 hours. So they were likely reaching their limits. Phew, Kang Junhyuk and Lee Taeyeon sighed in relief. And the ghost seemed very displeased. Fools, do you think it's common for the strong to teach you for free? You don't even think about recovering and fighting. And you've already lost your spirit, truly weak. Kang Junhyuk closed his mouth. They knew since they had descended far enough, every battle was a life-or-death struggle. Gaining a means to become stronger without risk was a definite privilege. But next time, today was no more. Kang Junhyuk hit his head on the ground. The ghost clicked his tongue. Seemingly displeased, but there was no point in urging those who had reached their limits, so he didn't say more. Kim Hweon, who had been quietly watching, muttered, he really has become strong. Kim Hweon's face was full of surprise. He was surely similar to us on the last return, since they fought together. Kim Hweon knew well about the strength of Lee Taeyeon and Kang Junhyuk. They weren't that different from them, definitely strong but not astonishingly so. That was solo mode, so. She thought that solo mode wasn't much different from hard mode, considering how outstanding Kang Taesan was. But this battle broke that thought. The movements of Kang Junhyuk and Lee Taeyeon were clearly surpassing her level. Taesan said, in the beginning there's not much difference, but as time passes the gap widens and eventually it becomes uncatchable. Indeed. Lee Taeyeon was also similar to a hard mode player until the second return in his previous world. It was from the third and the fourth that she became evidently stronger. Do you want to try too? Taesan swung his sword. GM Yoongjun's eyes lit up. Is it okay? I don't care today since I have no particular plans. Then. Excuse me, GM Yoongjun drew his sword. Whoa, I'm tired. The next day. Lee Taeyeon and Kang Junhyuk walked with tired faces. GM Yoongjun wasn't much different. They were in no condition to exert their full power, still. Dealing with monsters wasn't a problem. The monsters appearing now were mostly of the same level and from now on, they wouldn't pose a significant threat to those above hard mode. Eek, block it. But it was different for the easy and normal mode players. They had to do their best even to deal with one monster. Taking down one took a long time. So the number of monsters they managed to defeat was not large. Most of the monsters were defeated by the hard mode players, Lee Taeyeon, Kang Junhyuk. And Taesan, it was like this before. It was the inherent limitation of easy and normal modes. As time went on, the difference would only increase. Taesan sorted his thoughts and dealt with the monsters. What followed was a repetition of similar events. They advanced while dealing with monsters and rested in suitable buildings. At night they practiced, calling on Lee Taeyeon and Kang Junhyuk and occasionally GM Yoongjun and Kim Hweon. The more they practiced, the better their movements became, and 3 days later they were able to arrive at Yongin City Hall. We are here. Hooray! Seeing the silhouette of Yongin City Hall, people embraced each other in emotion. Everyone, we haven't arrived yet, don't let your guards down, Lee Taeyeon shouted to calm the people. But her face could not hide the joy. They arrived earlier than expected. The number of people who died on the move was countable. It was all thanks to Taesan. Every time a monster appeared, thanks to him moving quickly and dealing with it. There were no deaths except for those who ran away in fear or sneaked out at night. Thank you, Mr. Taesan. Thanks is enough, let's go in. Yes, Kim Hweon ran in. Smiling, wow, it's huge. Yongin City Hall was incomparably larger than Anyang City Hall. There were various buildings on a large site, large enough for all of them to enter with room to spare. At the entrance of City Hall, there was a guard. Seeing the group, he panicked and raised his spear. Who are you? We came from Anyang. Huh, aren't you Beacon? Kim Hweon, speaking with a tired face, was surprised. The man called Beacon also looked surprised seeing Kim Hweon. Hweon Nuna, what the? You were here too? Yes, weren't you here too, Nuna? Yes, lucky you being in Yongin. You don't need to move. Kim Hweon sighed deeply. Beacon gave a bitter smile and lowered his spear. Please wait a moment, I'll call the king. King? Kim Hweon sent a puzzled look. But Beacon didn't answer and quickly went inside. A man appeared shortly after, a stern-faced man with a sporty haircut. Seeing him, Kim Hweon was again surprised. Seo Jangson, you were here too. The man with the sporty haircut looked surprised to see Kim Hweon. Kim Hweon, is that you? Yes, nice to see you, Kim Hweon spoke with a joyful face. They seemed fairly close, but compared to Kim Hweon, Seo Jangson had a vague expression. He seemed pleased yet uncomfortable, however. He quickly masked it so no one noticed except Taesan. Seo Jangson extended his hand with a smile. Nice to meet you, welcome to Yongin. But why are there so many? How many are there? Seo Jangson looked at the large group with a bored face. It was a number difficult to count. About 20,000 in total. 20,000? How? Seo Jangson was baffled. It was a number hard to comprehend with his understanding. Kim Hweon pointed at Kang Taesan. Lee Taeyeon. And Kang Junhyuk with a smile. Remember what I mentioned in the labyrinth? There are exceptionally strong solo mode people on my side, thanks to them. Ah, Seo Jangson's face twitched. The ones frequently mentioned in the community. Those people, yes, is that so? A strange gaze was directed at Lee Taeyeon, Kang Junhyuk, and Kang Taesan. Kang Junhyuk, feeling momentarily uncomfortable, frowned before he could object. Seo Jangson clapped his hands. You've all worked hard to get here. Rest until the quest is over. I will guide you. Yes, everyone, please come in. The people entered the premises of City Hall with cheers. As they entered, Kang Junhyuk muttered, why is he looking at us like that? Huh, why? Didn't you feel it, Nuna? It was a really annoying gaze. Kang Junhyuk thought the other party would be happy. The earth had turned into hell, and he had enough power to significantly influence everyone's survival. However, the gaze Seo Jangson directed at Kang Junhyuk was as if looking at an intruder. Lee Taeyeon stumbled over her words. I don't know, aren't you mistaken? It was too clear to be a mistake, didn't you feel it? Hyung, I wonder, Taesan spoke lethargically. Kang Junhyuk frowned at his lack of concern. Is it my imagination? It probably isn't. So did I see it correctly? Seeking agreement. Kang Junhyuk looked at Taesan. Just rest for now, aren't you tired? I am tired. Kang Junhyuk rubbed his eyes. They fought monsters while moving and practiced with Taesan while resting. So he was mentally exhausted. I'll go rest for a bit then. I will go meet people. There should be solo mode people here too, right? With a tired face, Kang Junhyuk, and with an expectant face. Lee Taeyeon moved. Taesan also began to move. There weren't that many people in Yongin. Counting them all, there were about 10,000. Less than the average, and the expressions of the people walking around were of just two types. The majority had dark, gloomy faces, a very small number of confident and happy-looking people. They were very contrasting. Mr. Taesan, while moving around, he ran into a cheerful Kim Hweon. What have you been up to? I went to hear some discussions about the number of people, the ratio of hard mode players, food, and such. I found out where the food storage is. Would you like to come with me? Taesan nodded his head. The food storage was in the basement of the city hall. Inside were countless cans and instant noodles. Kim Hweon, who looked at each one, muttered, except for canned food. The expiration dates are cutting it close. Expiration dates are for the selling period. You can still eat things like noodles even after 6 months. Really? Kim Hweon's face brightened. Then it's fine, we can eat this amount for a while. Not really, we are not all who are coming. Right, more people will come, considering those people. It is indeed insufficient. Kim Hweon bit her lip. There were 20 cities in southern Gyeonggi. It meant 10 times the current number of people would come. We might not need that much. But we're short on food, we need to prepare slowly. They both came out after checking. Kim Hweon spoke in a cheerful tone, but it's a relief, it will be manageable since Jangson is here. Right, do you know each other? He is someone I talked a lot with in the labyrinth. He is among the strongest in hard mode and makes calm judgments, so he has a lot of people's trust. He was a bit aggressive, but it was never a problem. Kim Hweon was a hard mode player on the same level as Jeom Yoongjun. That was also Seo Jangson. A bit aggressive. Yeah, sometimes he said harsh things, but when everyone spoke out, he would compromise. There shouldn't be any big problems, right? I don't know, Taesan knew what Seo Jangson did in the previous world, how many people he killed, but that was a thing of the past. Now, no matter what, They couldn't accept it. Kim Hweon would find out soon enough. A day passed. There were 3 days left until the special quest was cleared. Those who had been resting and wandering around realized something strange. There are no solo mode players, Lee Taeyeon said with a baffled face. Really? Not even one? Did they all die honestly besides us? Surviving is hard. Most solo mode players were weaker than easy mode players. They needed considerable luck to survive on Earth, or there might not have been anyone in Yongan. There are fewer solo mode players. Is that so? Lee Taeyeon conceded with an uncomfortable face. There was another strange thing walking in the park. Kim Hweon fiddled with documents with a puzzled face. The number of easy and normal mode players is too low. In fact, having a small number was somewhat expected. Against the monsters on Earth, hard mode could easily win. But not easy or normal. But even considering that, it was too low. The absolute number itself was large, so the ratio had to match, but compared to the ratio in Anyang, it was only 1/3. And, Kim Hweon turned her gaze with a puzzled face. The players of Yongan also knew about her. Seo Jangsun told people that she was the administrator of Anyang. So they should treat her well. They are strangely avoiding me. Since then, the people of Yongan tried not to meet Kim Hweon's eyes, as if receiving punishment for looking directly. Like commoners who should not look at nobles, they lowered their heads and hid their bodies, and all of those people were easy and normal mode players. Chapter 120, Choosing the King, Part 1. The people of Yongan in easy and normal mode seemed somewhat tense. They refused to converse in a gloomy atmosphere. The only ones who seemed confident were the hard mode players. It must be the difference in strength. Hard mode could survive without problems, however. It was not the same for easy and normal. Kim Hweon thought of this difference with a troubled face. Time passed. After 2 days, people from other regions began to arrive one by one. Sob. Sniffle, their number was noticeably low. It was because many died during the journey, as there was no one who could cover the entire area alone. Like Taesan, Kim Hweon brought them into Yongan City Hall with a pity-filled face. Slowly. The vast area was filling up. Taesan sat lazily on the roof of a building. He had nothing to do. There was nothing actively to do for a week until the special quest ended. Going to save people from other areas was also impossible, as they were barred from going outside as soon as they arrived at Yongan City Hall. It meant they had to wait quietly at the City Hall for 2 days. Taesan, who was idly looking at the ground, saw a dispute in his line of sight. Lee Taeyeon and Kang Junhyuk were having a verbal fight with those who seemed to be hard mode players of Yongan. When he focused, he could hear their voices. What did you say? Are you deaf? I said don't act out because you are in solo mode. It's not acting out, it's just blocking. It is acting out, at Lee Taeyeon's words. The face of the hard mode man twisted. How we treat the easy mode guys is our freedom. Our right, and you guys are trying to stop us. Why is the community so noisy? What's all the fuss about? Kang Junhyuk's face tightened at the insult. He tensed the hand holding his sword. You guys, what? A kid who still has blood on his mind is rolling his eyeballs where? Stop. A blunt voice resonated. The hard mode players turned their gaze. And their faces brightened. Seo Jangsun approached with a scrunched face. What's the commotion? Ah, my king. King, Kang Junhyuk frowned. King, huh? It was a word that did not suit modern society. But Seo Jangsun calmly responded. Yes, what happened? It's nothing. They violated the law set by the king. I was just saying where was the need to. Lee Taeyeon stuttered with a mournful face. Seo Jangsun ignored her words and stroked his chin. You can't break the law, then you have to be punished. Seo Jangsun sent a cold gaze towards Lee Taeyeon and Kang Junhyuk. It was a gaze never shown when he was with Kim Hweon. Kang Taesan felt that gaze was like that of an arrogant king. After a moment of consideration, Seo Jangsun nodded his head. Originally, this would call for capital punishment. Capital punishment? Lee Taeyeon let out a sharp cry. It was done unknowingly, so we cannot give such severe punishment, so. It will be simple. What are you talking about? At the voice coming from behind. Seo Jangsun hastily turned his body. Taesan was looking at them with a slight smile. Can I join in too? Who are you to dare? Stop. Seo Jangsun cut off the hard mode player, who failed to recognize Taesan's identity. Seo Jangsun slowly backed off. It's nothing, we were just discussing her violation of the law. Law? Who determines that? You, Taesan scoffed. You might be the owner of this place. But you are not the king. I would prefer it if you didn't force your laws on us. This, at his mocking words. A hard mode player moved. He drew his sword and slashed at Taesan. Taesan moved his body with an annoyed face. What's this now, th? Threat? The hard mode player did not stop and continued to swing his sword. His speed was definitely fast. The movement easily transcended human limits. As he had survived in hard mode, but it didn't even graze Taesan. Taesan was avoiding everything by merely swaying his body slightly on the spot. WH. What? Shock appeared in the eyes of the onlookers. The attacking man was frenzied. He was moving ever so slightly, and even that movement was at a visibly slow pace. But his attacks were not landing at all. Being able to avoid even while moving slowly meant the gap was staggeringly huge. Die, with a shout filled with rage. The sword was brought down on Taesan's head. Taesan reached out and grabbed the sword. The man's body jerked to a halt. Self-defense, Taesan clenched his fist, without using full muscle strength. He swung as slowly and as weakly as possible. The hard mode player flew back as if struck by a cue stick. 51 damage to Kim Gu-won. The stricken Kim Gu-won writhed. Seo Jangson was involuntarily shocked. 51 unimaginable damage was displayed to him. Taesan swung his gauntlet and muttered. Controlled it well, he said with a slight smile. Want to continue? Never mind, Seo Jangson struggled to hide how disturbed he was. I'm sorry, I will make sure he is duly punished for attacking you rashly. As he retreated, taking the fallen hard mode player with him. Taesan spoke lazily, this is the last time for acting up, next time. It will be death, startled. Seo Jangson's body flinched momentarily. The hard mode player who suddenly rushed was under Seo Jangson's influence. Lee Taeyeon and Kang Junhyuk knew that they were similar to hard mode players. But Taesan was an unknown factor. He had asked Kim Hweon various questions but only heard baseless stories. So it was his intention to ascertain how strong Taesan really was. Taesan knew this and said he would let it slide this time. Remember this, he said, swallowing and then left. Kang Junhyuk, who had been quiet, burst out in anger. Those trashy guys. It was the first time the always smiling, confident Kang Junhyuk showed anger. Why are you just listening quietly, sister? But I don't want to fight. They started the fight, what can we do by avoiding that? Kang Junhyuk seemed frustrated and was pounding on his chest. Lee Taeyeon bowed her head deeply. Taesan asked with a smile. What happened? Explain to me. Kang Junhyuk began to explain with an excited tone. We were walking in the park when sister was cornered by those guys. I didn't know what was happening, so I was quietly listening. But then they started talking rudely. I couldn't stand it, so I intervened. Sister, tell me, what was it about? No, it's nothing. Lee Taeyeon slowly explained. As she did, Kang Junhyuk's face slowly twisted. And by the time she finished, he couldn't hold back his anger. You did the right thing, why are they acting so righteous? Lee Taeyeon's explanation was as follows. She was walking in the park when she saw a group of men harassing a woman. At first, she was scared and didn't want to intervene, but as things escalated, she hastily stepped in. She managed to send the woman away, but since then the men have been pressuring her, claiming she violated the law. They said they violated the law. Seo Jangson, the king of this place or whatever, said something similar. Kang Junhyuk spat out with a twisted face. Brother, isn't this place strange? Why do you think so? There's no solo mode, fewer easy or normal mode, and everyone is acting strange. At first I just let it go, but it's getting more and more annoying. If it's strange. It's strange, if not, it's not. Just rest for now. After the beating they won't bother you again. Ah, okay, thank you, Mr. Taesan. Taesan bid them farewell and left them. Indeed, compared to Lee Taeyeon, Kang Junhyuk was more perceptive. He went back to the rooftop and looked down again, after observing for a while. Someone approached Taesan. Brother, what brings you here? Yoonjun opened his mouth with a bitter smile. I heard there was a disturbance earlier. There was something like that. I'm sorry. Yoonjun spoke with a sorry face. There seemed to be several hard mode players with aggressive tendencies when I spoke to Jangson. He said it's difficult because he can't control them either. From what Taesan saw, it seemed like Seo Jangson was leading. But Yoonjun seemed unaware of this. I told them to be careful from now on, it shouldn't happen again. I don't really care, it's not something you need to apologize for. Still, we are both hard mode players, it's not like I don't know them. Most hard mode players knew each other. The ones who had a quarrel with Lee Taeyeon this time were also acquaintances of Yoonjun. That was why he felt sorry. Yoonjun left with an apologetic face till the end. Taesan looked down at the ground below. The scenes that Lee Taeyeon described were unfolding. Hard mode players harassing and tormenting easy and normal mode players. It was like a relationship between nobles and slaves. It was the same in the previous world. Disturbing. There was irritation in the ghost's tone, just like the guides of sin, base and vulgar beings are everywhere. Aren't you sorry for comparing them? At least the guides of sin respected the strong. On the contrary, Seo Jangson only accepted hard mode players, which was even worse. Hard mode players. They were the strongest entities, excluding solo mode players. They were varied. Some, like Kim Yoonjun, were those who despaired in reality. And some, like Kim Hweon, wanted to save everyone. And there were those who wanted to seize power, claiming they had to lead everyone, insisting that only hard mode could save the world, desiring a return to the medieval ages, where strict discipline and order prevailed, suppressing easy and normal players and elevating hard mode to the status of nobility. That was Seo Jangson. To such a Seo Jangson, solo mode players were thorns in his side because they, who were stronger than him, negated his plans by simply existing. He must have wanted to oppress and subdue using numbers. Indeed, in her previous life, Lee Taeyeon obediently submitted. Her nature meant that she didn't like fights and couldn't handle all the hard mode players alone, but now it was impossible for that to happen. Not just Lee Taeyeon, but Kang Junhyuk and him were also present. A stupid act. Even without that, Seo Jangson's plan was doomed to fail. Easy and normal mode were indeed weaker, depending on when they cleared. They could never beat a hard mode player, however that was the story for when they cleared the labyrinth. Now, the difference between them wasn't much. Even easy players could kill hard players if they risked their lives. Choi Young-hyuk was the proof. Despite being an easy mode player, he held power and survived for a long time. Longer than Seo Jangson, but he won't give up. Those guys cling to what they have until the very end. Taesan's information was all from the previous world. The current Seo Jangson must be full of confidence. He might be thinking of nothing but subjugating Taesan and becoming the leader of the group. There won't be any regrets since I warned him it's the last time. Taesan stood up, and 2 days passed. It was the last day of the quest to gather in Yongin, 20 cities in southern Gyeonggi. A total of 20 groups had to arrive. But they didn't. Groups that barely survived with mere hundreds, or groups not arriving at all, groups lucky enough to arrive without much damage due to proximity. As time went by, the number of arriving groups decreased. On the last day, contrary to their expectations, the number barely exceeded 100,000. A gloomy atmosphere spread throughout the city hall. They were sad about their friends not arriving and disappointed that all of southern Gyeonggi was just what was there. But the atmosphere didn't last long. A special quest appeared before them. Dispassionate and cruel, special quest started. Choose your king. The king can assign roles to people. Following roles have great benefits. There will be disadvantages if you continually disobey the king's orders. Killing the king will result in severe penalties. Once you have chosen a king, survive, create food and protect your land, build barricades and block the monsters. Waves will come at regular intervals. Survival period 1 month. Rewards based on your performance. Differential rewards will be given when returning to the labyrinth. There are a few cases where you can change the king. When changing the king, the one most involved will receive great benefits. Chapter 121, Choosing the King, Part 2. People who saw the quest were startled because the system window had different content than the usual commands like move or block. Choose a king. The king can assign roles, and the king can give orders. People gathered to hold a meeting. Easy or normal mode players were too numerous and were excluded, even between the hard mode players. The strongest people there were the solo modes Lee Taeyeon, Kang Junhyuk, and Kang Taesan. A total of 20 gathered. Some expressed discomfort when the 3 joined, but there was no way to reject them. So they begrudgingly made room. What do you think? Seo Jangson asked from his seat in the conference room. Kim Hweon pondered with a finger on her lips. Isn't it meant literally if we simplify it? It means a leader or maybe a manager. Perhaps it's telling us to officially decide on what we've had so far. Probably. A group needed someone to lead them. The larger the number, the greater the need with a total of 100,000. Someone definitely had to be a leader. Then I'll do it, Seo Jangson said, his attitude seeming decided without hesitation. Any objections? The hard mode players nodded as if it was obvious. They were all players from Yongin City. Kim Hweon looked startled. You'll do it? Yes, do you have a problem with that? No. Particularly? I do, Kang Junhyuk interrupted. On what basis are you proposing yourself as the king? Because I am the king, Seo Jangson confidently responded. I am the king here. You all came here like refugees. Surely you're not saying you won't follow the landowner's word. King, refugees, Kang Junhyuk bared his teeth. Don't make me laugh. This place is just the quest destination. You don't have the right to order us around. But this has become the destination, so naturally. You should follow my command. It was a statement filled with unwavering confidence. Kang Junhyuk sneered. I know you're already being called the king here, right? Your word is the law, right? You just don't want to lose that. Do you? That's right. Seo Jangson looked as if that was obvious, undeterred. Kang Junhyuk frowned. So what's your point? The world is in chaos. We need a strong king. I'm just taking on that role. Why does it have to be you? Then who you? Seo Jangson scoffed. Do you think people will follow a child who, no matter how strong, isn't even an adult yet? At that, Kang Junhyuk closed his mouth. He was indeed not yet an adult among the players. He was considerably young. His words wouldn't carry much weight, even though strength became everything in this world. Human nature didn't change so easily. Being young meant being dismissed and being less likely to be followed. Seo Jangson sharply said, Do you plan to follow the words of a woman who can't even assert herself properly? Me. Lee Taeyeon, who had been listening quietly, looked startled and pointed to herself. She was not born a leader. That was a proven fact from the previous world. He is sufficient. Taesan gave a sly smile. Seo Jangson deliberately turned his gaze away. Who would trust a group with only 3 real powers? There are many players in the solo mode, but all of them are weak. Are you sure you won't sacrifice us for your own benefit? Wait, Kim Hweon, who had been listening quietly, frowned. Aren't you being too extreme? Moderated. I apologize, I got a bit emotional. Seo Jangson, who readily stepped back, suddenly slammed his hand on the desk. None, only I am worthy of ruling and dominating people. It was a statement filled with confidence. There was no rebuttal. Seo Jangson looked at Taesan with a furrowed brow. Why isn't he saying anything? Taesan was silently mocking him, although he anticipated some sort of interference. There was no movement. It was unsettling. But there was no interruption. That was good for Seo Jangson. I am the king. Any objections? I don't have any in particular. Kim Hweon looked relieved, although Seo Jangson's words were aggressive. They were right. Kang Junhyuk was too young and Lee Taeyeon had a weak assertion. Moreover, Taesan had completely refused. So Seo Jangson was reasonable. The king has been decided. Hard mode player Seo Jangson. Good. Seo Jangson grinned and moved his hand. Then, let's issue a decree. Phew, Kim Hweon sighed. She looked happy. Finally, I can lessen my burden. The position that was responsible for everyone's life was a heavy burden. Taesan said no one else but her was fit for the role. But she wanted to give it up. Now she was thinking of relying on Seo Jangson and moving more comfortably. Seo Jangson, having completed his settings, said, "This is our law. The king has issued a command." A system window appeared in front of them. Kim Hweon, who checked with a light heart, quickly became stern. Players in easy and normal mode are allowed to eat, if no special achievements are made. 1 meal per day. Do not refuse the words of a hard mode player. Punishment exists for refusal without a valid reason. External scouting and securing food will be selected from easy and normal mode players, if not followed. Food will not be provided. Bow and show respect when seeing a hard mode player. Punishment exists for refusal. In addition, there were more than 10 other commands, all were of similar content. What is this? Kim Hweon asked with a trembling voice. Ji Myungjun stared at the system window with a stern expression. Kang Junhyuk made a face while Lee Taeyeon turned pale. It's the king's first decree. What are you talking about? Kim Hweon stood up from her seat. Her eyes filled with confusion. She knew that Seo Jangson enforced laws on the people and proclaimed himself as a king. However, she didn't think much of it. To manage tens of thousands of people, someone had to take the lead. With all kinds of noise and thousands of individual opinions emerging, controlling everyone was no simple task. It might be a bit aggressive, but it was necessary to rule over the people. That's what she thought, but this was beyond her expectations. Each command was too aggressive and oppressive, limiting meals, not allowing refusal of orders, and bowing to show respect. This is a total class society. You said you're just assigning roles. Kim Hweon shouted angrily. Players in easy mode or normal mode refused to even converse with her. She realized something was off and tried to figure it out, but nothing significant came up. Hard mode players said everything was fine. And Seo Jangson even commented, how can one enjoy such a world? Kim Hweon simply accepted it without much thought. It wasn't that she was naive, it was a matter of her values. In a desperate situation, she believed everyone should work together. She never imagined such oppression. What's so strange about that? Seo Jangson looked genuinely puzzled. It's obvious. Hweon, Seo Jangson, Kim Hweon's voice rose. She took a deep breath and spoke more calmly. What do you mean by needing permission for meals? We don't have much food. It's nowhere near enough for tens of thousands of people. That's why there's a limitation. And not refusing orders. We are protecting them. After all, it's necessary for the benefits they receive. There's no reason to assign the tasks of going outside to easy and normal players. We can get results more safely. Why should we do that? What? Seo Jangson looked at Kim Hweon as if he couldn't understand. The outside is dangerous. Monsters are roaming around, even for hard mode players. It's not 100% safe. So you're passing the risk on to others. That's the only value they can provide, Seo Jangson said bluntly. Easy and normal mode players can't defeat the monsters, even if they try. It's inefficient, so the only thing they can do is gather food from outside. Many people will die in the process. What's your point? Seo Jangson looked genuinely bewildered. At that moment, Kim Hweon realized, until now, Seo Jangson had been aggressive, but there was a limit. That was why she hadn't given it much thought. But that was because she considered other hard mode players as equals. On the contrary, if someone wasn't considered equal, there were no boundaries. Kim Hweon clenched her teeth. So you're going to kill them all? It's not about killing, it's just about doing what you have to do, Seo Jangson said calmly. We are on hard mode, we are the leaders, it's our natural right. You guys, Kim Hweon looked at the other hard mode players with a horrified face. Do you all think the same? Well, it's not wrong, although not everyone expressed it directly. They all seemed to agree with Seo Jangson. Only Kim Hweon and Ji Myungjun were taken aback. Kim Hweon realized it belatedly. The hard mode players who came with her to Yongan had time to have a long conversation with Seo Jangson. You guys, Kim Hweon couldn't hold back and shouted. Then what makes us different from beasts? How is abandoning and using the weak any different? It's different, we are humans, Seo Jangson replied. Kim Hweon gritted her teeth. You and I are just different people. She realized that her and Seo Jangson's values differed fundamentally and that they couldn't reconcile. I understand your values, but I can't accept treating them like slaves. Do as you wish. Seo Jangson looked at Kim Hweon expressionlessly. But this is the right answer, just discard the easy and normal modes. And only the hard mode will survive. I wonder, the previously silent Taesan muttered. A moment of silence ensued. Seo Jangson asked, what do you mean? Is this really the right answer? You're deluding yourselves. Are you saying I'm wrong? I can't say that. It's true that the easy and normal mode players are weak, but are you guys really that different from them? Taesan remembered the previous world as time went on. Stronger monsters appeared. Against apostles and S-class monsters, the hard mode players couldn't resist at all. It was a matter of endurance, and in the end, the hard mode players were just as useless. Their goal was victory, in that sense. Both sides had failed, and it's foolish, you guys aren't that strong. The difference between easy, normal, and hard modes wasn't that big in the mid-stages. Individually, there was a difference. But not as a group. Easy and normal mode players greatly outnumbered the others. Among 1,000 players, it was difficult to find even one hard mode player. If all the easy and normal mode players attack you, can you resist? If they try to trample and tear you apart, can you really survive? The others flinched at Taesan's mutterings. Without a skill like a barrier, even attacks below one's defense would deal 1 damage. If overwhelmed by sheer numbers, the current hard mode players would be killed without resistance. He was always a smart guy. Easy mode player. Choi Young-hyuk. By uniting the easy and normal mode players, he seized the opportunity to rebel. He killed several hard mode players and even killed Seo Jangsun. Easy and normal had made great sacrifices, but they were able to triumph. And then it was over. Countless people had died. In particular, many hard mode players had perished. They couldn't properly fend off the incoming waves and only a very few survived. Thus, during the next return, unable to endure, Kim Hweon sacrificed herself to save the others. Seo Jangsun was left with a miserable failure and was eventually forgotten. In this world, while there was no Choi Young-hyuk, the accumulated rage and hatred were bound to erupt. The odds of Seo Jangsun failing again were high. I don't particularly care about your lives. He didn't care much about Lee Taeyeon, Kang Junhyuk, Jeom Youngjun, Kim Hweon, or a few others. The realization that Kang Taesan genuinely didn't care about their lives sent chills down their spines. But what do you think? Under the gaze directed at her, Kim Hweon bit her lip. After a long thought, Kim Hweon spoke. Jangsun, I can't tolerate this, so I'll request a change in kingship. I'm sorry, but that's impossible. Seo Jangsun replied with confidence. You've read the explanation, right? There are a few cases in which the king can be changed. Condition 1, the king's death. Condition 2, request from a majority of qualified players. Condition 3, the king's voluntary resignation. I have no intention of stepping down myself. The second condition is the same, all hard mode players. Except the 2 of you are on my side. Seo Jangsun smirked. Or do you intend to kill me, accepting the penalty? The quest description stated that anyone who killed the king would incur a significant penalty. Considering the system highlighted this, it would surely have a major impact. Then all the hard mode players will become your enemies. I don't know the way. Kim Hweon bit her lip. There was no apparent way to dethrone the king. This was why Seo Jangsun showed his true colors as soon as he became king. But I know someone who does. Kim Hweon turned her gaze earnestly. This is what you meant. Kang Taesan had said to her while they headed to Yongin that being strong didn't mean you could lead people well. It was her choice. She understood the meaning of his words. I get it now. I understand perfectly. Taesan nodded and said to a confident Seo Jangsun, why isn't there a way? There's the second one. Every hard mode player supports me except for the 2 of you. What nonsense. Seo Jangsun scoffed at Taesan. That's why it's not that, Taesan declared, raising his hand as if swearing an oath. I request a change in kingship. And then, a system window appeared before everyone. A qualified player has requested a change in kingship. If the majority of players agree, the king will be replaced. No other qualified players exist. The request has been accepted. You can use various methods such as discussions, duels, and conflicts to change the king. Choose as you wish. Upon seeing the system window, Seo Jangsun's pupils dilated. Taesan smiled coldly. Didn't I tell you next time? I'll kill you. Chapter 122, Choosing the King, Part 3. Wait, we haven't agreed yet, Seo Jangsun protested as he stood up. Taesan laughed heartily and raised a finger. It's simple. You guys aren't the players with the qualifications that the system speaks of. In the previous world, there was no event where the king was replaced. Many tried, but none succeeded. Easy and normal, even hard mode players, including Lee Taeyeon, thought it was a meaningless provision since none could change it. So, Choi Young-hyuk once insulted someone by calling them an easy mode player when he was about to kill Seo Jangsun. Only players with the required qualifications could request a change of king, and the criteria for these qualifications set by the labyrinth were incredibly high. Not just those who cleared a divine trial, but those who passed even the enhanced trial that pleased the hearts of the gods. Thus, neither the hard mode players nor Lee Taeyeon and Kang Junhyuk had the qualification. Even though they passed the divine trials, they weren't to the level that pleased the gods. The only one who did was Taesan. Taesan clapped. Now we can change the king, makes things simple, right? Kang Taesan looked at Seo Jangsun with amusement in his eyes. Seo Jangsun, getting goosebumps, abruptly stood up. At the same moment, Taesan moved. As the chair broke, Taesan appeared right in front of Seo Jangsun. Seo Jangson was startled and tried to draw his weapon. But Taesan effortlessly slapped it away and grabbed him by the throat. Cough cough, he was then slammed against a wall. The surrounding hard mode players quickly drew their weapons to attack Taesan. You have activated repulsion. An intangible force struck them all. Arg, those who charged were thrown as if they were flies hit by a swatter, rolling on the ground and crashing into walls. In the now chaotic conference room, Taesan spoke leisurely. I could end this now, but that wouldn't be fun. Would it? Gasp. Seo Jangson swung down his weapon. Taesan just caught it and tossed it aside. Clang, amidst the wreckage, Taesan stood tall and dignified. So, I'll give you a chance, struggle a bit, very generous of you, in the city's park. Taesan whistled. Is this all? Yes, this is all who follow me, Seo Jangson declared confidently. Behind him stood around 100 players, and all of them were hard mode players. All of you, Kim Hweon bitter lip indeed. All of the hard mode players in Yongan were following Seo Jangson's intentions, whether explicitly or implicitly. It meant they were in agreement with Seo Jangson's purpose. You'll regret giving me this chance. Taesan had told Seo Jangson to bring everything he had, all his strength to try his best. Seo Jangson heeded those words. Standing in front of Taesan, his expression was bright. With this many in number, even if Taesan was strong, they had a good chance of winning. Shall we begin right away? You remember the conditions. Set the defense to 0 and have a non-lethal duel against everyone. I know. Almost all the players in Yongan were watching their fight, and most of them anticipated Taesan's defeat. Hard mode players were truly formidable, no matter how strong. It was believed that an individual couldn't defeat a group of 100 of them. Begin. The first to move was a hard mode player. He rushed at Taesan with his shield raised. They said his attack power was 50 when Taesan attacked a hard mode player earlier. The registered damage was 51. Seo Jangson remembered this and told everyone. Certainly it was high damage but not unbearable. He planned to block the initial attack and then counter. Sorry to break your hope, but I didn't give you a chance for any other reason. It was to trample them. Rather, Taesan raised his sword towards the approaching shield. You activated an enhancement. With a thud, the opponent flew into the air like a baseball hit by a bat. 453 damage to Kim Minjung. Kim Minjung has been neutralized. He flew quite far, looking at the man who crashed at the far end of the viewing area. Taesan swung his sword with satisfaction. The other hard mode players who were moving hesitated. What? If you won't come, I'll go. Taesan started running. He charged towards the closest man, who was startled and drew his sword. Facing the man who tried to block with his sword, Taesan struck down with indifference. With a thud, the man crashed into the ground with the sword crushed. Sand and dust scattered, and the man lay still as if unconscious. 443 damage to Kim Gyuhan. Kim Gyuhan has been neutralized. It was a one-hit takedown. Seo Jangson, now alerted, shouted, "What's with that damage? Stop joking." Seo Jangson remembered seeing a damage of 51 when Taesan attacked them. In response to Seo Jangson's outcry, Taesan said, I had to work hard to control it. He had attacked very slowly, almost without strength and without even using the sword, just his gauntlet. I see. Seo Jangson realized it belatedly. He had believed without a doubt that the damage at that time was Taesan's full strength. 51 was a considerably high damage. Incomparable to theirs, it was hard to imagine he was holding back. That was why he believed they had a chance. If Taesan's damage was that much, they could withstand a few hits, and with a defense of 0. Any successful attack would cause damage. However, the power Taesan showed now shattered that assumption. Is the cleanup done? Taesan moved. He slapped a player who was dazed on the side of his neck, with a loud noise. The player crashed into a building. Then he swung his sword in the opposite direction. A player with a spear tried to block in panic, but he was thrown aside. Along with his spear, 4 were down in an instant. Don't joke around. It was only then that Seo Jangson, finally regaining his senses, shouted, We have to play in hard mode. We risk our lives to become stronger. Confidence and self-esteem, everything that kept him going, was in those words. So what about it? Taesan casually dismissed his outcry. Seo Jangson gritted his teeth. We play in hard mode. They couldn't lose so effortlessly. They were strong. The idea of them losing despite being hundreds in number was unthinkable. Get a grip. Everyone, with his fervent shout, the hard mode players struggled to stand, glaring at Taesan with eyes filled with determination. No matter how strong, they too risked their lives to venture into the labyrinth. And they were among the best players. Those who came to their senses started to move, aggressively pressuring Taesan. A man holding a two-handed shield charged with thudding sounds. Park Dian activated Defense Boost. Defense Boost, a skill that reduced the percentage of damage taken. It was a lesser skill than solid defense but still pretty useful. Taesan swung his sword down. The man, along with his two-handed shield, was slammed into the ground. Park Dian took 394 damage. I held on, the man on the ground exclaimed with relief. It was close. But he survived. What did you even hold on to? Taesan kicked him disdainfully. Along with hundreds of damage, Park Dean was incapacitated. Don't think of just taking hits. Seo Jangson, who had been watching the fight, shouted. Park Dean had the highest health among them. The fact that he couldn't withstand more than 2 hits even with his defense boost meant they'd get taken down in 1 hit. Taesan moved leisurely, breaking through each of them one by one. Ha! A man with long hair let out a powerful yell and thrust his spear. Taesan parried it carelessly and attempted to counter. Got you. Lee Sehin activated Feint, a skill owned by only a few among the hard mode players. And Lee Sehin was one of them. Using this, Lee Sehin had won numerous battles. He charged confidently towards Taesan's sword. Taesan's sword stopped. He dodged the spear and flicked Lee Sehin's forehead with his finger. Dismissing the feint and swung his sword, thud. Lee Sehin has been incapacitated. Lee Sehin collapsed. It looked so fluid, like flowing water, to those watching from a distance. It looked like Lee Sehin simply charged in a suicidal manner. Taesan's sword moved grandly. Everyone charging at him was squashed and thrown aside. Taesan didn't stop. A man rummaged through his inventory with hesitation. Upon seeing Taesan standing in front of him, the man's face turned pale and he hastily threw something. Flash, a violet powder spread out swiftly. The man exclaimed with a brightened face. It worked. Everyone attack. What he threw was a powder of enchantment. An item that dispersed the minds of sentient monsters. It was worth a whopping 2,000 gold. And the man had to spend his entire fortune to obtain it. Trying to confuse Kang Taesan, judgment not needed. Why are you trying something so pointless? Taesan brushed off the powder with an annoyed expression. Wah! His sword pierced through the bewildered man. The fight that followed was one-sided. Seo Jangson couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. Hard mode players. Those who ventured into labyrinths with only a 1% survival rate. Each had their hidden ace up their sleeves. All those who were falling now had unique abilities and strengths and should not be so easily defeated, but they were all being taken down in a single blow. We're halfway through. The only annoyance was visible on Taesan's face, as if he was dealing with a child's tantrum, and to him they were the children. You hard mode players think you're so strong and grand. What's the difference between you and the easy mode players I always hear you belittling? To him, there was no difference. Whether it was one or many, none affected him. Crash. Another hard mode player fell, the fighting spirit of the others darkened, and the onlookers couldn't hide their astonishment. Even those from Anyang, who knew of Taesan's strength to some extent, were shocked. The surprise of the people from Yongin, who didn't know at all, was beyond words. Hard mode players could easily handle monsters that were tough for others. And even if 100 others charged at them, they wouldn't win. They were, in essence, the rulers of this world, and yet they were falling powerlessly. Just like the others, it seemed like a fantasy. Huh, really? Lee Tion muttered in astonishment. Kang Junhyuk gave a wry smile. He wasn't weak either if he fought against a hard mode player. He was confident he would win in a 1-1 situation. Even in a 1-2, he believed he had a chance. But compared to Taesan, he was insignificant. It was as if Taesan could fight the entire human race and still stand. Junhyuk knew Taesan was strong, but he hadn't imagined this level. Will I ever reach that level? He and Taesan were players of the same mode. It wasn't impossible, but it felt very far off, beyond even his imagination, as everyone was lost in their thoughts. The battle continued, and then it was nearing its end. Among those who were rendered powerless, Taesan stood, not a drop of sweat on him. His breathing remained steady, and there wasn't even a tiny scratch on him. It was a sheer display of dominance. You're the last one, Taesan said to Seo Jangson, who stared at him blankly. Chapter 123. You've lost. Taesan leisurely commented as he pulled the knife out of Seo Jangson's chest. What will you do? Will you continue? If so, I won't stop you. A cold gaze pierced through Seo Jangson. Seo Jangson lowered his head. I won't. I've lost. He gracefully stepped back. I will yield. An undeniable strength, even when 100 of them charged. They were defeated without laying a finger on Taesan. It was their defeat. Nothing more needed to be said. Good choice. Taesan laughed. That laughter sent chills down Seo Jangson's back. Swallowing, he said, I crave power. But not to the point of throwing my life away. If he had resisted even slightly or had raised his voice in denial of reality, he would have died. Seo Jangson instinctively felt this. Then Kim Hweon. Yes. Yes, Kim Hweon, who had been watching blankly, quickly came to her senses and approached. I told you, I have no intention of becoming the king, and you said you could handle it. Yes, with a determined look. Kim Hweon nodded. She looked down at Seo Jangson with an awkward expression. Jangson, you'll be the next king, Seo Jangson laughed bitterly. I don't think I'm in the wrong. I lost without even laying a hand on him. But in the end, only hard mode players can stand against monsters. The weak must be sacrificed to survive. This world was hell. Only the strong survive in hell. Seo Jangson wanted to enforce that with his own hands. Do you plan to save them too? I wonder how that will end. Just shut up and hand it over. Taesan smacked Seo Jangson's head. Seo Jangson clutched his head. Reeling from the sharp pain, I abdicate. Seo Jangson has ceded the throne to Kim Hweon. The king has been decided. The one most involved in the change of the king is Kang Taesan. There will be a bonus when returning to the labyrinth. Thank you. As the fallen hard mode players were being tended to and people were accepting the change of the king, Kim Hweon approached Taesan and bowed her head. What is it? For not killing Seo Jangson. She knew that Taesan held no feelings towards Seo Jangson and that he wasn't compassionate enough to spare an enemy on purpose. If he had killed Seo Jangson immediately after requesting the change, there surely would have been chaos. Hard mode players who didn't witness the process might have rebelled, and that malice might have been directed at Kim Hweon. After all, she benefited the most from Taesan killing Seo Jangson and becoming the king. The relationship with Taesan would have been doubted, and her right to speak would have been damaged. Even if she managed to survive and return to the labyrinth, she likely would have been excluded. Kim Hweon realized somewhat belatedly that Taesan had considered everything in his actions. You better work hard then, that's the only way you can repay me. Taesan said. Kim Hweon looked at Taesan with a curious expression as if asking why he was being so kind to her. Just consider it a debt, Taesan responded with a slight smirk. A debt? Yes. He smirked again. In his past life during his third return when he was weak, a rebellion by Choi Young-hyuk caused Seo Jangson and most of the hard mode players to disappear. Only about 10,000 survived. The following journey to Seoul was hellish. They were confronted by monsters they couldn't resist, and humans died like mere playthings. In that hell, Kim Hweon saved half of their lives. Taesan was one of them. It's because I can't stand seeing people die, Kim Hweon had replied on the night before her near death. To Taesan's question of why she didn't just save herself by running away, in a time when order disappeared and laws meant nothing, she voiced and upheld this simple principle. Taesan still remembered. I am truly, truly grateful for you to do all this for someone like me. She believed Taesan was perfect. A person who could do anything. He effortlessly solved her problems and saved many, to her. These were feats beyond her capabilities. She even admired him. But for such a man to care so deeply about a weakened version of her felt truly overwhelming. Taesan waved it off. It's not just because of that, there are other reasons. While Seo Jangson was different from Choi Young-hyuk, the latter was a parasite offering no help. The former did try to save humanity, even if he considered himself central to it all. For instance, during the second return amidst various waves, Seo Jangson stood at the forefront fighting off monsters. He has an attitude problem, but he'd listen if you hit him. Taesan mused. The idea was to use him efficiently. If he didn't listen after one hit, then keep hitting until he did. Also, we still have other problems to deal with, right? The food issue. Kim Hweon acknowledged it. Feeding over 100,000 people was still a pending issue. The king had changed from Seo Jangson to Kim Hweon. Everyone was informed of this change through the system notification. Even without that, since more than half saw it directly, the news would have spread quickly. The reactions varied. So, are we safe now? Can we survive? The people from the easy and normal modes were elated. The hard mode players had oppressed them, and they had to live in torment, fearing for their lives. Now, if the new king took care of them, it would be a turn for the better. In contrast, the people of hard mode were not in a good mood. We are fighting for our lives. Shouldn't there be benefits for that? Under the leadership of Seo Jangson, they acted without hesitation. Naturally, they weren't pleased when those benefits were suddenly taken away. Kim Hweon was aware of that. I'm not denying the benefits. Everyone should receive benefits that match their abilities. It was also a fact that they protected the majority of players. With responsibility should also come appropriate rights. The reason she pushed Seo Jangson away was because he treated those in easy and normal modes with disdain. But she had planned to leave the benefits for everyone else untouched. Hearing that, the hard mode players didn't show much resistance. Kim Hweon had a high reputation in hard mode, and most of them didn't particularly enjoy tormenting others. Many hard mode players had close ties with those in normal mode. From the start, they had entered the labyrinth through choices that were almost like coercion, cases where the parents were in easy mode, and the children in hard mode were inevitable. No one wanted to see their acquaintances being toyed with by other hard mode players. As long as the benefits weren't taken away, their decision was inevitable. With that in mind, they accepted Kim Hweon's decision. So, what will we do now? Ji Myung-jun asked. Kim Hweon closed her eyes. The fate of 100,000 lives hung in her hands. It was overwhelmingly heavy. However, she opened her eyes. She had taken on this responsibility. There was no room or reason for complaints. How much food do we have? Almost none if it was just for hard mode players. I don't know, but for all 100,000 people, not even a day's worth. We have some food everyone brought. So we can last a few days, but the quest lasts longer. Yoongjun said it was a month-long quest. With the food they had, it was impossible to sustain. Of course, Taesan had basic magic, food production, using mana to produce food. It was an excellent spell in such situations, but the quantity was the problem, even if he used all his mana. It wouldn't be enough for 100,000 people. It wasn't necessary to use it right now. Closing her eyes and thinking, Kim Hweon asked, "Is there a place nearby where we can get food?" At Kim Hweon's words, Seo Jangson glanced at Taesan's expression. As Taesan nodded slightly, Seo Jangson cautiously said, "There's a large mart nearby, but we've already taken all the food around here. So there's probably nothing left. We have to go far then." She made the decision. "Let's move." How far? Yes, we have no choice if we want to get food. Most agreed with that statement, but what came next was the problem. Why do we have to go? Some from hard mode resisted. Their logic was simple: if it was a dangerous job, let the easy mode do it. Why should they risk their lives? Why doesn't easy mode do anything, even for tasks like this? Anticipating such a reaction, Kim Hweon calmly said, after the first return, "Everyone got points when they went back to the labyrinth, right? You all have experienced their effects, so you know. Differential rewards, points. The impact was significant. Gold, stats, and proficiency were raised without risk, leading to noticeable differences based on the points earned at that time. This time, too, the rewards will be distributed based on performance, so the more active you are in obtaining food, the more you can earn." Someone else remarked. Upon hearing this, they fell silent. If points could be secured, it was worth taking the risk. "We won't just be fooling around with the easy and normal modes. We need to gather as much food as possible. So we'll move in teams, organized in a certain proportion. Are we supposed to protect them? I won't ask you to risk your lives, but do your best to protect them. I'm asking you." Kim Hweon lowered her head. Hard mode players hesitated. Understood. I might seem like the bad guy now." As everyone was agreeing, Seo Jangson spoke up. "It's still not enough." "What? 100,000 even if we spread out to get food? There's a limit. How will we get by for a week? And what about the next week? How will we survive a month?" "Jangson, I didn't permit you to go that far. Shut it," Taesan said, cutting him off before turning to the rest. "But your concerns are valid. Then why did you tell me to shut up? Because it's too loud." Seo Jangson closed his mouth. Looking aggrieved, Taesan held resentment towards him. He had oppressed those in easy and normal modes and didn't provide them with adequate food. The primary rationale was that hard mode players needed to fill their bellies and prepare. Taesan, being an easy node player himself, did not receive food. The memory of holding his starving stomach and peeling tree roots to eat still lingered. He felt that not killing Jangason was already an act of great mercy. "Don't worry about what you said. I'll take care of it, and if possible, bring back seeds of potatoes and corn. To cultivate, wouldn't that be difficult?" While cultivating corn and potatoes would be beneficial, there wasn't enough time. With only a month, crops wouldn't mature in time, and they'd likely rot by the time of the next return. Taesan shook his head. "That's not the point, just bring anything cultivable." Okay." Hweon looked puzzled but nodded. Then Yoongjun, who had been silent, spoke. "Do you mean any food that can be cultivated?" "Probably." Taesan didn't know for sure. Last time they only obtained potatoes, but if potatoes worked, other crops might as well. "I know a place nearby." "Then move with me." From there, Lee Taeyeon began organizing teams, and Taesan moved with Yoongjun. "Where is it?" "Just this way, it's not too far." Taesan followed Yoongjun. Monsters occasionally appeared, but neither Taesan nor Yoongjun had trouble with them. "Here." Yoongjun arrived at a small building next to them. "It hasn't collapsed." Yoongjun entered, passing through an empty room. He arrived at a door leading to the basement. He confidently entered a password and went inside. Oh, Taesan was intrigued. Numerous plants filled the basement. They had rotted from lack of care. But it must have been a sight when they were alive. Just wait a moment. Yoongjun entered deeper into the plant room shortly. He returned with several vacuum-sealed seed packets. "They seem well preserved. They haven't decayed or dried out. They should be cultivable." "What seeds are they?" "Corn, watermelon, greens, various ones." "Great." It was excellent news. Such a variety of seeds would be a significant help for survival. "I'm sorry, but there are no potatoes. They grow from tubers. And they've all rotted." "That's fine. How did you know about this place?" "A friend of mine loved cultivation. I occasionally brought him here. I never thought it'd come in handy like this." Yoongjun gave a bitter smile. Not bringing the original person meant he probably died. A fleeting sadness crossed his face. "They'd be happy to see their seeds used like this, but why are you collecting these?" "There's a skill I can obtain. A skill to cultivate food quickly anywhere, essentially. A skill that sustained humanity until the end. Taesan knew how to acquire it." Chapter 124. Taesan and Yoongjun looked further into the basement. As a result, they found 3 more seed packets that were still in good condition. "We've finished what we came for." Upon returning to the city hall, Taesan called out to the people. "Among you who has experience with farming?" After a brief moment, a few people tentatively raised their hands. Given that there were about 100,000 people, the number was not small. Most of them were from easy or normal modes. "Can you cultivate these seeds?" The individuals who looked over the seeds finally spoke. "It seems possible. They are old, but they have been stored well. Then cultivate them. Upon Taesan's words, they responded cautiously. If we sow them now, it will be a while before we can harvest any food. And with just this amount, it won't even be enough for a day's meal. Farming consumes a lot of water, especially in our current situation. The implication was that the efficiency would be very low. Hearing the discussion, Kim Hweon approached. Have you gotten what you wanted? I was thinking of farming, looking at the seed packets in Taesan's hand. Kim Hweon's expression was as puzzled as the others. You're really going to cultivate them? When you acquired skills in the labyrinth, how did you obtain them? When we use something similar to the effect of the skill. Kim Hweon realized. The others, who were fidgeting with the seeds, also seemed to understand. One obtained a skill when they could replicate its effect. If they succeeded in cultivation, there was a good chance they could gain a related skill. It's not certain. But isn't it worth a gamble? Indeed, I hadn't thought of that. Kim Hweon looked at Taesan with admiration. Of course, it wasn't something Taesan had realized on his own, in their previous world as now. They were concerned about food. Even if they managed to find some without producers, they were bound to run out. But their realization came too late. The seeds they could have collected were ruined, due to the cracks in the sky. It didn't even rain, causing most plants to rot. Their range of activity became increasingly limited, which hindered exploration. In the end, they searched every corner of Korea. They were barely able to find potatoes that survived in the wild. While a few seed potatoes were far from enough, they believed self-sufficiency was essential. They cultivated the potatoes and, in the process, learned about makeshift farming. Only much later did they realize the existence of skills. They hastily looked for things they could cultivate. But it was a fruitless endeavor. That was why Taesan was prepared in advance. Indeed, such a skill would be a great help. Please do your best. Well, the ones who received the seeds hesitated. Kim Hweon understood what they wanted to say and spoke as if it were a given. Of course, there will be benefits for all of you once they sprout. You will be rewarded for sure. Just focus on cultivation and don't worry. With smiles on their faces, they took the seeds away. Taesan had planted several seeds in the ground. A few hours later, the people who went out to gather food returned. Kim Hweon's face brightened when she compared the number of people who didn't return with the amount of food gathered. There were no casualties, since it was their first expedition. The amount of food gathered was more than expected. We'll distribute the food now. Although the quantity was small, food was distributed among the people. Of course, there were differences. People from hard mode and solo mode received the most, followed by those from normal mode and lastly from easy mode. However, there weren't any significant complaints. Due to previous hardships in Yongin, expectations were already lowered, and the amount of food provided was enough to prevent starvation. The first distribution went smoothly. This routine continued, gather food and distribute it, apart from occasionally competing against each other to maintain their strength. The week passed without incident, and the seeds they planted were gradually sprouting. I thought it would be tough without sunlight, but they're growing better than expected. Green sprouts were emerging from the ground, however. Their expressions were somber. Still, they probably won't grow enough to be edible. The environment is too harsh. That doesn't matter, as long as they grew to the point where they could obtain skills. It was sufficient. Taesan had confirmed this in the previous world. Sprouts were also growing from the seeds Taesan had sown. Then, the wave began. The first wave has started. Rewards for returning to the labyrinth will be distributed based on performance. Monsters were everywhere, as far as the eye could see. Oh, why are there so many? The faces of the overwhelmed group turned pale. Kim Hweon shouted with determination, "We can survive this," and the battle began. About 100,000 people managed to wield weapons and fend off the monsters. Huff, as Lee Taeyeon was slicing through monsters. Taesan swiftly moved past her. As he passed, monsters were torn apart. Whoosh! With a swing of his fist, not only did he destroy the monsters, but the shockwave sent others flying. Utilizing magic and skills, Taesan defeated thousands, if not tens of thousands of monsters. A whole day passed and finally the last monster fell. We won, we survived. Everyone cheered joyously. Kim Hweon's face wasn't dark either, there were casualties. But the number was significantly low. Most of them would likely survive until the end. Finding hope, everyone became more enthusiastic. They nurtured seeds, gathered food, and trained harder, thanks to their efforts. They managed to fend off the second wave a week later without significant loss. While everyone celebrated, only Taesan looked up at the sky with a mixed expression. What's going on? It wasn't strange that they successfully defended against the wave. During the second return, the monsters themselves weren't that strong. They were mostly similar to those from the first return, primarily composed of contractor-level monsters, with a few E-grade monsters. Current hard mode players could easily deal with E-grades using certain attack combinations. During the second return, the reason for the casualties was the conflict between the modes and food scarcity. Not because of the monsters, Now with those two problems resolved thanks to Taesan, it was normal not to have significant issues. Yet, Taesan's expression was uneasy. How strong do we need to become? He felt a power emanating from the rift in the sky. That power had become about twice as strong compared to when they first returned. It's dangerous. Taesan's expression was grim. Initially, he thought only one monster would appear, and at a C-class level which Taesan expected he could easily handle. But at this rate, how many will die? Taesan looked towards the city hall. People were celebrating their victory, even though some were hungry due to the decreasing food supply. No one was in despair. The players in easy and normal modes were weak, although Taesan had said to Seo Jangsan that they were no different from easy and normal players. It was just a way to hurt Seo Jangsan's pride. The difference was clear. If there were no hard mode players in his previous life, the probability of surviving up to now would have been low. The fact that Taesan was the only easy mode player to have survived till the end was proof enough. Practically, death seemed inevitable for all easy mode players. Taesan, having seen the end, knew this, but even if he knew, there wasn't a solution. He had informed the community about skills in his previous life, but no one had learned. To survive, a fundamentally different approach was needed. One that wasn't just about skills or items. It had been 3 weeks since he returned to Earth. There were a total of 3 waves, and they had managed to resist them all without significant losses. Except for those who overestimated themselves or got separated from the group, everyone survived. However, food supplies were dwindling. The time to explore and return was getting longer, and the amount of food brought back was decreasing. Even Taesan brought back a lot of food, but it was nowhere near enough for nearly 100,000 people. I'm hungry, just when everyone was starving. Farming finally showed results. Wow, the man who was farming corn shouted while looking at something in the air. Similarly, others were also exclaiming with surprised expressions. Taesan also looked up. Special passive skill, simplified farming. Proficiency 1%, all farming gets accelerated. It isn't affected by geothermal conditions. Plants grow better and aren't affected by sunlight, they need less water. And the chances of seeds sprouting increase. You have not acquired the skill since you're outside the labyrinth. Simplified farming has been sealed. The method to acquire simplified farming was after a certain time had passed since planting and the plant's growth. On average, it was between 3 to 4 weeks. It was time, and those who had been cultivating plants received their skills. They happily informed Kim Hweon, hearing the news. She rushed to the farming area. What skill did you get, just like its name? Taesan explained to the excited woman. Her face brightened upon hearing it. That's great, we won't have to worry about food. To what extent? We'll have to enter the labyrinth and check. On Earth, skills couldn't be acquired. Even if they met the conditions, they had to return to the labyrinth to use them. Thus, they couldn't immediately check its effectiveness. Kim Hweon was a bit disappointed but still optimistic. It's still a relief if we do well. We might not have a food problem. Kim Hweon clenched her fist in excitement. Her biggest worry had been the food, now that it was resolved. She couldn't be anything but elated. We only have a week left, we just have to hold on till then. Everyone's expressions were bright. They had resisted 3 waves without significant losses and now had a skill that could potentially solve their food problem. Their faces were filled with hope. Taesan quietly observed this scene. Soon, only 1 day remained until the 4th wave began. As everyone was gearing up, Taesan looked up at the sky. The energy emanating from the crack in the sky was even more potent than the last time he saw it. It's going to be tough, if it became that strong. What kind of monster would appear? He initially thought it would be just one, and at most it would be of C-class, so he wasn't too worried. With his current abilities, Taesan could defeat a C-class opponent, but considering that power, the monster might not be C-class, maybe B-class, not the same monster he faced during the second return in his previous life. Do they want to kill us that badly? Taesan smirked. The deities who had been defeated by the gods were invading Earth. They were gathering their power to kill Taesan. It won't be that easy. Taesan gripped his sword. Chapter 125. The 4th week was almost over. Only 1 day remained until the last wave. Everyone's expressions were bright. They believed that the level wouldn't be as difficult as before. Taesan went to see Kim Hweon, who was preparing for the next day in his room. Ah, Mr. Taesan, you should be careful tomorrow. What do you mean? I have a strange feeling. Don't let your guard down and give it your best. You mean there's something up? Kim Hweon, who was relaxed, suddenly tensed up and stood. I'll go inform the others. All right, with a serious face. Kim Hweon left the room, and that night, Kang Junhyuk grabbed his arm and fell. He then got up with a determined face. It's not over yet. No. That's enough. Taesan sheathed his sword. The worried face of Lee Taeyeon turned to shock. Huh, is it over already? What happened? Even after arriving at the city hall, Taesan continued to train with them. No different than before a wave, but today Taesan finished training in just 2 hours. You don't want to die in actual combat after training. Do you? Fight without regrets. Looks like something big is coming tomorrow, Kang Junhyuk said with a composed face. Kim Hweon is moving around. Arranging the ranks, was that what you were talking about? Just that tomorrow will be much more difficult. Taesan looked at the rift in the sky, Kang Junhyuk sensing something ominous. Swallowed, if you find it challenging, just how hard is it going to be? Don't die, I'd be quite sad if you guys died. We'll try our best. And then the next day came, everyone was in position. Preparing for the wave. After receiving a warning from Kim Hweon, their faces were serious. The fourth wave has begun, based on your performance. Differentiated rewards will be given when returning to the labyrinth. Thud, what's going on? This time, unlike before, monsters didn't rush in. The space simply tore open from the spatial rift. Monsters began to emerge one by one. Someone swallowed hard, the number of monsters was around 100. Much fewer than before, but it was ominous. They could feel that these 100 monsters possessed strength much greater than the mere number suggested. Taesan, who had been watching, murmured, "Grade E and a few of Grade D, they're really going for it." Taesan smirked at the monsters, which were stronger than he had anticipated. Even the current hard mode players would have a hard time guaranteeing a win against Grade E, let alone Grade D. The monsters began to move. Kim Hweon gritted her teeth. Everyone, get in formation, the battle began. And the players realized, these monsters were on a whole different level. A monster fiercely wagged its tail. The players in easy and normal modes couldn't even block properly and were sent flying. Damn it, Seo Jangson, who barely managed to block, was in shock, so heavy, it was a power he struggled to handle. He had experienced this level of strength before. The monster that appeared last during the previous return, it was of that caliber of strength, and there were nearly 100 of such monsters, overwhelmed by despair. Seo Jangson swung his sword. Monsters ran amok among the players. A mere 100 monsters dominated 100,000 players, clang, and the Grade D monsters were the very embodiment of destruction. Boom, ga, easy, normal. Hard mode players alike were crushed without distinction. Lee Taeyeon, with a grim face, swung down her sword. Her face might have shown panic, but her movements and trajectory were perfect. Smash, her attack was easily blocked when she was about to scream due to the monster's counterattack. What are you just standing there for? Crunch. Taesan stomped on the monster. The overwhelmed monster was slammed into the ground. Rumble, the ground cracked, causing a chaotic commotion as if an earthquake had occurred. Lee Taeyeon looked horrified. Taesan, the smashed monster, didn't stay down but counterattacked, moving its long chains to bind Taesan. Pest, with an annoyed expression. Taesan flexed his fist. The chains burst apart and he slammed his fist down. The monster was crushed into the ground again. In just 2 moves, she was awestruck that a monster, which seemed invincible, was downed with just 2 strikes. If only Taesan is here, the monsters might be powerful, but Taesan was even more so. As she murmured with hope, Taesan interrupted her. I'm sorry, but I can't be the only one fighting. What? As Taesan knocked away a Grade E monster, he narrowed his eyes. He's here. Crack, space tore open. An arm pierced through the web-like fracturing space, a black arm. It pulled the space towards it, causing a rough expansion of the rift. The monster was humanoid, 4 arms, black legs, a body 3 times larger than the rest. The creature with a spherical head faced them. Monster 48,881 appears. A 5-digit monster appeared on the scene. Lee Taeyeon's body shuddered intensely, terrifying. A primal fear engulfed her, more than anything she saw in the labyrinth. This monster scared her the most, and she wasn't the only one who felt it. Everyone battling momentarily flinched in the face of the looming terror. The monster raised its 4 arms. Boom. For a moment, they thought a bomb had exploded. That kind of shockwave enveloped them. Arg, easy, normal, and hard mode players alike were sent flying. Their ranks shattered, and the shockwave was directly targeting Taesan. Taesan frowned and swung his fist in retaliation. Crack, the sound of the air exploding forced people to cover their ears. Taesan shook off his numb hand. It's damn strong. This one's quite dangerous. Taesan, Kim Hweon, having been blown close by the storm to Taesan, staggered to her feet. That thing, she gritted her teeth audibly. The sheer aura emanating from the monster felt like it could stop her heart. I don't like it. A sneer formed on Taesan's lips, simultaneously. An overwhelming energy burst forth from him. Kim Hweon involuntarily stepped back. An indomitable aura emanated from Taesan. The intensity of his power was akin to what radiated from the monster. Sorry, but I don't think I can help here. Taesan, ignoring her call, Taesan took off. He left the city hall behind. He ran until the city hall was out of sight. This should be far enough, here, even if he battled. It wouldn't affect the city hall. The only concern was whether the monster would follow, but as soon as Taesan moved, the monster was right behind him, eliminating that worry. You're after me, aren't you? Taesan drew his sword. The giant with 4 arms silently glared at him. It's strong, the ghost moaned. At that level, even an adventurer who reached the 40th floor could lose. Why is such a monster appearing so early? The reason is simple. Right, to kill him, that was the only reason. I guess I should be pleased that such high-ups are showing interest, Taesan joked. But his eyes were dead serious. A 5-digit monster, a B-rank monster that could even defeat hard-mode players who cleared the labyrinth. The enemy is invincible. Judgment unnecessary. The recognition of a formidable opponent succeeds. Elevating all abilities, but it's not over. Battle Lust has been activated. Honorable Duel has been activated. Despise the Mighty has been activated. Self-belief has been activated. The system's window floods with notifications, feeling the palpable increase in stats. He activates a skill. You activated Reconnaissance. Monster 48,881 specialized attack type. It was not a complete analysis, so health wasn't shown, still. The provided information was sufficient. Fortunately, it's a specialized type. Monsters came in various kinds, attack, support, defense, and more, and they had further subtypes. A plain attack type was all-rounded, excelling in speed, strength, and stamina, but a specialized label meant apart from one ability. The rest were below average. The challenge was discerning its specialty. Was it attack, power, speed? It was uncertain for now. Guess we'll find out. The monster's spherical head moved, it lacked pupils. But a clear intent to kill was evident. Rumble. The monster stomped. Immediately Taesan realized it was a speed-specialized type. In an instant the monster vanished. By the time the monster reappeared, it was right in front of Taesan. Your first attack nullification activated. Taesan moved swiftly, aiming for the creature's neck. As he lunged, the creature vanished with a gust. The creature had retreated far behind. Damn, Taesan smirked. He couldn't match its speed. He braced himself with a serious gaze. Flicker. The creature vanished again, simultaneously. Taesan activated his skill. You activated Mind Acceleration. You activated Path of the Wind Deer. Only after employing all his speed-related skills could he barely trace its movements. He moved. Facing the monster's incoming fist, Taesan's sword clashed with the creature's arm. The creature's 4 arms flailed wildly. Taesan in turn utilized his first sword of the Stormscar, Wolf's Fang. Clash, despite the disparity in speed. Taesan took a hit. Your second attack nullification activated. But it was anticipated. Taking advantage of the attack nullification, he stabbed the creature's chest, a seamless motion unlike before. Leaving the monster unable to dodge, you activated Heavy Strike, you activated Addition, you activated Chain Attack. Monster 48,881 took 895 damage. Monster 48,881 took 412 damage. This is truly surprising, the ghost mumbled. Unable to hold back, even with continuous attacks the damage doubled. No matter how one looked at it, it was an unimaginable skill. The monster charged again, this time as well. Taesan couldn't block it. And the nullification activated. He seized that moment to attack. Once again over 1,000 damage was inflicted. The monster retreated to gain distance. Now then. From this point on, all the attack nullifications were used up. There was no chance to exploit any vulnerability when it retreated. Even though he managed to deal nearly 3,000 damage, it could be said that he did enough. But from what he remembered, a B-grade monster had around 20,000 to 30,000 health. He still had to successfully attack it about 8 more times. The monster moved. Taesan swung his sword chasing its afterimage, but only cut through thin air. You received 343 damage. Because it was speed specialized, the damage was surprisingly low. However, it couldn't be ignored. Taesan's health, including the shield, was about 43-0. Even if he activated sturdiness, 30 hits would kill him. Facing a monster whose speed was barely trackable by eyes, where even countering properly was impossible. He had to succeed in attacking 8 times out of 30 tries. It definitely was an enemy deserving of the impossible to win judgment. However, you underestimated me too much. Didn't you? This hurts my pride. Against specialized types in his previous life, he had faced thousands. Taesan grumbled and placed his hand on the ground. You activated Dicarabia's Twisted Life. Twisted roots burst out as if exploding. Chapter 126 roots as big as a house shot up suddenly. Black magic became stronger the more magic power it consumed. And the roots filled up the space in an instant. Kwung, the monster swung its arm, shattering the roots. The roots broke like straw in front of Taesan, who watched calmly. He knew that these roots wouldn't be able to stop the monster. The reason he used the roots was different. Taesan stomped his foot. You have activated acceleration, with a sound like the air tearing. Taesan's body moved toward the monster. As he flew, he quickly manifested magic. Jaegeok, 5 frost arrows were drawn in the air. All of them accelerated and flew from Taesan. Kwang, the monster, which had been breaking the tree roots, swung its fist towards the incoming frost arrows. You have activated magic explosion. Jaegeojeong, the frost arrows exploded, and fragments of ice pierced through the monster's body. Taken aback by the sudden turn of events, the monster paused for a moment but then swiftly moved its arm to deflect all the fragments. Thousands of ice fragments shattered. And in that gap, Taesan arrived in front of the monster. Taesan started attacking. And the monster blocked everything. The monster was overwhelmingly faster than Taesan. No matter how much Taesan tried to find an opening or exploit a weakness, the monster could easily block him. After blocking all of Taesan's attacks, the monster counterattacked. 4 fists flew towards Taesan, but Taesan, as if anticipating the monster's counter, swiftly moved out of the way. You have activated Lightning Strike. Lightning Strike was an instant skill. It was unavoidable, but the monster dodged it anyway. The moment Lightning Strike manifested, the monster rolled out of range. And by then, Taesan had already arrived at the spot the monster dodged to. Taesan's sword pierced the monster. Monster 48,881 took 921 damage. Monster 48,881 took 432 damage. Oh, the ghost, watching the series of actions unfold, couldn't help but let out a sound. The ghost, though dead, was once an adventurer who had gone to the deepest depths for him. The current fight between the two seemed slow. That was why he noticed what Taesan had done, summoning tree roots to prevent the monster from moving towards him. Then, rushing in with frost arrows. Some of the arrows were accelerated to prevent the monster from reacting in time, and once he was close he attempted a surprise attack, but the monster had the strength to block it, so after being blocked, Taesan immediately distanced himself and activated Lightning Strike. The monster could dodge Lightning Strike too, but Lightning Strike was an instant spell. No matter how much of a monster it was, it couldn't easily react to it. It literally had to focus all its energy on dodging. After that, it was hard to block the attack, so Taesan went to the spot where the monster would dodge and landed an attack. This is interesting. Is it foresight or experience? It's a perfect strategy, isn't it? Each step in the process built up to create the result. Even the ghost had rarely created such a clean result. Strong. But that's all, Taesan murmured in a languid tone. B-grade monsters were indeed strong. Even if it was specialized, it didn't lose much in strength compared to Taesan. It had an overwhelming advantage in speed. So if Taesan didn't have information, winning would be near impossible, but that was where the story changed. Compared to before, these conditions are very good. In the previous world, he was an easy mode player. No matter how much he used buff skills to increase his stats, his basic stats were terrible, so his limits were very low. Whether it was by using addition or multiplication, damage could be dealt. But the stats that managed basic movements were worse than those in hard mode. But he won, against S-grade monsters. Against apostles, he knew the monster's movements and behavior patterns better than anyone. B-grade, even specialization types were not a problem. Crash, the monster stomped the ground. Its speed was faster than ever before. It was a speed that couldn't be followed with mere physical ability. But Taesan didn't panic and drew his sword. That's not controlling its own speed. Specialization types lacked in every aspect except for speed. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that only their speed was abnormally developed. Naturally, their judgment, cognitive abilities, and senses couldn't keep up with their speed. It was more like plotting a course and then moving the body accordingly. So he could read it. He recalled the speeds and movements of the hundreds of specialization types he had faced, twisted his body, and pulled out his sword. Clang, a huge collision occurred. Dust and dirt exploded into the air. The monster's round face showed disturbance. Boom, the monster's body disappeared again. Taesan moved his hand roughly. You have activated particle diffusion. Ice shards collided with each other, filling the space at the same time. A loud noise rang out. The monster had collided with the scattered shards. The monster was perplexed and stopped moving. Taesan activated acceleration and quickly closed the distance. Clang, his swords collided with the monster. In that situation, Taesan activated invisibility. Instantly, Taesan's body was hidden. The monster's arm that was about to counterattack hesitated. If the monster was smart, it would have known that Taesan hadn't gone far and would have created some distance. But specialization types were below average in intelligence and sensing abilities. Perplexed, it stopped moving and it paid a big price. Crack, Taesan's sword slashed the monster's head. With one strike, the monster staggered, and Taesan thrust his sword into its chest. The monster swung its arms wildly as it moved. The ground erupted, and the air exploded outwards. Is it moving in a random pattern? Counter couldn't be used. Counter was a skill to see and counterattack, not predict. Using it would just be a vain attempt, just like before. Taesan activated particle diffusion. Even though it was beginner-level magic, specialization types had low health, so the spell wasn't something that could be ignored. The monster hesitated at the spreading ice shards, and Taesan didn't miss the opportunity. Clang, Taesan pressured the monster with his sword, then he used black magic, and skills to restrict the monster's path. Crack, and he predicted where the monster would move and successfully attacked. Now the monster's health was less than half. The monster fought back desperately. But the limit was clear. The difference in health was too great, so Taesan just needed to respond and look for opportunities. Unavoidable attacks were just taken and countered, turning the fight into an exchange. That way, the monster's health gradually dwindled. It's been a while since I had fun, Taesan muttered as he watched the charging monster and stomp the ground, scattering fake flames to make the monster stop. He then used a mid-air jump and acceleration to slam the monster into the ground. The monster beneath Taesan resisted, but he firmly suppressed and ended it. Phew, Taesan takes a breath. It was not too difficult, but it was still a strong monster. It took quite a bit of time because to succeed in attacking once, you had to go through a complex process. Looking towards the city hall, everything had ended. And there was no sound. Many must have died, but they won. Taesan plunged his sword into the monster's face. The dormant power inside exploded and soared into the sky in an instant. The cracks in the sky shook. A gigantic eye looked towards the ground. Inside, it was filled with rage. This rage had a godlike power that could crush the mind of the observer and make their heart submit. Taesan taunted it. Next time, send down a stronger one. The monster's power completely dissipated from the ground. Your soul ascension has activated. Proficiency has increased by 5% and the system window popped up. Secret quest successful. The god of struggle and death descends. Huff. Huff. Kim Hweon collapsed on the floor with a sweaty face. She grimaced at the intense pain she felt from behind her. Ouch. Are you okay, sister? I'm not okay. She managed to get up with difficulty. Answering Yoongjun's question, we won right, barely, but thanks to you. Sister, E-grade monsters and D-grade monsters. The difference was clear even though they hadn't been definitively graded yet. D-grade monsters were impossible to handle properly, even if the hard mode players were involved. It was a monster that needed at least 20 of them to suppress. But when nearly 100 E-grade monsters ran amok, they panicked. The fear of death dominated them. In that situation, Kim Hweon shouted desperately. She intuitively noticed the level of D-grade and sent Lee Taeyeon and Kang Junhyuk. She attached several hard modes as support and had them deal with E-grade monsters with easy and normal mode players. As long as players were protected by the system's health rating, there was less risk of dying if they worked perfectly together. With timely and neat responses, they were able to win, but the damage was not small. How many died? It's hard to know exactly. But about half. Kim Hweon bit her lip. It was a considerable sacrifice. If you thought about the fact that in war, if 20% died, it was considered annihilation. It was a terrible loss. How are Taeyeon and Junhyuk? They were injured, but no serious wounds. Amazing to be able to withstand such a monster. That's a relief. She grabbed her sword. Yoongjun was surprised at her movement. What are you going to do now? You need to rest. I can't rest yet. Taesan is still there. Yoongjun's face turned pale. Taesan fought against a horrifically strong monster, even though he was strong. It was hard to guarantee victory because the monster was unimaginably powerful. Kim Hweon endured the pain and said, "Call the healthy people. We must assist Mr. Taesan." She couldn't continue her words. Her pupils shook. She felt a tremendous power from the direction where Taesan had gone. This power seemed to envelop the entire earth. Oh, she stuttered. It was a power she couldn't even properly comprehend. It was a wave of power that couldn't be compared to even dust or bugs. Sister? Wait. Only Lee Taeyeon and Kang Junhyuk realized what kind of power it was. Lee Taeyeon shouted in astonishment. Why do I feel the power of a god here? The ghost lost its words and stuttered. It was an unsightly scene for it. But the situation was significant enough to cause that. Kwung, the ground split and a pitch-black throne rose. It was a chilling throne decorated with sharp thorns and blades. The owner of the empty throne was an entity known to Taesan. Lakaratas, yes. Mortal, I am Lakaratas, the entity that oversees struggle and death. A blunt voice resounded, and Taesan remembered hearing this voice before. Maria, the god that interfered when we were with the goddess was you, when Maria sent him down. Her world had been invaded by some god. His vague suspicions were now confirmed. That is in the past. Lakaratas' voice carried a slight irritation as the god's emotions spread. The air twisted and died. An entity that distorted the world and trampled concepts just by existing. That was a god. Taesan was dumbfounded. The fact that the power was affecting the earth like this meant that Lakaratas had truly descended. Even the ghost was speechless and trailed off. Why are you here, you? Who have taken residence in the labyrinth would need a great cost to descend here. Does such a cost seem meaningful to me? Well, no, but after Taesan defeated the monster, Lakaratas suddenly descended. The timing was too abrupt. Lakaratas answered because that was the contract. Contract? Let's start fulfilling the contract. Lakaratas' power burst out. It reached towards the earth, enveloping Taesan and all humans. The power of a god is manifested. Blessings descend. Chapter 127. Kim Hweon, who was in awe, was surprised in a different sense. Not only her, but also the people lying around and those who had barely managed to get up felt the same. A tremendous power began to envelop their bodies. Kim Hweon looked at her fist with widened eyes. Squeeze, she clenched her fist, the power transmitted to her arm, its intensity, and a more efficient way to deliver that power, all of that was drawn in her mind. Countless methods that she hadn't known, or hadn't been aware of, blossomed like fireworks. What is this? Yeonjun, who was feeling a similar sensation, felt the same. Stats. Leveling up, it's not that concept, this is. Kim Hweon swallowed her saliva. It was a talent. An innate power was descending into their bodies, and Taesan felt it. Too, Taesan grunted at the power that had settled in his body. This is curious. Taesan threw a short punch, bang, and the air exploded, the process of extending the fist, pulling it back. And retracting it was much faster and more accurate than before. Your power, you have received the blessing of the talent of struggle and death, from the god. It is a blessing given to only a very few of those who believe and follow me. Be grateful and respectful. Mortals, Lacaratas spoke arrogantly. Taesan couldn't refute that. Squeeze, he clenched his fist. The sensation was different. It wasn't just that he had become faster or stronger, something more fundamental had changed. Talent. A power that could not be acquired postnatally but was inherent from birth. That was what he had obtained. With this power, he could become stronger. It wasn't just that he had become stronger now, it was a power with the possibility of growth. It was amazing. It was exciting, and that wasn't the end. Is it not just me but all of humanity that has received this? Yes, originally. Such power wasn't meant to be given to worthless beings like you, but it has become interesting. Although Lacaratas muttered this, Taesan was too astonished to even respond. This level of divine power was given to all humanity. This wasn't a small matter, depending on the situation. Even the players in easy mode could become more than twice as strong as in their previous lives. It was certainly a happy event. But there were things he didn't understand. Why? Lacaratas was a god. Gods disdained those they didn't acknowledge and gave them nothing, but to give power to all humanity, at least. It was not what Taesan had expected. Lacaratas spoke bluntly. It's a contract, it's a transaction as well. Your head isn't bad, make a guess. Taesan closed his mouth and started thinking. It didn't take long to figure out the answer. Is it related to monsters and high gods? Correct. The power emanating from the throne fluctuated. It seemed to ripple as if it was enjoying itself. They tried to cross the line, so. I made a contract. B-grade monster. At least it wasn't a monster that should have appeared this early. If that had been possible, it would have expelled Taesan from this world long ago. The fact that it wasn't the case meant that there was something special about this time. You have met our expectations and triumphed magnificently. We praise you. Mortal, Taesan looked at the throne. Lacaratas' tone was as if they had watched their entire fight. Lacaratas then said with a sunken gaze, "Do not be mistaken about your enemies, mortal. We are, at the very least, not your enemies." What's going on? Information was needed. Why had Lacaratas descended here? After pondering, Lacaratas was silent for a moment. It doesn't matter now. We created the labyrinth to see the struggle of great heroes and warriors. The high gods didn't like us for that. So they went around destroying worlds. According to Lucifer's words, 258 worlds had fallen into the hands of the high gods. It must be very displeasing for the gods who took residence in the labyrinth. Lacaratas' voice was annoyed. They are beings who refuse to admit defeat and struggle futilely. Those filthy beings are crumpling and trampling upon worlds that may enter the labyrinth. Did you think we would simply watch that happen? So you called us there. The people from the worlds that were perishing without a trace called into the labyrinth because it was a pity to lose the potential of them entering. It was somewhat expected. So there wasn't much shock, it was just a feeling of realization. But I have a question, the ghost, who had been silent, spoke. May I dare to ask you a question? Oh great being. Lacaratas' gaze turned to the ghost. Just that made the ghost's body shake uneasily. It started to flicker like a TV with static. Your courage is noted and I grant you permission to speak. Speak. Dead one, thank you. The ghost swallowed and opened its mouth. Even for beings like you, it would have been difficult to call all humans from a certain world. Originally, yes, but they interfered and made a hole. Thanks to that, the process became easier. I see, that's how it is. It wasn't to hear such an insignificant story that you wish to speak. Continue. According to the words of the one I am bound to. Most of the people here did not enter the labyrinth. They entered a different place mimicking the labyrinth. Taesan realized what the ghost was trying to say. Easy, normal, hard modes, etc. People on Earth were divided into countless modes. Previously, that was taken for granted. But the thought changed as he proceeded through solo mode. The real one was only the solo mode. The rest were all fake. The ghost was questioning that. Originally, you all would have entered our world, but they interfered and made it troublesome. Imbalance arose and dimensions warped. The interference of the high gods that seemed to have created the division of modes. So, it was quite annoying previously, but at least not this time. Lacaratas spoke in a pleased voice. His gaze was on Taesan. That's it, if you want to know more. Come and find me, I will be waiting in the deep. Understood, Taesan replied. However, Lacaratas did not disappear. His throne was still on the ground. What's going on? As Taesan was momentarily flustered, Lacaratas spoke. Mortal, become my apostle. I believe I've declined that offer before, when Taesan faced an enhanced trial at Lacharadas's altar. The god had proposed the apostle contract. Since Lacharadas was a capricious god and he didn't like being tied down, Taesan had refused. True, you did then, but circumstances have changed. The old gods may be defeated. But they are too powerful for mortals, and the vermin are also after you. You surely don't want to perish namelessly. Lacharadas spoke with the arrogance of a god. I will grant you the honor of guarding my side, accept it. Mortal, huff, the ghost was surprised and gulped at Lacharadas' words. The reaction was concerning. But a reply was due, you probably know my answer. He had no intention of being tied down to a god, especially when one of his goals was to become as strong as the gods. Becoming an apostle might have limitations. I expected that if you had accepted. That young one would have been agitated. It seemed Lacharadas had little hope. Still, it was fun. I look forward to your fighting spirit. Lacharadas' power gradually faded. His throne began to sink into the ground. Oh. Right, Lacharadas suddenly remembered something. You defeated that thing using a mere tool. Impressive. I was quite satisfied. Accept this gift. From the disappearing throne. Power separated and entered Taesan. You have acquired the special activation skill Apostle of Lacharadas. Go back to the labyrinth and check. It'll likely help your plans. At the cryptic statement. Taesan laughed. Did you know? How could I not? Still, I permit it. You may use my name. Thank you, Taesan nodded, with Lacharadas' permission following that of the demon god. There seemed to be nothing holding him back. I hope to see more entertaining exploits. Mortal, and then Lacharadas disappeared. His presence was no longer felt. Hugh, the ghost exhaled the breath he had been holding, just by his gaze. I thought I was a goner. Why did you speak then? Did you think I wanted to? You were curious, so I asked for you, the ghost grumbled. Indeed, the information he shared was vital. And Taesan was grateful. The modes occurred due to the interference of the high gods, easy, normal, and hard modes, while the specifics were unknown. It seemed all these difficulties arose from the high gods' intervention. It didn't seem like the gods of the labyrinth wished for it. The ghost mumbled in an exasperated tone. It's funny, Lacharadas offering a mortal the position to guard his side. What does that position mean? Exactly what it sounds like. You'd be responsible for one of the duties of a god. It's beyond a mere apostle. It's akin to a divine entity. Becoming a god, something like that. There was a hint of jest in the statement, but the ghost answered seriously. Taesan hesitated for a moment. Are you saying I can actually become a god? It may not be a complete status. But you'll definitely be free from the confines of mortality. That's what's funny. As far as I know, only 3 beings have ever become one of Lacharadas' fingers since its inception, and now such an offer is being made to an adventurer who hasn't even surpassed the 50th floor. A god. Surpassing mortality to become an immortal being. It was an astonishing offer. But he wasn't ready to accept it just yet. I should head back. Taesan returned to the battlefield. The place was filled with people in turmoil. Everyone was frantically swinging their fists, trying to understand their newfound power. Looking around, Taesan's eyes widened. Half of them survived. He had expected only about 20% or 30% to survive. But the number was much greater. What are they all doing? Mr. Taesan, Kim Hweon approached with a panicked face. What's happened? Something has settled within my body. Let's sort things out first. The blessings of Lacharadas won't disappear. He could check it when they returned to the labyrinth. More importantly, there were things to be done. Kim Hweon nodded in agreement, her face somber. 2 full days passed. It wasn't until a day before their return that things were finally sorted out. Nearly half of them had perished, with the majority being from the easy and normal modes. While there were also many casualties among the hard mode players, they managed to hold on by consistently adapting, thus minimizing their losses. Everyone was in low spirits. The expected easy return journey had cost them nearly half of their comrades, casting a shadow over their mood. But they didn't succumb to despair, having endured numerous trials. They couldn't dwell on the dead now. Those who survived mourned the dead, discussed the power they had each obtained, and began to debate strategies. Taesan, along with Lee Taeyeon and Kang Junhyuk, adjusted his movements through training, the blessing bestowed by Lacharadas, the talent of strife and death, God's blessing, talent of strife and death. Obtain all talents related to strife and death. It was a simple explanation, but its implications were profound. Chapter 128 Clash. Their swords collided. Taesan's arm wavered. The second sword of the Stormscar sword, the dance of the sword, unfolded. The trajectory was smoother and harder to read than before. Kang Junhyuk couldn't block it for even 2 seconds and got his arm sliced. I can't block it now. Kang Junhyuk grimaced as he shook his arm. Taesan, on the other hand, had a satisfied look on his face. His movements had completely changed. It was like the first time he had learned swordsmanship. A significant transformation. Movements he didn't understand or couldn't follow before were now effortlessly replicable. He had become incomparably stronger in terms of combat, Especially in close quarters, it was a change worthy of being called God's blessing. I received it too, but I don't see any change. In fact, it seems easier for me to lose now. But you've become stronger, haven't you? Well, that's true. Kang Junhyuk felt that he had become stronger as he looked at Taesan with awe. To have defeated such a monster. The B-grade monster had released its power. Kang Junhyuk was overwhelmed by it. His confidence was shattered. And he was scared, but Taesan won against that monster. He received the recognition of a god from that dreadful labyrinth, leading to the bestowal of a blessing to all of humanity. Now, it was embarrassing even to compare them. Really, you're amazing, that's enough. Taesan swung his sword. We don't have much time left. So come on. The god's blessing bestowed by Lakarada's was not only for Taesan but for all of humanity. After resting and recovering, people sparred with each other to understand the changes, and they were amazed. They couldn't help but be in awe and excited about how strong they had become. For them, about to descend into the labyrinth once more. Becoming stronger literally meant their survival rate had increased. They expressed their infinite gratitude to Taesan. Thank you, Taesan, there you are, annoyed by the people flocking to him. Taesan climbed up to the rooftop of a building. This is burdensome. He had not received such positive feelings very often. Taesan received their greetings and went to find Kim Hweon. How are the damages? A lot died, Kim Hweon grimaced. But there was no despair on her face. We've become stronger thanks to you. Taesan, she also tried light sparring, just that was enough to feel the difference from before. Next time I come back, I will be much stronger, she clenched her fist. This was not a bad result for Taesan either. Not only the majority of average players but also the last surviving hard mode players had been enhanced, no matter how strong he was. He couldn't handle all the enemies alone. In the end, the more people survived, the more they could do and the higher their survival rate would be. It's a good thing. The effort to defeat the monster was worth it, above all. He received not only the blessing of God but also other skills, and it was time to return to the labyrinth. Then don't die and see you next time, after saying farewell. Taesan closed his eyes. The spreading cracks of the labyrinth swallowed him up. When he opened his eyes again, he was inside the labyrinth. Monster elimination bonus plus 383, first wave bonus plus 53, second wave bonus plus 45, third wave bonus plus 50, fourth wave bonus plus 8, secret quest bonus plus 525, suppression bonus plus 104, victory bonus plus 112. Settlement complete, 12,000. 800 points will be paid, 12,000. 800 points, a number that naturally brought a smile to his face. It took Taesan a lot of effort to get this number. He sat down in his seat with pleasure. Let's take it easy and think about it. Gold is converted at a 1:10 ratio. Stats are converted at a 5:1 ratio. The proficiency of skills is converted at a 10:1 ratio. The conversion rates were like this. Taesan prioritized them in order. It was a very pleasant worry. Just like before. Gold is useless. Converting 12,800 points only yielded 12,800 gold. Stats were similar. He could become significantly stronger with his current stats. But the value dropped compared to the proficiency. Is it proficiency again this time? A total of 128% could be increased. It means that the proficiency of a skill could be fully leveled up to 100%. And there would still be some left. During the previous return, he had leveled up the proficiency of magic. Everything, including damage and activation speed, was enhanced. And he had been using it effectively until now. What will happen if it reaches 100%? Magic. Proficiency 48%. You can handle magic properly. You can handle fire, control cold, and manipulate wind. Previously, he had increased the proficiency to 44% with points after all that usage. It had only increased by 4%. It was a rule of thumb to use points for proficiency in skills that were hard to improve. However, just as Taesan was about to use his points, note the ratio of points to proficiency may change when the proficiency of a skill exceeds a certain level. Taesan frowned. I didn't see this last time, even before his regression. He had used points to reach 100% a few times, but there had been no problems. This was the first time he had heard of a change in ratio like this. After pondering for a moment, Taesan realized the answer. It must be because it's magic. Lilies had said that the proficiency of magic rose very slowly. There were even those who would cut off their fingers to increase it by 1%. It was evident from the fact that the proficiency of magic had risen slower than any other skill he had obtained so far. And as the proficiency got higher, it would get worse. The balance would be broken if one could reach 100% proficiency with just 1 point dump. This was likely some kind of balance patch that had been judged necessary. Does this mean other skills will be the same? Arak martial arts, Sword of the Stormscar, black magic, and so on. There would be restrictions like magic on all the valuable skills obtained in the labyrinth. That's a shame. Although Taesan understood. It was a disappointing story for him. The path to increasing proficiency in magic was blocked. After contemplating, he made a decision. I should strengthen everything overall this time. He decided to distribute 75%. investing a little bit into meaningful skills. It wasn't a bad decision to do so. Combat engagement skills. If the proficiency of all those skills increased by 5%, they would become that much stronger. Investing all in one skill was to see the potential of that skill. However, there was no skill worth doing that for at the moment. Divine power was a skill he didn't know how to use. And it was ambiguous whether black magic had that much value yet, so the right answer was overall investment. Having made his decision, Taesan began distributing the points. If he distributed 5% each, he could strengthen a total of 25 skills. He started investing in skills that could change their content as the proficiency increased. As a result, the content of many skills changed. The proficiency of Field of Vision has reached 100%. Field of Vision has evolved into the special permanent activation skill Synchronized Eyes. Finally, the Field of Vision reached 100% and evolved into Synchronized Eyes. Special permanent activation skill Synchronized Eyes. Proficiency 1%, a field of vision that resonates with everything. You can see beyond the field of vision and even see things that are not visible. Taesan immediately experimented with it. You have activated Blazing Sphere. With a whoosh, flames erupted along with the system window that indicated the skill's activation. Taesan admired the process he had observed. So this is how it works. He saw the mana gathering in the brief moment when the Blazing Sphere was activated. Until now, he could only feel the wavelength. But now he could see it in his field of vision. This would be a great help in combat. The difference between feeling and actually seeing was significant. Confirming with eyes and taking counteraction was more accurate than just evading based on sensation. You have activated Walking the Wind Path of the Deer. It became even clearer when he checked the elemental skill. He could see the wind gathering, swirling and moving forward, with the accompanying power visible to his eyes. This would be a big help when fighting with spirits on the 29th floor. Special permanent activation skill Sustained Combat. Proficiency 60%. You can sustain combat for a long time. You don't get tired easily. The time you can fight in the best condition has increased. The time to reach the limit of physical strength has greatly increased. The added part was that the time to reach the limit of physical strength had increased. This was a good change, literally. He could fight for days without getting tired. In the previous world, he had defeated S-grade monsters through endless repetition. Thanks to this skill, Special Permanent Activation skill Enhanced Senses. Proficiency 61%. Senses are enhanced. You can feel things like killing intent. You can also feel blind spots. You can feel invisible things even better. With Synchronized Eyes. If an attack came from an awkward place, it wouldn't even reach Taesan. The skill Mark of Struggle given by Labyrinth had also changed its content. Still, it was disappointing because although the word decent was added, there were no significant changes. Special Activation skill Breathless Attack. Mana consumption 2, proficiency 62%. You can move ignoring breath during combat. It lasts for about 30 seconds. And you can move at full power. The breathless attack that he had always used without even realizing had also changed. Firstly, the duration became 30 seconds. Additionally, the content that he could move with full power was added. Literally, even if he moved his body with all his heart, his muscles would hardly get fatigued. This change had a significant impact on the battle. Special Activation skill Acceleration. Mana consumption 5, proficiency 21%, accelerates faster towards the target. Acceleration also had the faster part added, as it was a skill that allowed him to reach the enemy quickly. This was also a meaningful change. Basic Magic Frost Arrow, mana consumption 6, proficiency 22%, fires a frost arrow. The enemy takes more damage the less immune it is, tries to afflict the target with the abnormal status freeze. The strong cold can freeze the air. The frost arrow he always enjoyed using was also enhanced, considering how often he used it. The speed was very slow. As expected, the proficiency in magic skills increased slowly. He activated Frost Arrow. The cold was much stronger. Now just being next to it, his breath turned into frost. If it was a low-grade enemy, they would take damage even if they avoided it. He was satisfied. Besides that, craving for battle, righteous duel, proof of limit, annihilation of the strong and half-belief, etc. He had increased the proficiency of most of the skills that affected battle. Although the content was not changed, it was definitely a reinforcement. He was satisfied. There was also a new skill he had acquired. Special Activation skill Apostle Transformation Labyrinth. For 10 minutes, you gain some of the power of Labyrinth's apostles since the god of struggle and death first bestowed his power after his birth. This skill cannot be used for a day after activation. Until now, he had always been receiving the apostle's contract. It was a skill that allowed him to draw out some of the power he could get when he accepted that contract. Apostle Transformation. I've seen many who received the apostle's contract, but I didn't know there was a skill that could be given like this. It's really interesting, listening to the excited ghost's words. It seemed like he was the first to have obtained this power as a skill. If what the ghost had said until now was true, It was a skill that could change the course of events. A B-grade monster's reward is enough, while Taesan was happily checking the skills. Two skills caught his eye. What are these? How do you use them? Divine power. Proficiency 2%, the grace given when someone believes and follows a god. It seems meaningless for now. He had obtained it when defeating Harmon's angel. But there was no change. The ghost mumbled in a vague tone. I've never heard that I learned it like this. Maybe it's a skill that you can use when you obtain divinity or godhood. I don't know, for now. It was a meaningless skill that just increased in proficiency digits, but it was easy to understand. As it was a power related to God, Taesan, who was not a god, could not use it. That was how he accepted it. There was a truly unknown skill separately. Concept skill, proficiency 12%, the of will descends. What kind of skill is this? I don't know. It seemed that the ghost also didn't know. When I defeated the monster, Soul Ascension was activated. The proficiency increased by 8%. And the content descriptor of descending will was added, but it was still an unknown skill. He had obtained it when defeating the native monster in the world of blacksmith Hafren. After that, proficiency increased when defeating the high god's monster. There was no consistency. I should check it with the blacksmith. Taesan headed to the blacksmith.